All right, hello everyone. Welcome. I hope we're all doing good. Yeah, sorry about was that a long intro? It was fairly long. It was a little while there. Yeah, morning guys. My microphone's been tweaked a little bit, so if I'm clipping, you guys tell me. And my solution to fixing that is actually just to move it further away from my face now. Hold on. Let me close this door though, so that we don't have too much echo. Hi guys. We are gonna be doing a waiting room, a pre-stream show thing here, in anticipation of the Siege Turtle. Siege Turtle. I mean, maybe they'll do some Siege Turtle stuff in it. The Jade stream that ArenaNet are doing tonight. Now, I can't be here for the main thing, so I'm hoping that doing a nice, good, long run into it is adequate as recompense. As far as I know, someone in chat says it starts in like 7 hours. It's 6 hours, isn't it? Can anyone just confirm that for me? The official stream starts in 6 hours. I sound sultry. Oh god, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I was under the assumption it's 7 hours. It starts at 8 o'clock. It starts at 8 my time. Are you sure about that? It's always 8 PM? I thought it started at 7. Oh, what? They moved it. They used to do all this stuff much earlier than that. I thought it was 7 for some reason. All right, well, I can't even go right up to it, sadly. So we're gonna have to shut down an hour before. Oh, that fucking ruins this. Ugh. You know, I have almost no social life at all. I almost never go to like do's and things. And every time I do, it feels like it's like, oh, you have to miss out on, oh, for Christ's sake. I suppose, of course, because they're going to pick Friday at like the perfect time in the evening where people want to go out and, you know, do things. All right. Yeah, maybe it's the daylight saving time thing. Maybe it's on the previous one of these, daylight saving threw it off a little bit. There was that 1 hour window in the middle. Maybe that was what was going on. Technically 6 hours and 48 minutes. Oh, so what is this then? If I'm not even going to go up to the last moment, I can't even just hand people off. Well, whatever. We'll just do a fun Guild Wars stream, and I'll go as late as possible. I've got to be out at 7, so I was going to stream right up to the last couple of minutes, turn it off, and like leave. Like I'm dressed to go already. But you know, now I guess I get an extra free hour now. Well, no, I don't. You guys get an extra free hour. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what this is. Sacrifices must be needed. Yeah, because I've not made enough of those yet. All right. Well, let's just jump in. So there's a few little projects and fun things I wanted to do in Guild Wars today. Let's move OBS over. Let's go in game. And yeah, you guys tell me if the game's too loud. It shouldn't be too loud, I would hope. Let's just turn it down like this. Okay, brilliant. So, I'm on a thief at the moment. Now, the reason for that is, you know, we were looking at characters that I wanted to... So, first of all, I'm planning on doing a bunch of Season of the you know, Return to achievements. As far as I understand, we're right at the end now, aren't we? Isn't it very, very close to people getting their amulets? So, I think it's like 2 weeks or something, and people will get their legendary amulets. So, I want to get one too, obviously. So I might do like a big rush of Guild Wars playtime now. Instead of doing like Final Fantasy roulettes and stuff, I got my Black Mage to level 60 for what it's worth. Anybody that's been following all of that. So finally I'm kind of at that threshold there. But in this game, what I'd like to do is just cap out all of these achievements and be ready with the amulet, which is quite a lot of work, honestly. It's not something that I think I can do super fast. You know, because you have to do all of these, right? You have to do them all. So there's certain events, big events, which I don't know if you guys want to do with me, but like Hableon. So on today's stream, what we can either do is we can catch up with, you know, the couple of events that I'm missing out on. Or I can just rush ahead to doing all the basic easy stuff and like story stuff in these other maps. I know I want to finish all the gathering, which we're up to Thunderhead Peaks, it looks like. In fact, we're very close to being done with all of that. In fact, hold on though. I gotta do Steel and Fire. This one's really easy, apparently. It's just like do the tank mission like once or twice. Return to Shadow and the Ice, they didn't do much. But Woodland Manager here. crop harvester here. So we can have a lot of like Q&A and discussion and back and forth at the start. I think we'll just open with this and we'll get this done. And then we'll look at what other possibilities there are out there. Did I already do? Yeah, I did. And I already did on that map, apparently. Oh, yeah, I remember streaming that. So, yeah, and we've got, like, these other little things. So we'll finish those up, and then, yeah, we'll figure out where we're going after that. Let's click yes on that, because why not? Now, the other thing that I really want to do is, I want a new thief. I think playing a char thief this whole time has kind of made me less excited about thief. Because the animations aren't as slick and aren't as fun. Whenever I had PvP on Thief, I'd never play it on my char. Well, I did a little bit for a little while, but I mostly did it on the Sylvari. Anyway, I saw a thread on Reddit that really fascinated me. And what it was this. It was this new quiver that they've just added to the gem store. Now, you guys know me. I'm not really one for shilling gem store, blah, 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 blah. But this quiver apparently is special in some way. In as much as... So... Oh, I can't wear it all at once. Or can I wear it? So it's got a cape. Or it's got the quiver. Or it's got both at once. Now, I think that's pretty cool. But here's the thing. When you have like a bow or something... Shit, this... I don't even have a bow. Do I actually have one equipped on him? I mean, obviously I've got the legendaries. If we do a bow, let's do a regular short bow for a second. Doesn't it move? I swear I saw on Reddit it moves. Maybe it was because of rifle. Does it move? But anyway, that rather fascinated me. That it's got like some special thing on it. Doesn't it clip around or something? Or is it that they just shuffled it to the side? The guy demonstrated with a rifle. Yeah, it was a rifle that he was demonstrating with. Oh my god, do you know what? I again and again and again, I keep telling myself that I have all the Gen 1 legendaries, and I fucking don't. I don't have the Predator. The last one I don't have, it's the Predator. So I'll actually have to go buy a basic one here, because he doesn't even have a basic one to look at. Just go have a look. You think it's always just to the side? I swear I saw it clipping left to right. And it sort of blew my mind, so I wanted to look at it. Anyway, it kind of reminded me, you know, I did the new player class guide as well. And it reminded me of this character. When you pick Sylvari Male Thief. Look how fucking cool that guy looks. And it just made me think, I've got to get a good fashion mod set up on my Thief eventually at some point. The footage of that video is really weird. I found myself super into like the leather and, you know, just the materials and everything from all the fashion. So, yeah, I kind of want to look into it. And I'm not going Sylvari, I'm going human here. But I think it's good enough. Put a greatsword and change from the cape without the quiver. And the one with the quiver. Well, I want a thief. I can't use a greatsword, first of all. But what are you trying to say? It does move. The quiver will go to the right-hand side of the hoodie. Any two-handed weapon, the normal cape has it in the center. Oh, it's the quiver's moving the weapon. The quiver doesn't move, the weapon moves. Ah! And it is happening already. I see. Yeah, that's really good, right? It does look good. And I love that combo, by the way, quiver with a rifle. People in the comments were like, oh, that looks stupid, you know. But I thought, oh, that's pretty exciting, actually. What about alliances? Any update? There's a delay. The beta was going to be last weekend, but there's a delay. I don't know after that. I think they did some kind of technical post about it to a certain degree, but I haven't been following very closely. I am interested. Noct, who's in chat here at the moment, actually told me that the diamond chest in World vs. World isn't a pain to get anymore. So if I do start grinding this for medium legendary armor, for example, apparently it's not a nightmare anymore. So I might even squeeze some of that in. I mean, we've got a good amount of time we can play here today. So the question is, what do we want? Cape and quiver? I mean, even that alone, the combo is kind of a novel setup. It's kind of a setup we haven't seen before. Now, and it's dyeable. I mean, how cool is this, honestly? Now, that's not very thiefy, right? So what color do we go with? I mean, Abyssal Forest Too dark. Why don't you let me scroll into the top? So Abyss. Shadow Abyss is probably way too... Oh, Abyss is good. Look, look, you can see the actual material texture there. Can you guys see that on Twitch? I'm squinting at OBS right now, and I'm wondering if it's killed the detail. Thank you for the sub, by the way. Thank you for the sub, by the way. That's my own stream. Let me turn that off. Coming back through desktop audio. Einolf, thank you. Einolf, I swear to God, I feel like I always see you subbing. You must only do it once per month, right? But I feel like I always see... In fact, it just says resubscribed for 1 month. I feel like I always see your name. I don't know what that is. Kyniel earlier. Bayabar, thank you very much. We actually have a sub goal going at the moment, guys, which is like another... It's 42 away. So if you are considering it, please feel free to help out. I actually last night went through all of my analytics for like years on Twitch. And the truth is, we've actually got a pretty good sub amount right now. Mostly through Final Fantasy XIV streams, which is pretty cool. So anyway, yeah, if you guys want to keep pushing that goal, and then please feel free to. Now, here's the thing. This outfit is clipping into the cape, but do we care? I think we care a little bit, don't we? Now, that's because I went with the bladed legs. Oh, no, it's not the legs. It's the bladed chest that's causing that. Aha. Runic Hunter looks pretty good. How much other Runic Hunter stuff is there? Now, I like these gauntlets. So, I don't think I'm going to swap the gauntlets. Oh, the boots there. The boots are cool as well. With the... Is it like blades coming off of them? Maybe Runic Hunter isn't that cool. And we definitely want the hood. Oh, man, that bladed chest is so good, but it creates like this skirt thing at the bottom, which isn't what I really want. Let me see something here. First of all, let's go to larger so that we get as big a preview as is possible. And any recommendations, guys? Laystone's alright, but I don't want anything with like glow on it at all. I don't want any kind of weird, hazy, like, you know, mess. You got Strider chest? Okay, let's have a quick look. Yeah, that's not too bad. Oh, so much of the bladed looks good, though. Elegy? You think just basic elegy? Elegy's very metallic and like... Oh, I love the chains and everything on bladed. Any other suggestions, guys? Welcome to medium armor. It's always the chest. That's too clothy. War Beast isn't bad, is it? Elonian and Sunspear. I mean, what about Sunspear? It looks like it's clipping ever so slightly. Yeah, someone else just said War Beast. I could go with the glorious stuff from PvP. Oh, that's interesting. If that one doesn't clip, that actually I quite like. Mistwalker. I know it's got all the fur on it. It's funny, people probably hate to hear this, but I quite like trench coats. That's a bit too much like a suit. Whispers is a cool choice as well. Oh, I like that. I bet we could make Whispers work. I like the theme idea of Whispers. I love these little things at the bottom. Vigil. Vigil medium's just such a weird idea to me. Priory looks pretty cool too. Priory is one of the most distinctive like sets visually to me. Like these kind of arches, this kind of like pattern. Feels very, very, very familiar to me. Crater's cool as well. That's like a classic look there. And the slight fraying at the bottom, that feels pretty thiefy. Oh, and the belt. I think Crater might be what I go for. It's almost like thuggy. I think that I actually look Ampha-like there. Genuinely, I feel like I look like an Ampha. Obviously, the dyes are slightly off. Bounty Hunter? Okay, hold on. We got a lot more suggestions here. So, Bounty Hunter? Bounty Hunter I usually love. Oh, yeah, Bounty Hunter's good, isn't it? Oh, I love, like, this big-ass sash that just, like, comes down the front. Is that clipping? I don't know. Is it clipping? Very briefly, for a short moment. Bounty Hunter kind of works with the quiver idea as well, doesn't it? Looks like an Asian. Maybe a little bit. Thancred cosplay? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm becoming Thancred, guys. I mean, that looks good as well. Sneak Thief. Oh, hold on. What's my helmet? Oh, it's the subterfuge hood. By the way, what gear is this? It's not even real gear, so we're going to have to figure that out. What about the precursor of the legendary chest? What's it called? Envoy. Well, Envoy... Perfected Envoy is that. Refined Envoy? Wow, there's a huge difference. That's... Oh, because this kind of incorporates the legs too at the same time, I suppose. I don't really like those. Isn't it a bit strange to have a hood on when the cape already has one? Oh no! You shouldn't have pointed it out! Oh, you've ruined it! You've ruined it! It's okay, this is an underhood. This is like a waterproof hood. I'm gonna delete that comment and pretend it doesn't exist. Hey Matt, welcome. Any other suggestions, guys? I feel like Bounty Hunter is my favorite now. It's either Bounty Hunter or Crater. Let's have a look at Crater again. I look more like a thief there and more like a bounty hunter here, I mean. Runic I already looked at. I wasn't too hot on. I don't know. Runic looks sort of okay, but I also know what the full set's visual accomplishes, and it just looks like a weird half and half. Warbeast I looked at a second ago. I'm not too keen on the, you can't really see him here, but like the glow stick energy bits pumping through it. Your best videos equals the Grimrock playthrough. I tell no lies. I think that's a good playthrough too. I think that has the perfect blend of like chill vibes, but also trivia. And the perfect blend of like emergent stuff can happen in the videos versus... It sort of makes my playthrough unique versus just giving information. I do actually think that as far as LPs go, that's probably the best format I ever did. I like the Grimrock stuff. I still feel kind of bad that I didn't do much on the new game the studio made. But I mean, we tried to stream on it and the frame drop was mental. I think I'm going to do Warbeast. Not Warbeast. Bounty Hunter. Which we already have. This shoulder piece works really well as well. The only weird thing is... I don't really like how exposed a lot of my skin is in it. But maybe it's not a big deal. Now, do you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking we can dye a part of it to look kind of leathery. Oh no, not that. Not like that either. What does it have to be? Like grey, glossy black. Well, we can do that so that it matches the hood. Do you guys get what I mean? What I'm going for here? Charcoal? No. Cocoa? Yeah, cocoa is kind of what I'm going for. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. What colour should the scales be? Just black? Or grey? How does it look as Shadow Abyss? A dark green. Godless. You think Godless is good? I mean, it's a lot of what we look like. Metallic? Not sure. Can I not spell? Gunmetal or mud metal? Someone would have looked at me doing that and thought, oh, WP doesn't even know that metallic's not a real dye. I like the contrast on this, actually. Similar color to the quiver. Well, yeah, I was wondering that. But it's a different material, though, isn't it? The guy's setup in his in the screenshot thing I saw on Reddit was really cool. It didn't look much like this, but tar is OP, at least on metal. Well, this is not metal with dyeing, is it? This is like oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Nice. Okay, so any other recommendations you guys think? We've got a mini whispers creator. Anything else? Obviously, we can change our bow to something. I don't know what. Something new, I assume. Dark matter short bow. Now, that's got glow on it, but maybe because it's the only place with some glow, it sort of works. The precursor for Chuk and Chumpawat. What's the precursor called? I can't remember what it's called. Tigris? Tigris? Holy shit, it is Tigris. How did I know that? This one's quite big. It's almost... I think we lose the beauty of that quiver being that way if it clips into it too much. Ashful. In the Reddit thread, they showed a crossbow rifle skin. Do you guys know of any really special... Oh, Gorilla. This is the Renegade one, right? Huh. That's good. That adds red to the setup, though, which we haven't otherwise used. Yeah, do you guys know if there's any kind of... Is there like a crossbow-looking bow? There's a rifle. That's iron sight. Yeah. Any bows that kind of... You know, it's like a scythe, a staff that looks like a scythe kind of thing. Lawkeeper kind of fits the colors a bit. Has a bit of a trail. Is it weird that I like that trail though? Oh, I kind of like black and gold, man. Who sings that? Sam Sparrow? That's quite good, isn't it? Maybe we need to emphasize the gold in the setup and run with the Lawkeeper thing. Damn you, you're up early. I'm actually... Oh, okay, just so that you guys know, as far as streams and stuff are concerned, the time I'm up right now is when I actually want to start streaming. I'm not making any promises, but one thing I would quite like to do is I'd like to start streams around now and end them like in the evening. I think that would be pretty cool. So as soon as I've got my sleep regulated and on track, and it might have finally clicked, this could be what to expect. I had a lot of messages on the Super Q&A video I did the other day of people saying, hey, look, you'll have more consistent growth if you have a tight schedule. And you'll notice through this whole project the past month and a half, I haven't had a tight schedule. I've just said keep an eye out. And that's been fine, but maybe people are right, you know. So I sort of thought, what time of day would I like to start? And I think right after lunch for me is pretty good, because that's like breakfast time for Americans. And then it's like afternoon and evening entertainment for all of us in Europe. I think it's cool. I saw a stat of Twitch overall views on Twitch, and it's like for 12 hours of the day, basically no one watches this website comparatively. And then the other 12 hours of the day, there's insane activity, and you can see it just pulses up and down, up and down, up and down every day on a 24-hour clock. There's 12 hours of activity and then 12 hours of it dying off. And right now is when the activity is starting to rise. Basically 1 o'clock till 1 o'clock is like the busy hours of Twitch for UK time. And then 1 o'clock to 1 o'clock over the night hours is very quiet. So, you know, if we started streaming at this time consistently, this is kind of like riding the wave sort of thing. So, it clicked, he says, when he woke up at like 4 a.m. to record a video. Yeah, but that's good. That's good because I can just stay up. I can make it. I will only have been awake 12 hours when 4 p.m. goes by. So that's fine. I can just stay up late, so to speak, a few days in a row until it sort of shifts around. And then I'm getting up at 8, 9 o'clock. It's not far. I'm only about 5 hours off base. It's good. Believe me, when I say my sleep's bad, I'm not like saying that lightly. It's bad. It's a lot worse than 4 a.m. 4 a.m.'s a victory to me. Am I doing FF today? Not today, no. This is a big news day for Guild Wars. So I'm happy to talk about Final Fantasy, and anyone who's watched me from Final Fantasy stuff wants to stick it out. See the other side, so to speak. So do you think we should go like really heavy gold here, or is that too much? It's probably too much, isn't it? It's a bit like kiddie, that. What if we just use the gold dye? Do a more subtle gold. What did I pick a second ago? Aureus? Banana? That's not subtle. Antique gold. That just looks even more stained. Oh, I get a weird sense of like painting Warhammer figures, I guess. For me, it's actually Lord of the Rings figures, because that was the tabletop I played. But actually painting these gold, that's weird. Gold fusion is nice. Looks quite dark on the swatch. Oh, it's very dark. It also looks quite shiny, though. The bounty hunter chest theme doesn't fit with gold. You cannot do that. Well, maybe we're going into a new theme. What does fit with it? Does the Crichton one now fit? I mean, you're right. I'm kind of going Jade Brotherhood now, aren't I? Instead of Ampha. Do white or silver on the cape. Gold on the quiver. Imperial gold is my classic favorite gold. Look how bright that is. Look how gaudy that is. My god. Jesus. If I just type gold. Oh my god. Midnight gold? Rose gold? Harvest gold. Oh, harvest gold's nice. That's a nice... it's probably too strong, isn't it? Golden sheen? Gold fusion? Radiant gold. It's so easy to like overblow it, right? Mind you, the panel is one thing. Is there a brass color? Oh yeah, there's every color under the sun, man. Enameled brass, radiant brass, brass. Matriarch brass. What about radiant brass? Is that the middle ground that we've been looking for? I don't know, it looks weird now, doesn't it? It doesn't look right, I don't think. Ancient silver. So we carry on with the black and white thing. When we originally made this, we were doing like a black and white kind of setup. Which would mean that it's the fractal bow we want. Oh, it's so ugly though. The bow itself is so ugly. Oh, the trail's pretty ugly too, to be honest. I don't know. I don't think we do the fractal bow. I wonder what the gold fractal bow looks like. Do I even have the gold short bow? No. I have the golden wing. Redemption is a decent middle ground gold. Welcome, Ales, by the way. Your badge just caught my attention. I tried to update the badges, guys. As you can see. So basically how it goes now is 1 potato if you've subbed for a month. Your second month, you get a second potato. Your third month, you get a third. And then, next time the badge increases, it becomes bronze potatoes. And then 2, and then 3. And then silver, and then 2, and then the 3 silver. And then gold, and then 2, and then 3. And then you go into legendary territory. So if you drop a message in chat, you'll see where you are on that scale. Yeah, and in 3 months you get to the legendary frame. Well, there you go. So anyway, that's quite a special one. I don't think I'll find many people in chat with 51 goddamn months. All right. Oh, you went and vanquished a few Canthan maps after the tour. That's awesome, man. I nearly made that the footage of the video, but sort of wimped out after a while. So if we're not doing Lawkeeper, are there any special bows you guys can think of at all? Bows that just have really unique designs. It's like, wow, that's very different. Like the crossbow thing that I said. Is there any? It doesn't have to be, it looks like another weapon. Oh, there is, yeah, like the slingshot, the Winter's Day slingshot. Yeah, exactly that kind of thing, yeah. I mean, that's not badass, though, and that just brings me back to PvPing on the original Winter's Day, so. Dreamer, I suppose that counts. Desert King, I don't know if it fits his gold again, though, innit? Desert King's fucking huge as well, look at that thing. That's like a real-life compound bow. Ebon Vanguard. Shifting Sands. Oh, there, that is very interesting, isn't it? Again, but when I apply, does it move the... Kind of ruins it if it goes over the... What about the big golden bow with the wings? You feel like this cape should go with a normal looking bow? Yeah, I think so, yeah. Did you see, WP, did you see the person on Reddit who edited the colours of the Jade Seed trailer to fit more with Guild Wars 1? I did see that, yeah. And it looks better, doesn't it? It does. I mean, I have my whole discussion online about it at the moment. I don't feel too strongly about it. But I think it looked better in that edit, for sure. Oh, the fire breathing one? Wait, is that... It's just called fire breathing, is it? I don't have that. We found a skin I don't have there. In fact, yeah, let's look at what I don't have. I don't know how out of touch I am on a lot of this stuff now. I never would have had a great collection of short bows anyway. Two-handed short bow. I am missing the Abyssal Fractal one. The Azure Dragon. The Bright Inquisitor. The Candy... Jesus Christ. The Candy Cane. Charged Stormcaller. Crimson Dragon Slayer. Crimson Vanquisher Shortbow. Actually looks pretty cool as far as Super Adventure Box ones goes. Demon Haunted. Crystal Splitter. I don't know where Crystal Splitter's from. Divine Sovereign. The Dragon Slayer. The Flame Serpent. Fiery Dragon Slayer. Oh no, that's Ice Speed Saga, right? Aetherbound. Fortune. The Gold Fractal one. The Imbued Holographic Lover. The Illuminated Boreal Shortbow. The Icy Dragon. The actual Holographic Lover. Magical. Maguma. Now that's new, isn't it? Oh, this is supposed to be like a Robin Hood set, right? And they've just added this, haven't they? Is that the idea? They're all, Am I supposed to be like a Dryad type thing? I would love to look like a Dryad. Now, would that look cool as a Spectre? I mean, maybe. I think Onyx Lion looks great as well. I'd love to do Onyx Lion. That's black and gold again. Short bow of the Scion, of the Sunless, of the Broken Voice, Shimmering Aurora, Shrine Guardian Storm, oh fucking hell, Tenebrous, Tengu Echo. Oh wow, Tengu short bow looks good as well. That's black and red. Venom Bite, Vermilion. Holy fuck, is that the one? Is that what you were talking about? How is that a short bow? Are you fucking serious? Is that bugged? Yeah, Onyx Lion is a bit... That's insane. Is that a short bow? Jesus Christ. That's obviously a gem store skin. When did that come in, though? Holy fuck. Is that what they meant? Oh, I quite like that. The Watch Keep trophy. White mantle and then winter green. It was Black Lion a few chests ago. Right. Well, anyway, it doesn't fit the vibe we were going for. Alright, what am I doing? I think I'm going to go Crichton. No, I'm not going to go Crichton. Bounty Hunter just looks so much better. So what if we just go Beast Slayer, right? Beast Slayer is like the Bounty Hunter complementing set. How does that look on a short bow, though? Oh, it's rubbish. Beast Slayer is so good on some things. Like the Beast Slayer shield is like one of my favorites. Okay, the problem that I've got here, right, is that the back, the new stuff we're doing with the quiver, that is not a bounty hunter, is it? That's not like a monster hunter type thing. So maybe I do Crichton. And for weapon, we do something a little bit more technology looking. What about Aether short bow? Any suggestions? Rox's quiver? Well, no. This is the new quiver. This is the quiver cape combo. If I do Rox's quiver, I don't get a cape with it. And it doesn't move over. Guys, I want to use the cape and the quiver. I just got this off the gem store. So I want to use the new back piece. That's not the negotiation. The negotiation is everything else. Okay, so comments about removing that are the only kind of unhelpful ones. You went with God's Skull? Oh, you're talking about the bounty hunters type thing. Gallant? Screw you, WP, now you've made me want to buy this. Yeah, the shifting thing. If you guys never caught it a second ago, it's because it shifts. It's really good. Watch Keep trophy? Oh, no, that was what I was looking at. WP, do you like the rifles from the Scrying Pool mission? The Ash Legion rifle? I remember those weapons being generally quite cool. I know it's probably way too early to go into this pre-release, and that there's a ton of lore context to it, but I'm quite disappointed the cultures, building styles, and the Jade Sea and Echoveld Wild seem very similar. I would like to come back with the Luxon and the Kurzik styles. I got a whole point I want to make about that, like a big point, but we'll do this little Fashion Wars section first, and then remind me to come back to it. It's less bounty hunter adventure and more guardsman kind of feel to me. Well, I'm wondering if I should make it a Jade Brotherhood thing. Maybe I should be a Jade Brotherhood guy. Maybe Crichton isn't the right way. What's a good Jade Brotherhood, like, get up, though? I love the idea of just doing this for the bare arms. Would Chuka be too much? No, I love Chuka. Chuka is, like, such a cool weapon to me. I remember watching Sinrena play Thief with Chuka and Chumpwa years ago, and I was like, fuck, I like that longbow. Short bow, so I went to get it. But it kind of, it is too much because it ruins the quiver. What I want is to be able to see the quiver and the bow next to each other. I want a good-sized bow, but I want it to be separate from the quiver, if that makes sense. It's got to be, like, shifted over. Like this, the Slayerite one is perfectly positioned and decent size. But do we want a kind of lame-looking thing that's just dripping with blood? Now, Rox's short bow is interesting. Peacemaker. I mean, a lot of them are right. Welcome to Shortbow Life. If it looks good, it's on the wrong place on your back. Yeah, I've never had this problem. Watchkeeper, you guys think? I don't have it. I don't have Watchkeeper. Ascalonian. Someone's been boosting Ascalonian hardcore. The colour seems weird to me on the Ascalonian one. Oh, man. Diable weapons for End of Dragons. That would be nice. Packed Fleet's pretty good. Maybe we do Packed Fleet and we do Whispers. And we're like, in fact, what's just the Whispers stuff look like? Maybe we go full Whispers. Usually I do the Whispers backpack, but... What do you guys think? I mean, we're just going to look like an NPC at that point. Also, is it weird that I like this cape a lot less now that it's not green? What about the Ebonhawk one? Vigil? Vigil? The Ebonhawk one? I mean, I like the Ebonhawk one, but again, it's the... Well, maybe we did... By the way, do they all have bowstrings? Or do only some of them have bowstrings? I can see the string quite clearly on that. The quiver looks very elven. Yeah, you're right, it is. It's basically, like Peter Jackson's version of elves, isn't it, really? It looks like it could be straight out of Rivendell. It's a Legolas cosplay item. Maybe I should try it on my Sylvari. Maybe that's where I should wear this back piece. Anyway, now let's have a quick look. Well, does he have Deadeye unlocked? He doesn't have anything unlocked. So this character's basically got nothing set up. So I'd kind of just play through the game on them again. But I think that's pretty cool, right? And we stick with the... Okay, so well, hold on. Let's see about dyeing the quiver now. If we're going with a black and white scheme, how does the quiver look when we make it black? Is it cooler or... I mean, it's all too samey now, isn't it? Maybe the quiver needs to be white. But not that white. The thing is, if it's white, you miss the details. I don't know which one really to go with here. Dark brown. I'm literally just going to type dark brown in. And see what comes up. Oh my god. Sorry, what? Oh, bloodstone dark violet. Dark chocolate? Oh wow, by the way. Maybe I messed up with the cape. With the cape dye. Because that's clearly got a lot more detail coming out of it. Or is it just the lighting? I guess it's just the lighting. Yeah, darkness, that's what I just tried. Looks like velvet. It's so weird. It's very different in the preview right now, isn't it? Maybe that's because we're in a dark area of Divinity's Reach, though. Alright, maybe we just keep the black quiver as well. You know what I think as well? I think our hood is dyed badly. I think our hood is like way too... It looks like a rain hood or something, doesn't it? I think it needs to lighten up a little bit. I don't know. I don't know whether that really helped. The rock shortbow has a shimmer when you have it out. Yeah, I've got to be honest. I don't like this dinky little shortbow. I want a big shortbow that isn't clipping. How does rocks look? It kind of clips. Oh yeah, it does have a shimmer, doesn't it? Dark matter? Well, dark matter I was looking at a second ago. It does lean across it quite well. It does avoid it, and it's pretty big. Oh, the cape kind of sucks, because it avoids... It's weird, because the back piece allows you to avoid the quiver, but not the cape. I reckon that's alright, though. So maybe that's where we go? WP, were you planning on doing something with this thief? Yeah, kind of, because my char, I don't really like playing a char thief. It's too big and bulky. This profession, I feel like I want something a bit smaller and a bit more precise. and I don't know. It's like the one class that I never quite click with, and I usually blame it on initiative, but it might just be this. So yeah, I figure if I can get someone looking really badass and cool, then maybe it will encourage me to play it a little bit more. It's sort of like how you know, how much I like playing Liz these days, just because like she's got cool mounts set up, she's got a cool outfit, she's just fucking awesome. Asura Thief is best in slot. I like the idea of having like a little... It's weird because I have an NG Asura that I no longer really want as an Asura, and I have an Ellie Asura that I no longer really want Ellie to be Asura. The only class I want as Asura is either Necro or Thief, because I like the like little grub, ugly, bald little grub thing. I think that's a cool aesthetic. So what we would be doing is sacrificing the furthered sensor. Nah, it's clipping all over the place. It just wouldn't look good. I'll tell you what though, the shoulders look good with the leaves wrapping around. The shoulders look awesome. But we'd have to kill the chest piece. You could maybe make it work. Not ugly, beautiful. I mean, definitely it's close. It's not too bad, I'll give you that. It's not too bad. Alright, okay, so, let's get into the Season of the Dragon stuff, shall we? Yeah, I could just pick one of the other cultural chests, yeah. So, like, you got Nightshade, or, what's the other one? I don't actually know. Orchid, Nightshade, something else. I don't remember what the last thing is. Oh, I gotta get on with provisional tokens. It's always the way, isn't it? So, I did actually collect a chest of loyalty here. So let's pick up our laurels. I always do laurels. I think the only other one that's alright is ascended materials, isn't it? Anything to speed up a time gate's good for me. Now another cool thing. Check out this mail here, guys. Ready? It's from Coos. And I gotta say, man, the whole way through the Path of Fire era, Coos has been diligently working away with the Spud 2, mailing me. And I mean, Path of Fire era has actually gone on for years now. And this is kind of a special moment now in the, we're done. This is it. How's everything we're going? The final upgrade for Spud 2's Guild Hall is here. Do you want to get on the next stream? He sent that 2 days ago. So yeah, let's do it. The final upgrade. Now, I streamed the vast majority of these. I think a couple Coos did it themselves. But this is it. This is the final moment. And it's quite well timed as well, since End of Dragons is coming out soon. Legendary for the Mystic Clovers. I suppose that's fair. If you don't spend any time in PvP or World vs. World and you're actually gambling and rolling for Clovers, yeah. Or Fractals even. Don't forget you can get daily Clovers from Fractals. So what's the final upgrade is the question. I don't know what building it's at. I would assume up at World vs. World. Let's check the market proprietor though, real quick. And am I actually repping the right version of Spud? I am repping the right version. Okay, what upgrades are available? Well, this one's done. Marketplace is done. Last I checked, I think there were a couple left there. Let's go up to World vs. World real quick. WP. Yeah, so by the way, guys, we can do a bit of a Q&A here now as well as I get into the actual gameplay. I'm hoping this will just be lots of nice, fun discussion for us. Okay, War Room Proprietor. Okay, War Room's done. Is it the arena? Maybe the arena needed an upgrade? So yeah, WP, do you think GW2 would be more grounded and interesting story-wise if humans were the only playable race like in the first game? No, I think it's all in the execution and delivery. And I think that maybe there's a little bit more risk in having a wider cast, a more diverse cast, but it's just how they choose to handle them. And any things that you dislike about how they choose to handle these might have manifested equally in abundance had they just stuck with only humans. Where am I going? All these coordinators. This is the one place I really don't like. That's free for all. Red team, blue team, green team. Obstacles. Invulnerability. Oh, he's all the way on the other side. Okay. Well, it makes sense that they keep it separate for clarity. But that just ended up confusing me there, really. Hi, I'm kind of new to Guild Wars 2, and I wanted to ask you, what do you find the best weapon combo for Ellie? If you're new, Dagger Dagger. If you're exploring the expansions, the main story, just like running around, Dagger Dagger is really, really impactful, super fun to just sort of naturally figure out the flow of. There's lots of different ways you can combo around with it. It segues beautifully into the first elite specialization, which will get offhand Warhorn and pairs beautifully with Dagger as well. Dagger Dagger is definitely the best thing. It's not that it's always meta in every area of the game and so on, but if you're new, Dagger Dagger is definitely the way to play it. If you want that ranged experience as well, and you want to be like a backline caster, what I suggest you do is actually play Scepter and use minion summons to aggro enemies while you stay at range with your Scepter. You could do it with a staff as well, but I think Scepter's a little bit more fun in PvE. Okay, it's not the tavern, it's not the arena. Is it the mine? That's quite funny if the mine is the last one. I would have thought we'd had all the mine stuff done. The mine's the only one I haven't checked, isn't it? Jesus Christ, these hollow decorations are just so crazy. Oh yeah, the go back to GW2 challenge. Yeah, so it actually timed out. And I was just gonna kill it, right? I was gonna delete it off of Twitch because, like, who really cares? It doesn't actually mean anything. Except something incredible happened. I'm not allowed to get rid of it. Unless, if I get rid of it, it refunds everyone's potatoes. So that's like hundreds of thousands of potatoes would get refunded right there. And I thought, oh my god, I don't know whether I can flood the economy there. So, oh, approve upgrade is disabled. It's mining rate 6. Why might it be disabled? Oh, because we don't have the favor. Oh, we actually can't afford it. We need to do a couple of guild missions. So let's have a quick look here. So anyway, yeah, I brought it back. Not that it really does anything, but if you guys have potatoes to spare. By the way, I sort of, I was lurking on a stream. Is Carrot around? I think they're called Carrot Whiskey. Is Carrot Whiskey around? They might not be here. I mean, there's a pretty low chance, I suppose. Somebody tell me if Carrot Whiskey is around, because I was lurking on someone else's stream, completely unrelated to Guild Wars or anything you've ever known me associated with. Almost completely. And I swear, I was like, holy fuck, that's one of my viewers, was in their chat. Like this completely random stream that I was lurking on. It was not Final Fantasy related. It wasn't Final Fantasy. Anyway, so I was lurking through the stream and I noticed how slow channel points come in. 12,000! Cool Boy Jake just spent 12,000 on the channel. They come in slow. I'm now realizing, like, if people lose like 10k plus in a bet, that's crazy. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, the fact we drained hundreds of thousands on like a challenge like that, I don't know, man. I also bumped up the price of Emote only chat because some people were saying they were getting a bit frustrated about it when we were on the Final Fantasy streams. People got annoyed that it kept happening. It's 12k total, 2k a day. What do you mean it's 2k a day? You only get potatoes while you're lurking, right? And while the stream is live. So if I don't go live on those days, you don't get any potatoes, do you? Right, I should be able to solo a trek. And that will reward 300. I can solo a bounty as well. This is probably quicker. Brecca Breck. I can't remember which map Brecca Breck's from. I remember fighting Brecca, but I cannot for the life. Is Brecca in Fields? Is that no? Or is it Harathi? It's the Harathi one. Is it Brecca's the guy that does this loop? Okay. And I think counterclockwise is to go south first. He's always in the cavern to the north. He does this loop, doesn't he? Isn't this the general loop that he does? Yeah, so maybe hold on to your potatoes, guys, to spend them on something more fun if you like, or just spam them out. I was looking at Twitch extensions earlier, trying to... Oh, there we go. Easy peasy. Let me start an Earth, because I'm going to summon my Earth Elemental to start this off. Oh, love that quickness. Unfortunately, I can't bounce it with Sand Squall because I was too slow. So we'll try and get it on the second loop. Might not be able to. Heat Sink so that my Golem has 25 might. Gale Song procced, so I missed the overload. This is actually the wrong build. I have Signet of Air, not Signet of Fire. There we go. Let's get Signet of Fire on there. I mean, Signet of Air is quite nice for just running around. It's not too bad. Alright, guild mission complete. I get a commendation, which I won anyway, so hurrah all round. Okay, and now we've got 700 favor. Okay, so here we go. Final upgrade. It's the mine. Brilliant. Yeah, sorry. Did I talk myself off of a conversation there? Will ArenaNet change core aspects of the new elite specs to improve them? Option 1. Or just tweak numbers and call it day? Option 2. You're talking about beta 4? It's a brilliant question, isn't it? I don't know. What do you guys in chat think that they'll do? See, I noted that on the Extra Life stream, they were really cagey about actually talking about what they were changing. And so to me, that kind of seemed like maybe they were being more substantive about what they were going to offer people. And so maybe there's big stuff. You trust CMC? To be honest, well, I don't know. I mean, that's your right to do that. You think they'll fix the aftercast and general clunkiness? I think bugs will be improved. That's definitely true. There you go. That's it. Spud 2 has now got every single upgrade. They're both level 69. Can I just remind you guys, we have 2 branches, whether you live in EU or you live on NA. We have a guild for both of you. We're going to have 1,000 members at the start of End of Dragons. We are recruiting. Obviously, End of Dragons is still a couple of months away. So, but if you're sure you want an active community and you're going to be playing regularly and you're going to be doing a lot when the game comes out, please feel free to mail me and you can get a guild invite. You can check out Discord for information on how to actually join. And yeah, everyone's welcome. You don't have to spend money to get in or anything like that. The more the merrier, really. Or the only requirement is you're active, and hopefully you use chat, because I'm trying to get something of a friendly atmosphere going where we all chat a lot. And I'm not always online, right? So the more social people are, the better. I'm still holding on hope to a different legendary set than the Aurene set that they might have teased with the word sets. Okay, hold on. Let's go to Biora, and we're going to do logging in Biora. So let's go. Oh, wait. Okay, before the... Okay, well, no, I'll answer you first. I don't know. They say sets of legendary weapon. How was it phrased? I don't know. I get what you mean, but it was kind of a matter of interpretation, and it was a lot to pin on one letter. Right? That little S that was in there. I don't know. It just, to me, it's like, if there's multiple sets, shouldn't they be doing a big song and dance about it? I don't know. Maybe it's because it's too far out in the future and they don't know what they're doing or something, but it is a bit weird to me. I'm not excited about the idea of new legendaries. Okay, so, Biora is pretty good looking, right, with the post-processing and stuff. I think, now this is something I've been wondering, right? It was going to make it into my video. I did 2 videos today. I did one about the Jade C news, in which we talk about how underwhelming the Jade C looks in the sequel game. And I did another one, which was all about... This isn't too loud, is it, guys? Which was about the turtle. But in the first one, I had scripted a whole section at the end, which is a little theory of mine about why Xingji doesn't look that great, and why Echoval doesn't look that great, and why the Jade C doesn't look that great. Now, people are all saying, oh, it's because all the talented devs have gone. It's because none of the new devs have even played the original game. Blah, 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 blah. That's like the thing that you read everywhere online. See, I don't know whether it's that. Here's what I'm wondering, right? And I really think I might be about to speak some truth here to the situation. Oh, did an ad just play? Sorry, guys. If you're a sub, you won't see them. I have a little story about the ads. Oh, it's going on right now. Oh, if you can hear me right now, either you're using an ad blocker or you're a sub. I think, right? Because an ad should be playing. Yeah, I'm about to speak truth. Ad. I thought it was already over. All right, I got a little story about that. Oh, I don't want to ruin my anecdote now while people are off. I should be able to snooze those. I don't quite know how to do it. You just got an ad purely in German for Amazon. How does it even work? Does it kick people off? When I get ads on Twitch, it kicks me off. Yours was in Spanish. Oh, on mobile, you don't get them. All right, well, I'll continue my story in a second here. I'm gonna get a drink. Sorry, not get a drink, have a drink. Anecdotes are premium content. I know. What I would love is a little sound effect. I'd love the website to give me a little sound effect when an ads are coming up so that I know, so I can warn people. Ad blocked and subbed, easy. Oh, you're using easy. I just brought that emote back. Oh, there's loads of Twitch stuff for me to talk about. All right, I'm going to finish my little thing. Okay, so here's the idea, right? I don't think it's brain drain. I don't think it's that the devs have lost. Let's look at something that's very clear, okay? Let's follow the story very, very clear. Season 4 ends. Clearly, they didn't want to do another expansion because they weren't developing an expansion during Season 4. That's the fact. You can't dispute that. That's obviously true. They didn't want to do another expansion. Otherwise, they would have done the same thing they were doing during Season 3. They made POF during Season 3. Why didn't they make anything during Season 4? Because they never wanted to do an X-Pack. The layoffs happen. Whatever their plan was goes awry. Again, they make the decision not to do an expansion. They don't want to do an expansion. They give us the Icebrood Saga instead. The theater show comes up, blah, 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 blah. Obviously, the studio doesn't want to make expansions. Halfway through Icebrood Saga, for whatever reason, on my end as a consumer, I would anecdotally say it's because the Icebrood Saga was not exciting to people whatsoever. They finally decide, okay, we'll make an expansion. But here's what history has told me about Guild Wars, and even going back to the Season 1 days, that the studio doesn't want to make expansions. That's what it looks like. They don't want to make expansions. So now that they're finally in a position where they're doing End of Dragons, and they might be committing to expansions evermore. Do you know what I think End of Dragons might be? Maybe they haven't relinquished their lack of desire to do expansions. Maybe they see how arbitrary the packaging is, right? Maybe they're like, well, Icebrood Saga is fucking cool. Bjorn Marches looks like an expansion map. You know, and the content we put out, we sold build templates. We did Cooking 500 and personal gardening. We did all these big things. They never committed to elite specs. Let's just leave that to a side for 1 second. But people won't value it because it's not an expansion. I wonder if basically the idea is for End of Dragons to just keep doing things exactly the same. Treat it like Living World. Produce it like Living World. Give it the same resources as Living World. But market it and sell it like an expansion. Quietly, hush hush, that's the plan. That's what I wonder. That's why Xingji looks like a Living World quality map, not a Heart of Thorns or POF quality map. That's why Echovoud looks like a Heart of Thorns map. That's why the Jade Sea looks, you know, generally... It's because, again, like, look at where we are. Bureau Marches, when we go to some of these nice... It's about the same quality, isn't it? So the key distinction here is that they're marketing and selling it like an X-Pack. Instead of it trickling out over the 2-year period, it releases all in bulk behind the box. That's why the Icebrood Saga looks like what it is. And what's a really rough part of the Icebrood Saga? Well, the elite specs, which clearly are full of animation reuse, and they're struggling to do something really good with, right? And well, what do you see then? That kind of tracks. It's like Living World wouldn't have been doing elite specs, so that's where they're really pressured to actually put the fucking things in. It's like, oh god, okay, we'll try our best, you know? Had the Icebrood Saga gone on, and they had actually started putting elite specs into the Icebrood Saga and into the Destroyer Saga and stuff, maybe they would have looked a lot like what these End of Dragons ones look like. So anyway, that's kind of my theory. It kind of makes sense to me that just they're so scared of expansions for all these years because it's such a constraint developmentally, resource-wise. It's so much pressure, right? That they're like, no, well, look, we can do Living World. Let's just keep doing what we're doing. We'll call it an expansion. We'll sell it like an expansion. People are that desperate. And they believe it's arbitrary. And in some ways it is arbitrary, because Season 4 was really fucking good, guys. Season 4 was really good. And Icebrood Saga, before it was slashed, was kind of getting there. But the community didn't see it. The community didn't care. If it's not an expansion that they're talking about on that theater stage, then people don't care. So maybe they just realized, well, we can't fight it, but we're not going to change our practices much. So there you have it. And why all of this? Why is it such a problem? Blah, blah, blah. Because my going idea here is because they're still working on other stuff. There's still other projects going on. They still don't believe that you can be one studio, one game. They're not confident enough to do that. They have a sizable amount of manpower on other games, other projects. And they really believe their future is with those. And obviously they can't talk about any of that yet. So that's my little theory. That's why it's not brain drain. It's just that basically what you're looking at is Living World bulked out. And before you say, oh, but WP, they wouldn't do the Siege Turtle in Living World. Hello? They did the Sky Scale in Living World. They did the Roller Beetle in Living World. Season 4 was fucking good. Season 4 was definitely good. And Icebrood Saga had traces of it as well. Living World is not as bad as your average MMO consumer thinks it is. I mean, maybe in terms of how they package it and they put the gem gates and all that kind of stuff, it does end up being a bit of a nightmare. But yeah, anyway, so that's kind of... And we all want our cake and to eat it too, right? We all want both, obviously. You just hated the Icebrood Saga ending. Honestly, there were some missteps before it got axed and slashed. Like the Smoder stuff. I don't know, though. They might have done the Smoder stuff for a hasty resolution because they knew it was... I don't know when, at what point. I don't know at what point they were told, okay, we're ending this so that we can do an expansion. And by the way, the devs are on the record on streams. They're on the record saying, hey, we were all excited to do an expansion instead. We wanted to make an expansion, so we were happy to move on from Icebrood Saga. The devs themselves prefer the idea of expansions, right? So they were happy to just kind of drop the Icebrood Saga and move on real quick. But I wonder if the realization that End of Dragons was going to be a thing happened at Drizzlewood's launch, maybe they did say, oh, well, fuck it. We're not going to have time to finish all this stuff we want to do with Smoder. So we'll just kill him off in these patches. We have to. We've got to make space. We've got to get headroom. Smoder cannot be in Champions. So we've got to deal with him. And then, so that misstep may even be explained by the End of by End of Dragons. But I don't know. Maybe the misstep isn't explained by it. Aside from that, though, what did Icebrood Saga really do wrong? Aside from committing the crime of not being an expansion, what else did it do wrong? I think Grothmar was pretty good. I mean, it kind of fucked up with strikes. It wasn't confident with strikes, and it didn't do them the way that it could and probably really should have. But, I mean, what other missteps were there? What do you guys think in chat? What do you think? Seriously. Grindy masteries? I don't mind grindy masteries. It's the only progression this game has to offer. But I get that I play it more than most people, so my threshold's higher. I mean, in terms of story tone and maturity and stuff, it was all really good. Wasn't it? I mean, I'm not just imagining that. I enjoyed all the characters generally. I know Bram's kind of a bit of a punching bag, but scenes like we had in Grothmar where he's drunk and we constantly hear them over the phone and stuff. I think that was really well done. Gorick was pleasant and fun the whole way through it. Timey was pleasant and fun the whole way through it. Ritlock was really boring and Ritlock's become pretty... But, I mean, even he's had his moments. There definitely were moments. Kreisha was brilliant. Bangar was brilliant. Ryland was brilliant. And the ideas they had were brilliant. God. I really do think they have a lot of talent on their writing staff at the moment. I really do. And I actually think that their desires and their thoughts and feelings about tone and maturity and stuff is actually very close to mine, based on what I've seen from the Icebreed Saga. So I really hope that End of Dragons has the space to do that stuff, you know, and keep going. I hope that they don't end up getting cold feet or moving on to other studios and shit like that. That would be such a sad moment. DRMs. Well, DRMs are after End of Dragons. DRMs are the mechanism through which they cut the Icebreed Saga. It's not fair to bring DRMs into this conversation. And for what it's worth, complete sidebar, because DRMs are not, they're sort of irrelevant. I actually quite like them. Oh, the way station mastery. Yeah, I think that was a bit of a misstep. Yeah. Free break bar damage for everyone, but it's convoluted and a bit weird. I mean, look, but the thing is, what's the real problem there, guys? Is it the way station, or is it just that masteries are shit? I know I'm a bit of a broken record with this, but let's be real. Come on, guys. Masteries are shit. Let's be real. The only way masteries work is like a tree, and they're very, very small perks. And I'm like choosing and branching and deciding what I go for first. If each patch added a mastery tree, this isn't a tree, ArenaNet. It's a line. It's not a tree. If there were actual trees, and each, you know, like this is like a triple mastery sometimes, right? If there were actually like individual little nodes that I could go for, and that idea that it becomes exponentially more challenging to get new points and train them, so the choice, your route through the tree like matters, then you have a system and then it can work. But they just, I don't know. I don't know what the mastery system's trying to do. It feels like it's like someone once upon a time had a good idea, and then so many committees and so many iterations got their hands on it that it means nothing by the end. I mean, that's the original sin of MMO development, isn't it, really? The only good mastery was Mount Stealth. Even that I don't really like too much. I don't like how the others are bonds, and then this is just Stealth 2.0. I don't know. And good to me doesn't mean useful, right? It's a useful mastery, but does that mean it's a good mastery? Hey, Fireball Annie just raided with 37 people. Welcome to you guys. We're doing a big pre-stream for the Siege Turtle announcement later on in the day. And the timing is fucked up because I'm doing real life stuff this evening. But yeah, so we're doing Season of the Dragon and some other stuff. Welcome, welcome everyone. Basically doing Q&A and discussing the future of Guild Wars and the current state of Guild Wars and so on. Nerdy PG says, honestly, Champion's been divided into 5 parts. The every 2-week events with the gathering of the races that didn't go anywhere. Dwarves reappearing in number and no payoff ruined Icebreed Saga. I mean, again, you're right, it did. It ruined it for me too, but it's all after the axe fell, you know? It's all after the decision to move away. And what I'm trying to say is, before that decision, Icebreed Saga didn't really have that many missteps. Not major missteps. It just committed the sin of not being an X-Pack. You know, if Icebreed Saga... If they'd squeezed in an X-Pack before the Icebreed Saga, and then that was just, you know... If we had that route, there would have been nothing wrong with it. If people felt like expansions were coming and it wasn't a replacement, it would have been fine. But it's just so... I mean, I just don't get it. I really don't. I don't get on what level they thought the living world in the minds of the community. Season 4 proved that it was never going to work. Season 4 was amazing content, and yet people still sneered at living world. At that point, you've got to give it up. You've got to realize expansions are the way. You've got to. I mean, just that whole decision is... I mean, and it's bizarre, but I mean, it was after a horrible moment for them also. You know. Who knows what kind of insane scrambling was going on there. Does WP know about or listen to UK drill music? No, I don't. What is drill music? Speaking of Season 4, that's obviously where we are now. See, by the way, you notice I use Springer a lot? I'm wondering if I'll be a Siege Turtle user later. If it can move horizontally a bit faster, but it's still got the general climbing access. But also the quality of life of lots of health. Could be the ultimate all-rounder. I don't know about you guys, what your all-rounders are. Skyscale is certainly a temptation, but it has the weird tendency to just like completely drop off. It's a very quick-paced rap. Well, I've never heard it, so I don't know. It sounds alright. Burgeoning genre or something that's existed for ages? You're a Jackal and Skyscale guy? I super underutilize the Jackal. I don't even know what skin I have on this character's Jackal at the moment. Oh, yeah, the Ninetales. I mean, Jackal's alright. With the Vigor Mastery, it's... When running uphill, Jackal is the best, right? Because a Raptor can't jump up hills, but this guy can teleport up them. Oh, I get... Does the health... No, the health won't affect full damage with it. Skyscale isn't satisfying for vertical movement because you cling to shit. Yeah, no, I agree with that as well. Yeah, I don't know. I like my Badger. I like my Badger a lot. Roller Beetle was the best mountain in MMO. Depends on the map that you're on. If I'm in Corteria, I use the Roller Beetle a lot because lots of nice, wide open fields. In the more exotic and tricky maps like this, I do avoid it, I have to be honest. Here I'll get the Skimmer. Anywhere there's water. See, Siege Turtle would be bad here. We'd go plummeting down. Oh, I really hope End of Dragons is good. You know what they should do? They should have an achievement for being on the Siege Turtle in, like, weird depths. You know how, like, when the Skyscale came out, there were a bunch of those Skyscale rift, like, lines and stuff in the sky that you could swim along? Where the hell is this? Also, why don't I have a weapon? Or utilities? Thankfully, I'm a Tempest, so I can do absurd... Look at that, that's one button. Alright, he's dead. Please tell me you have a headpiece, Liz. She doesn't have a headpiece either. Alright, well, Kraken. Let's go Berserkers. And, you know, speaking of crate, I always used to do crate slaying because of fractals. I guess I'll just do the same thing. I'll do, Rage and Celerity. How am I procking Celerity underwater? Not too sure. As far as Tempest is concerned... Tornado? Underwater Tornado? What the hell does Underwater Tornado look like? Oh, it's the vacuum, isn't it? It's Whirlpool, isn't it? It's called. Yeah, it's a different name. Whirlpool. I'll use Whirlpool. This shout. This is fine. Aftershock. Definitely Aftershock. Aftershock's really, really busted strong if you consider the Strength of Stone trait. Now, where is this mining node? If I swim up, it says it's down. So when I swim down, it now says I'm level with it. Do you think it's broken and under the map in some way? I thought it was a bit weird to have one down there in the first place. This is a pretty good meta on this map as well. Often forget about this. Thunderheads in general, I feel like I don't credit enough in the years since it came out. Oh man, I'll tell you what. On the Super Q&A, I had a question about the new PC. And to be honest, one thing I forgot to mention in my response that's been really good is I can stream better with a new PC. Like, I really like how I don't have any FPS lag right now. And I really like that I'm giving you 1080 60. I never used to be... When this patch came out, it was like a 720p stream or something. Or like I had to do like a weird middle ground. I think I used to stream in 960 or something. I really, really am happy that I can at least get to that bar now. So, yeah. And that's really... purely thanks to the new PC. So that's actually been a big help, especially in the past 2 months. Chance of them putting Griffin races in End of Dragons. It was some of my favourite content in Path of Fire, and I'm still trying to get Guild Wars 2 Master nostalgia when I do the one in Amnu. I guess it depends what their game plan is. I get so weirded out with that studio, man. Because what they really need to do is sit down and figure out what they're doing with mounts going forwards. Like, are you really going to ask people to play Path of Fire, secret Path of Fire collection content at the end of the game for the Griffin forevermore? Is that what you're going to... Now, there's not actually a wrong answer to that. Maybe the answer is yes. That's actually not incorrect or anything. Maybe the answer is no. But I feel like they haven't really had that conversation. Maybe they did, because they clearly did have conversations when they decided to put the Raptor and the Springer into EOD. But like, depending on their answers to that stuff, that's going to change it. So it, like, if they're thinking, yeah, the Griffin is fully embraced, the Roller Beetle is, the Sky Scale is, we have plans for this, even 4 expansions down the line, we know when we're going to filter in more accessibility to these, blah, 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 blah. If they do all of that, if they accomplish that, then yeah, they should cross-pollinate as much content as possible. I say that about frame rate, by the way, but we have lost a lot of frames here, I'll tell you that. Jesus Christ. So, in that case, yeah, let's do it. You know what I always think about here? Guild Wars 2 Achievement Master. Do you guys remember me doing that show on my second channel? I think that was a really good show. I had a good routine for a little while with that as well. Every day, I would just wake up, and first thing I would do is record a YouTube video doing one achievement, and the guide for that one achievement. And I'd post it on WP2. And that was it. And it was awesome. I really liked it. You know, maybe I could bring that back for End of Dragons. How the fuck do I... Does this actually open? No. I'm expecting this game to do things that Final Fantasy does. How am I messing up getting to Thunderhead? It's round the side, isn't it? It's round like this. There was Guild Wars 2 unlocked stats for mounts. The stats showed Raptor being mount unlocked, then it dipping down at healthy intervals between each newer mount. Oh, and it's literally just in terms of newness. I suppose that makes sense. That also probably speaks to how little new blood comes into the game. The best of those videos for me was when you showed the secret Asura lab in Sandswept. Secret Asuran Lamp in Sandswept. I don't even remember that. Did I show that? But yeah, I liked that. I liked that series. That was a good little project. Arena is both one of your favorite devs and the studio you have the most concerns for and uncertainty about. I mean, yeah, I think that makes sense. I think that's totally fair for you to feel that way. End of Dragons could, I mean, the added complication as well is all this stuff about new management too, you know, right in the smack banging in the middle of all of this, they're talking about new management. So who knows? Who knows? I mean, with the right leader at the helm of the ship, and with just confidence and definitely knowing where they want to go, what they want to do, being clear to the community about that, and actually sticking it out, you know, like we were talking on Discord. About like the hardcore end game that hopefully will start coming with End of Dragons, and you know, you might sit there and be cynical and say, well, look, that's not what this game cares about, but you realize when the game does do it, it's done it really well. And the only reason stuff as great as the Nightmare Fractal and all those are really brilliant pieces of content, the only reason that stuff went away during season 4 is because they reshuffled the dev onto your Living World team. And it's like, well, if they hadn't done that, the 5-man. Imagine if that had just kept going at that pace. Imagine the reputation Guild Wars 2 would have now, today, already, if we'd just gone through that period of time. There'd be so many amazing new fractals to play. And, you know, to a certain degree, the same can be said for raids as well. I remember a public comment about how they had 2 raid teams. They had a team that made... Well, they had 1 raid team, but they were, like, split in half, right? So the Forsaken Thicket, they had half of the guys were doing, like, the first wing. And in tandem, they were already working on the second one. And then after the first wing got finished, in tandem, they immediately started 3. And then in tandem, they started working on Bastion. And they kind of leapfrogged. And then all of a sudden, it all went away. You know, and it's like, what? We're at End of Dragons raids. Well, I keep hearing people talking about that, and I don't know whether that matters, really. I think strike missions can do everything raids can. I think they're not very good at branding, though. They're not cunning. I'll use that phrase again. What they should do, they shouldn't call them challenge modes. They should call them strike raid mode or something. Oh my god! We just had 2 rare sound effects back to back. What are the chances of that? What's the chance of rolling 5% twice in a row? Or is it? I think it's 2% twice in a row. What's the chance of that? Because I don't know how to do maths. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, so Bank Rotus. Oh, Bank Rotus. I'm getting a bit nervous about you. Bank Rotus has given a lot of subs. And look, man, I really appreciate it. I really do. It makes me feel really good about streaming and, you know, the sense that there's growth. I really appreciate it. But I'm getting a bit worried. You've done quite a lot there. Maybe you want to ease off for a bit. Bank Rotus just gave away 5 and then 10 subs. So you guys might have gotten lucky in chat. I can't believe how generous you are, Bank Rotus. That's really, really lovely of you. Thank you so much. How close does that put us to our goal? We're close now. Dude, that's lovely of you. Thank you. This is in expenditure levels. Don't worry. I mean, if you're sure... I don't know. I don't want to look ungrateful, but I do get a bit weirded out. You know, I've got to be honest, guys. When I look at, like, other streams and they've got, like, a person in their community that's like, oh, I've gifted 1,700 subs. And it's like, that to me, I don't really want to encourage that. I would rather encourage... random lurkers. Listen to me, guys. When I'm on the internet, when I'm on streams, when I'm reading forum threads and stuff, I'm a lurker, okay? I don't step forwards, all right? So, look, I understand the people that are out there. I would much rather encourage lurkers to just, like, sub with Prime or something than to lean on the insane generosity of, like, a couple of people. Like, I'm sort of scared of that, and I don't know whether that's healthy. Let's remember, you know, we're not... This is a parasocial relationship. And I don't know, I feel a bit weird if you go too far with it. So anyway, yeah, that's just my thoughts on that. But thank you, that's awesome, man. So yeah, anyway, the strike missions, I think they can be every bit as good as raids. The word raid doesn't appear though, so our little primitive lizard brains don't click, you know, and they don't realize, oh, this game has content for me. So I think ArenaNet need to be cunning, and I think they need to call their strike CMs raid strikes or something like that. That's what I think they need to do. And then we'd be all well and good. Speaking of lurkers, and speaking of other people subbing, that's what I love to see. Thank you so much, Snezzy. Snezzy, you're a god. Thank you very much. Welcome, welcome. I really appreciate that too. Oh, okay, so let's talk about ads as well, real quick. So I did something a bit scummy. I noticed 3 weeks ago, that whenever people come to my stream, the default setup on Twitch is it throws this long advert at you. And that's like, that makes me just want to turn off of a stream if I'm immediately watching an ad. I don't want to sit through an ad, right? I want to get to the content straight away. And if I'm only like on the fence about watching someone and then the ad comes up, I might click off during it. So I thought, I just want to get rid of ads. So basically, I disabled those. In exchange for disabling those, Twitch put me on this whole other system where ads come up regularly, with regularity, but subs don't see them. And I thought, all right, fine, we'll just do that. And I minimized it. I went the absolute minimum I possibly could. I put 30 seconds for every, like, hour. And it wouldn't let me take any more off. So that was what I did. Now, here's what I did last night. It's a bit scummy, I think. Maybe. Twitch started blaring notifications at me, telling me that they'll pay, like... It's like something over double for ads if I change that 30 seconds to 2 minutes. They said, put it to 2 minutes and we'll pay you over double. And obviously people will be watching more ads, so the baseline would go up as well. So I was like, they're going to pay me over double just to put like 90 seconds on it. So I actually clicked it up. We're no longer minimized now, guys. So when ads play now, it's like a little bit longer. It's actually a duration. So that's what I was talking about when we were in Bureau a second ago. So look, if you are a sub now, you actually do get to avoid a sizable chunk of ads now. And I'm only messing around with it. I'll see whether it's fun or worthwhile doing by the end of the month. But yeah, it says do that for a month. So there you go. And if you're subs, it's still all good. You avoid them. I remember getting an ad when you were meeting Ardbert in the inn. I mean, yeah, if it's really annoying, you guys just tell me, right? Tell me if it's annoying. Hey, we got another one, by the way. Sapsling. Thank you to Sapsling, too. Welcome, welcome. You will never see those 90 seconds of ads or whatever it is. I think it's 2 minutes. I think it's 120 seconds. Respect the hustle. Got to get the bag. I'd rather have a decent show. Do you know what I mean? Anyway. So that's our little story. It's incredibly boring, but there is. I think I've overmined here, haven't I? We just need wood and crops. Where the shit are we going to get crops from here, though? This is a tricky map. It's very desolate and sort of sad here. The source says, I'm wondering why I can't use all of your emotes on other streams. And I'm not talking about fancy or animated ones, but the super basic ones like the wave one. It doesn't show up as existing on other streams. Okay, so this website, I'm learning about this website now, guys, so I can actually answer these questions. There's such a thing as a follower emote, which means if you just click follow, you don't have to pay any money or anything. You just click follow. You will unlock emotes, but those you can't take anywhere else. So the wave one, to me, that's like a basic ass emote that everyone should have access to. If you guys want to wave, anyone and everyone should be allowed to do that for free. So because that's a follower emote, you won't get that on other streams. Now, if you scroll down from the page a little bit, just scroll down, you'll see I've got a little thing. I've got a panel down there that says, okay, this is a follow emote. This is an emote for being a sub, and so on. Oh, and that reminds me as well. So that's another thing that I set up. You're going to see my terrible art down there now. You gotta have a look at it, guys. Do you see anything new down there? So I set up golden and silver versions of my most popular emotes for people who are T2 and T3 subs. So I don't know if anyone's here at the moment. I haven't seen any of those rings. If you do one of those higher level subs, you get the same emotes, but like they're like bling bling versions of them. Which basically, I'm looking out to see the first time I see somebody use, if ever, one of those. So those are, I literally looked at, they have like emote analytics, guys. This website's crazy. All the like corporate-y kind of, it's mental. But you can look at analytics of like leaderboards of the most used emotes and stuff. And so, all the ones that are popular, that people like to use, I've got like bling versions of them, except animated. I can't do animated. I can't put animated ones up there. So yeah, that's there you go. Eopish. Eopish is there with his gifted. That was gifted to you, right? Eopish, you got lucky with that. I do not think that Eopish is going to re-up that because it's expensive, man. That gold ring is expensive. It fucking blows my mind that someone gave out 5 of those the other day. That's 100 quid right there. It's more than that. So anyway, yeah, you've got like, there's a gold law one and stuff, so enjoy them while you can. You'll basically be the only person in chat using those. WP looking to secretly boil the lobster with ads until there's 30 minutes left. Dude, I think you could probably go that high. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if they just let you have ads on all the time. That's probably a wet dream to the people over at Twitch Corp. Oh, that Ultros emote's awesome. If still, by the way, all the time, if anybody wants to contribute emotes, if you've got cool ideas or whatever, let me know and I'll hook them up. I'd like to get rid of more of the Guild Wars 1 ones at the moment, you know, and have more unique ones. So the Guild Wars 1 ones I've still got. I love and I adore them, but yeah, basically there are still slots for lots of fun custom art. Whatever you guys like. I noticed that a lot of people have like a notes emote, you know, like it's like a face that's like looking at a notepad and like nodding along. It's like taking notes. I quite like that. I don't have one of those, so I know that. That would be cool, but anyway. I don't want this to turn into me begging people subtly for emotes. Because of the Twitch hack, we know Twitch makes the majority of their money from ads, while streamers make almost nothing from them. Well, there you go. AP of the Day was the precursor to Guild Wars Master, right? It looks like Master started right after AP of the Day ended. Yes, basically, that is what it was, yeah. Well, kind of. Actually, I think Master came out first, then Master went on break, and I turned it into AP of the Day, and then I brought Master back. It might have been that, because I was, with all this emote stuff, I was looking through my old conversation logs with Waldir. So if you guys don't know, that's the guy. Do you remember, basically a bunch of the emotes that you're using there, he made those. And he made like the Heart of Thorns login screen. And he helped with the Wood and Potatoes website with the Get Path of Fire contest. And he like did all this amazing, incredibly talented guy, who I don't really talk to at all anymore. But he just did like a mind-blowing amount of incredible work. And I was like looking for emotes. I was reading through our chat earlier today, and I was like, holy fuck, man. And I just dropped him a little message like saying how much I appreciate all the work we did together through 2017. Why am I talking about him? What was the question that prompted this? Oh yeah, and he helped with Guild Wars Master stuff. Yeah, yeah, and so I was looking through those chat logs, and I was talking to him about Guild Wars Master in like 2017, which I'm sure was before AP of the Day, because it's before this patch, for example. So yeah, I mean, it is weird. I'm properly, just as a human being, freaked out how fast time is moving. The duration, the amount of months, the amount of years that we've been in through the POF era, it actually scares. It really worries me, because to me, it's like it all just happened like yesterday. And I know I say that over and over and over again on this stream. It's probably really boring to hear me say that all the time, but it really scares me. So I can't really tell you when one thing started and another ended at this point through the POF era. I gotta fill my life up with more stuff that adds texture and helps contextualize memories better. That way it won't all blend in together. Is as soon as you find yourself in a routine, guys, time will speed up. Resist routine as much as you can. Alright, good. So now they want me to... That's Daily Living World Season 4. Dailies are so bloated. So basically I have nothing eyeballed anymore. So what do we want to do here? Defeat 3 champion level creatures in Dragonfall? Do we want to do Steel and Fire? Do you guys want to log in and do Steel and Fire with me? I'm on EU at the moment, and I think that's fair considering every single stream I do, Final Fantasy, is an NA stream. Do any EU people want to do Steel and Fire? I'll make a squad. All you guys have to do is log in and type /squad_join lists. It's there in chat. Just copy paste that into your chat box, and we'll see. If we get a bunch of people in, I'll do this. Because as far as I know, this is just play the mission, isn't it? Harvest plants as you go. Mind you, complete 20 events. You can't do that in a single run, can you? Mine ores. I mean, we'll do it in 2 runs if we want, and we'll just keep the Q&A going. But yeah, AP of the Day for End of Dragons achievements. That might be quite cool. I know we haven't talked about this in stream, but do you think that Dragon Jade is the mechanism by which Bubbles manipulates the Canthans into helping them amass power? It's a good theory. If you think of Bubbles as a benevolent elder dragon that's trying to cultivate the spread of magic among populations, it might be you know, a really cool thought. As an evil dragon, and it's gonna somehow twist that magic once it's in everyone's hands and reap the benefits. It's also quite a cool idea. Episode 1 of Master is posted after all the AP of the Day episodes. Maybe you're thinking of the AP Hunter streams, which happened during a Master break. Ah, I see. I love how you know my back catalogue better than me. I gotta fix up WP2, man. I've been taking a look at all like my social media platforms and stuff lately. I'm feeling like really professional at the moment. And I'm like really trying to get my ducks in a row. Like, there's loads of, like, random shit I've got to fix up. I've got to fix up playlists on WP2. Like, that thing with Wooldeer. You know, I think I still pay for... I don't even know. This is how unprofessional I am. I don't even know if woodenpotatoes.com is still up. And I don't know how I would mess with it. Because that was all a thing I did with Wooldeer, who I'm not in contact with as of about 2 years now. So, I've got to, like, figure all that stuff out. I've got to, like, get my ducks in a row. EU? Yeah, it's EU. We've got one party slot here. I'm very inspired with stuff at the moment. I need to chill though, you know. I got to just go nice and... I've done 2 YouTube videos today. I'm going to be doing a long stream here today. That's enough, you know. Even though I want to do like these character lore videos, and even though I kind of like all these other things, I want to note them down and I want to commit to them. I can't commit to stuff too far ahead because I think just the pressure will get to me. And I don't want burnout. I actually saw kind of it's sort of a rude-ish message on one of my YouTube videos the other day saying, wow, WP's been doing a lot of stuff lately. I'm surprised he hasn't, there hasn't been an unannounced hiatus. And it's like, that's the confidence level people have got in me now. You know, there were 2 this year and there was like 1 in both the years before, and now it's just fucked. You know, people just don't trust that I'll stick it out. Come to the Eye of the North, guys, so that you can join in. Once I see everyone's here, well, mind you, that's Eye of the North, that's Eye of the North, that's Eye of the North. Alright, you should get the pop-up even if you're not in my mega server. Okay, so... Experience a vision of my past adventures. That's not the right one. Wait, do we enter it from elsewhere? This is a bit of a mess, eh? I'm not sure which way we go. It's rude. I mean, it's not that. I mean, it's part of the course for the internet. People are a bit rude. It's because no one ever expects that you read it or whatever, you know. Oh, there you go. Fortune Steel. Someone else got it. Thank you. I never figured that out. Malenko, it's good to see you. Well, Benji there, who I literally just responded to. Thank you very much. Thanks for that sub. And Moro Crow, thanks for the sub earlier as well. I missed you. Okay. I don't know what kind of predictions we can do while playing Guild Wars, by the way, guys. I've got absolutely no idea. I wish I had a good idea for predictions for Guild Wars streams. WP, you're putting out so much lately, I'm having a hard time catching up, but still haven't finished watching the start of Shadowbringers. That makes me happy to hear, actually, because I'm going slow on that project at the moment. I anticipated to be on day 3 already, but we're still only on day 1. But I'm kind of alright with that. You know, the plan was to give people time to watch episode 1. And realistically, I'd like to do Shadowbringers at regular stream times when people can expect when I'll be live and they know when... You know, so it's not all over the place. That would be the best thing. So, yeah, I'm kind of happy to have it wait a bit. I'm going to turn off camera shake because... Well, we'll just disable player camera shake. And another 2, Kwan Young and Rosie Pistols. Thank you to you guys. There was a comment about End of Dragon's architecture between regions that you wanted to respond to later. Oh, earlier on the stream. There was a comment about End of Dragon's architecture. Oh, no, that's why that was my rant. They're developing... Yeah, oh, I never really saw you guys' responses to that. What do you guys think about that principle? That the idea that the architecture is missing and so on because it's being developed like Living World. is being packaged and sold as an expansion, but their development behind closed doors is not too dissimilar to how they do live in world. That's why it's all, you know, currently it looks like how I'd expect if there was like the Cantha saga, right? That's basically what End of Dragons looks like to me. It looks like the Cantha saga, and that's not to say it's terrible. That's not because, again, I think that the first half of the Icebrood saga was actually pretty good. And maybe that's all they need to do. I mean, it would cross my mind. If I was ArenaNet and I really didn't like all the extra workload and the pressure that expansion development did, and I saw how good Living World was, and all the systems and stuff that was up, I would consider it. I'd consider just basically packaging Living World as an expansion and just sort of, you know, add a little bit more, the little bit more being elite specs, but even they're kind of, you know, I can believe it. What's my Elementalist build? It's Dagger Tempest. It's one of the strongest builds in the game for general combat and content. Here's the traits if you like. I do anticipate making a video on this at some point. It's pure Celestial. I'm running pack runes because I'm a big pack rune fanboy. Pack runes on this build are actually, they're not for the might, they're not for the swiftness, it's for the fury uptime. The one boon that this build's kind of a bit aggravating to get access to is fury. Basically, you're locked into rotationally using a lot of dagger 2s, which is a bit of a long, slow animation. It's a little bit clunky. It's not too fun to me. So I put pack runes in because it just sort of opens up the build a bit more. You bounce the fury from the pack runes with sand schools, and then they refresh fairly regularly. You also extend it with convergence. Like if you think of convergence as extending fury, a baseline that the rune provides, rather than being in it all of in itself, it works well. So that's why I've got pack runes. I think fireworks trade the fury for vigor, so they're not actually good. What dagger is that? It looks sick, like a legendary animation. It's Icebrood Saga. It's the volcanic. Basically the final one. If you do daily dragon storms, you'll get it pretty soon. This is going to be quite interesting, by the way. Doing this event while also gathering as we go. But yeah, it is good. And it looks especially good on a Char because you're big. I mean, Char Elementalist is a cool combo to me, I think. Speaking of race profession combos. Just because it's like the ultimate magic user and you're a Char, you know. Role player Flame Legion guy. Kwai Young says, hey WP, I've been trying to join the guild, but I never knew how. I just found out through the Discord, and I've sent an email to you in game. If you could check that out when you have the time, it would be awesome. Thanks. Yeah, I will do. I don't tend to do it on stream because I don't know what's going to come up when I click those mails. But afterwards, yeah, I'll happily go through them and I'll send invites out. I sent a couple out this morning as well. The amount of invites I'm getting has gone down massively since I started playing Final Fantasy, by the way, guys. Like, massively. And that makes perfect sense to me. That's totally fair. But what that does mean, if you're joining the guild at this point, you're joining kind of a cozier atmosphere of people who are genuinely dedicated to Spud, who will sit it through these quieter times, and then and are still actively playing the game. And when we hit End of Dragons, you know, we're going to have a real good course. So it's a good time to join. If you're serious about End of Dragons, you want that community, and you're happy and you're patient, it's a very good time to join Spud at the moment. Because there's not like this huge bottleneck. I've not done any big videos where I've said, guys, the guild, blah, 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 blah. I'm going with a slow burn here. Is the guild E or NA? It's both. It's both. It doesn't matter where you are. We have two. We're going to have 1,000 people by the time End of Dragons comes out. Active people as well. That's the only requirement, that you actively play Guild Wars, that you regularly log in. I think currently I'm kicking people 2 months inactive. If you go 2 months without playing Guild Wars 2, you get kicked. But I think that's pretty fair. You know, 2 months and you haven't even gone in for a single daily or some shit. At that point, I call you an inactive player and you're going to have to apply if you want to get in. You won't be punished for anything, but you would have to reapply. And it's weird because at the end of summer, when I was last talking about Spud, I had a bunch of people who said, yeah, I'd love to join, I'd love to join. They get in, and then they're immediately offline for like 2, 3, 4 months in a row. Like, they literally don't log in again. That's it. And then they just got kicked. So they literally joined and then instantly left because they're just not even playing the game. It's really weird. I've got people in these guilds as well that have asked for invites with the bottleneck. I send the invite and the invite's still sitting there because they just don't play. So that's it. It's just... Genuinely, I think both branches have about 30 invites to people who said, you know, people type out these lovely long mails. They explain their whole game history and stuff. Oh, I'd love to be a part of the community, blah, blah, blah. And then they're not even online and they never accept the invite. It's really weird. I actually kind of like seeing that behavior en masse from people because it makes me realize I'm not that weird. Like, I'll get really passionate about something and I'll type a wall of text. But who knows? Like, a few days later, maybe I'm not passionate about it at all anymore. and it's just gone, you know. WP not repping Spud, third time. I always rep Spud. I'm always either repping Spud 1 or Spud 2. Very rarely I'll be repping my storage guild. Or I might be on a new character that's not repping anything. But yeah, I'm always repping Spud. Music's great in this. Yeah, I agree. Oh my god, we're already done with it. I probably should have tagged that. Because if we only need 25 events... This is rough. I really love this mission, by the way. This is another example of something the Ice Speed Saga did really well. These missions are fucking awesome. I dare anyone to tell me otherwise. They're really good. And if End of Dragons has like 4 or 5 of these... Oh! Oh! Look at this. This is main story that they put co-op on as well. So fucking good, man. You know, it doesn't quite work as a full Living World release. Thank you for the super speed, by the way. It doesn't quite work as a full Living World release, but holy shit, it's good. And this kind of content supplementing the expansion. I know why there's so many Guild Wars Doomers. I get it. I see why there's so many Guild Wars Doomers, but I think there's a lot of reason to be excited about Ender Dragons if they're following these. Hi, can you show your build? Why are people so interested in my build here? It's basically an immortal build with very high pressure. And it does hybrid damage. Every button is valid on this build. Every single button. The only thing that's not valid is using healing skills when you're not low health. So basically the 4 and the 5 on water. But even the 4 has break bar value, so. You're halving Copium, but you open the Arborstone portal or something like this. You never know, man. If they've changed... I don't know whether that's full Copium, as you guys say. If they change the color of the strike mission entrances, because we're not in the Ice Speed Saga anymore, I think it works. Kabad says, coffee is back. Now we need some early morning streams. Well, what region are you in, Kabads? Because if you get here when I get here, in theory, I do morning streams again. My start time is like 9 AM East Coast and like 4 AM West Coast. So if you're in either of those, I'm back to doing breakfast streams. Oh, if you're in EU, then no, I don't do morning streams. But I do afternoon and after work streams. That's my plan anyway. Arborstone, is like the sun's refuge. That's a cool concept too. Man, I love this VIP service I'm getting here. Oh, by the way, guys, I have gems to give away today. How do I start a raffle? I could open a raffle for you guys. And everyone could join, and I'll just do the giveaway portion of it later. I'll pull the tickets later. Hold on, I can do this. I set the damn thing up. Give me a second. I'll do it. What's going to happen, guys, is I'm going to open up the giveaway now so you can get your ticket, but I'll give it away like much later. So there's no rush. Don't worry. Don't panic or anything. Let me just see. I set up. Okay, that's to join one. Okay, yeah, so it's !S raffle. How does it work though? How do I? No, it's not S raffle from you guys. There you go. Oh, it ends in 180 seconds. All right, never mind that one. Never mind that one. How do I make it, like, really long? Oh, I don't know how to make it really long. I don't know how to, like, extend the time that a raffle lasts. Oh, there you go. So let's give it an hour, yeah? So people can just filter in and join over the hour. So what is that? That's 60 times 60. Because it's 60 seconds in every... So how many seconds is that? 60 times 60 is 3,600. Whoa. My keyboard's broken with the number 3. Oh, max of 600. Alright. What the hell are all these features? Emote pyramids? What the hell is an emote pyramid? Alright, hold on here, guys, then. So now, let me go back. Sorry, I'm playing shit in game. Give me 1 second. So then I cancel it with ! Cancel raffle. You're all joining a raffle that I talked about ending. Okay. S raffle. Okay, there you go. So, well, I've bumped up to 600 seconds. Okay, so join that one. Type ! Join. And we'll have a winner at the end of it. And whoever that winner is will get the gems. Okay, so you just join that. You don't need to spam the message. Just make sure you've got ! Join on there. And it should work. Let's go over here. And you'll be in. So it's gonna take 600 seconds. You've got 600 seconds to join. And then I'll pull the winner in like... I wanted people to be able to enter the whole way through, but... I'll pull the winner like, I don't know. At some point soon. 600 seconds is 10 minutes. Yeah. I wanted to do 60 minutes. That would be nice. Join has stopped looking like a word to me now. Yeah, and sorry, guys. I now obviously don't have a chat to look at. Does anyone remember what we were talking about? If we were in the middle of a topic or there was a cool idea or thought you guys had, let me know. Oh, yeah, I think it is double for... I think you do get sub luck, by the way. I think if you're a sub, you've got double the chance to win. It's not much of an improvement, but there is one. Mayonnaise is good for you. What an amazing name, dude. Mayonnaise is good for you? Wait, is that not what the ding was? What was the ding a second ago? Oh, it was a cheer. Oh, shit, I forgot I enabled those as well. Hold on. How do I see those? Yeah, okay. I don't know what that... There you go. Million subbed. Bankrote has cheered 100 bits. I don't know what that actually is. What is 100 bits? Can anyone teach me? Pineapple on pizza, yay or nay? Yay, definitely. It's also, I don't know. I have a thing, right? I'm a pretty judgmental person when it comes to picky eaters. And I sort of think you're a picky eater if you don't like pineapple on pizza. Pineapple on pizza is brilliant. No matter how many times Rocket tells him there isn't, he's still spreading the misinformation. Rocket told me there was. He said there was. I didn't think it was there, and then one day he said it was. Bits are 1-to-1 US cents. The user buys them at a premium. Twitch keeps the difference. So you gave me 100 US cents, did you? Did I get those, or did Twitch get those? Or did people in the stream get those? How does that work? Why are they called bits, not cents? Is it like to gamify it and make it fun? Can you not get bits from watching ads anymore? That's how I got mine. Oh, hello, Monkey Sloth, by the way. You have some new emotes, Monkey Sloth. You have silver emotes. Scroll down. Look beneath the stream. You'll see them. You have bling bling versions of emotes. Pineapple, bacon, and jalapeno is a great pizza. That seems like a weird combo to me. They gave you $1. Okay, well, cool. Thank you for the $1. Holy shit, I'm doing this so badly. I really need to contribute because, frankly... we do need a bunch of events. This is just like throwing them in the bin, isn't it, really? Bits are better for the stream, I think, as they can't be refunded. Some people do big donations and then refund them just to see their name on the stream. Oh, really? Is that why it's there? Well, yeah, anyway, I was just basically flipping levers yesterday. And I turned it on. So, oh, and Matty P good as well. So hold on, people can buy bits with real world money or watch ads to get them. Oh, 100 bits is $1 for you, and it cost us around $1.08. Oh. Oh, that's crap though, isn't it? For you guys, I mean. I noticed they had like leaderboards and stuff for all of it, but I don't really know what any of it is right now, so I just have it off. I do know, it's like I said the other day, I don't like going to a stream and I just see it's like money, 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 money everywhere, so I have most of that disabled. And I appreciate the irony of that and how much conversation there's been about this on this stream, but there. 300 seconds to get in on the raffle, guys. That's for 400 gems. Last chance. Raffles don't have sub luck. I tried setting those proper giveaways that would have them, but they didn't work. Remember all those theft giveaways I did? I see. I see. Well, I saw an extension, right? Which is a game that people can play on stream where you would be able to spend potatoes to move your character around and like drop bombs. And the first character to get the end of the screen wins. And I was like, that's pretty cool. That should be a giveaway thing. Fuck all this raffle stuff. It should be people spend potatoes to play these little games and like get to the end of the course. And yeah, it's like, has anyone played Transfer Mice? Brilliant game. It's like that, but on Twitch. I think it's called like Bomberman or something. Not Bomberman. Bomberman's obviously its own thing. Yeah, let me scroll up here. I think dungeons is hard to execute because nobody in the team could do them. Is still at ArenaNet, if I remember correctly. What do you mean? I mean, the dungeon story's always been weird to me. Because they've always said, look, we can't do much with dungeons because we don't understand the code there anymore. And to me, it's like... okay, so couldn't you just delete the dungeons and remake them? With better practices and procedures and more better commented code that's up to industry standards? Can't you just remake them? I mean, you don't have to remake all the assets. You have gravelings, you have animations, you have like the you know, the assets and the sets that made the Ascalon catacombs, right? You have all, and that, as far as I understand, art and animation and stuff like that, that's always the biggest part of the budget. Can't they? I mean, it's weird to me, you know, like remake the fucking thing so that it can be sustained and it can be supported in the future. Remake it from the ground up so that those early ideas they once upon a time had about the cave troll that bursts out and so on, and there's a bit of dynamic stuff there. Remake it. You know, there's so much genius stuff in their intent for this game in the 2012 manifesto stuff. There's so much incredibly and it's like they missed the bar with it, so they just throw it all in the bin. It's like, well, don't. It still works, you know. It's still beautiful. Just try again. And I kind of do think that it's rich for me to say in the community, oh, just remake it. You know, I don't actually have to deal with the reality of how tedious that might be, or how expensive or slow or whatever. But I do kind of wonder stuff like that. You know, we're long gone from the loopy days, but I reckon it would be quite... Can you imagine Lupicus as a strike mission or quality content or something? But it's still integrated probably in a dungeon or whatever. I don't know. They never said they didn't understand it. I think they did, didn't they? I'm saying, actually, to be honest, you should ignore me because I don't have a source for that. Honestly, I thought it was quite well known that they were saying they had no understanding of how the dungeons are written. Am I just making that up? Without a source, I may as well be making it up. I mean, what are DRM's and Visions of the Past like this, if not just dungeons by another name? I mean, you're totally right. You're totally right. And that's where the savvy comes in. Why isn't this a dungeon with a dungeon icon? That's exactly my point, really, that they are building dungeon grade stuff. This is basically a 10-man dungeon. How is this not a 10-man dungeon? If this was themed underground, you'd see it even clearer. But obviously that's not required for Guild Wars. Most of its dungeons from the original roster weren't actually underground. I mean, the idea that a Guild Wars 2 dungeon has to have a story mode and then 3 explorables, maybe we can now get into a little bit more of a back and forth balance. But when game developers say we can't do this thing because we don't know how to program it, that's always a bullshit excuse to throw at gullible idiots. Well, go on then. Why aren't they doing it then? So well and good to call people idiots, but you've got to, like, what's your counter proposal? Why are they saying that then? Because they got into the games industry because they secretly hate games, and they're making an MMO because they secretly hate MMOs. It's because they're just trying to make money, and everyone knows that if what you want to do is make money in life, you become a game developer. So it's just bullshit excuse to throw at gullible idiots while they twirl their mustaches and profit off the gem store. Is that the answer, is it? I mean, that sounds perfectly credible to me. I mean, I don't know about you guys. As a programmer, I can assure you, if you have the art assets, you can remake it fairly easily. Or I don't ever want to say something's easy. I don't have the technical knowledge. I don't have the insights inside the industry. You know, I'm sure nothing is easy. I'm sure that low-hanging, easy fruit has been fulfilled, by and large. But I don't know. I've become a big proponent of the dungeons as a concept. You know, I'm a big fan of it now. I resisted it for a long time, but I really, and it's partly Final Fantasy, but just in general. I think Raids needs to be a name associated with hardcore content in Guild Wars, and I think Dungeon needs to be a word associated with hardcore content in Guild Wars. I think every beautifully made fractal they put in misses. It's like, I'm going to use a really, really, like, over-the-top example here. This is stupidly over the top, but it expresses what I'm trying to say. It's like you are a 5-star restaurant and you've made like some gourmet dish, right? It's like this beautiful like chocolate gâteau for pudding, right? And it's got all the incredible fresh cream on it and the little cherries and the morello sauce and stuff. It's amazing. It's beautiful. And and you make it, and everyone who's had the cake knows it's amazing. But the thing is, the cake is called piece of shit. So people don't really ever order it, and they don't really know it's there. That's what's happening every time they make amazing fractals, but they're not calling them dungeons. That's basically the story. That's what's going to happen after End of Dragons every time there's an incredible strike CM, but it's not called a raid. That's what's going to happen. And it's like, just do the fundamental shit. Just, I don't know. It's like pissing against the wind, but you've manufactured the wind. So there's no need for it. That's how I feel anyway, at this point of the game. You know, I've completely forgotten at what point I need to get in here and use the harpoon. I think it's about now, isn't it? It's not now. Holy shit. It's probably a self-defeating loop where dungeons were poorly received, so ArenaNet stopped investing them, so they continue to be poorly received. It's definitely that. The Aether Path is exactly that. You're 100% right. That's exactly what happened. They tried Aether Path, they made some brilliant content, but all the stuff supporting it and player understanding of the game and so on, and the disparity between casual and veterans was so huge that it wasn't received well. And there were also some loot issues with it, so then they just got cold feet and they never did anymore. And I don't think it's that there was ever a moment where they decided to stop doing dungeons. It's just, it was like, okay, this was poorly received, so let's not prioritize it for this patch. Maybe we'll do it with this Heart of Thorns expansion, but just, we'll deal with that later. And then Heart of Thorns is coming out, and someone tables it, and they say, maybe not for now. Look, I like the idea, but maybe not for now. And then someone tables it in Season 3, and, well, our team doesn't really think it's a good idea, but, you know, Bloodstone Fen's a small release. Maybe we can do it in Ember Bay. Well, maybe that team's interested. What? Am I fucking this up? No, I'm doing a lot of damage. I think doing actual regular damage would have been better there. Certainly on a more DPS geared build, it would have been. And I think it just keeps going like that. Until, in the end, they're not even asking the question. They're not even talking about it anymore. That's what I think probably the situation is. You know, I don't think there was ever a moment they decided this is going to be the last raid, or... It's just, oh, we're reshuffling the raid team for now. We need you on this other thing. It's just for now, we're going to take you off of it. But then later never comes. Then why do you think FF14 gets away with using trials? Oh, you've got a good point there. The MMOs already have a bunch of individual terms for their content systems and streams, so... MMO players are generally savvy and they get it. But I still think it's an issue, and I'll say the reason I think 14's getting away with using trials is because it does already have raid and it does already have dungeon systems in the game, which are being satisfied and used. Trials kind of exist on top. But also, trials have been being consistently put in that game for a decade now. There's and that is a system that has been regularly supported for like a decade. So at that point, you know, these other issues are going to start melting away eventually. But that's not the position ArenaNet and Guilders are in, is it? That's what I was saying earlier on the stream. If after the Arc series of fractals had ended, they'd kept going with those kinds of fractals, and we'd spent this whole POF era with that happening. If that's what had happened, you know, I probably wouldn't be on a stream talking to you about this. Probably everyone would be quite satisfied with the fractal system, but it hasn't. I think going back to improve the core game, be it dungeons or potential strikes for core story missions, would be a great thing for ArenaNet to focus on after End of Dragon. Okay, guys, we're gonna do Forging Steel again, and then I'll do give you guys your gems. We'll pick our winner from the raffle. 14 also has good UI for endgame stuff. That's also true. It has a very coherent like system setup. So how do I leave this without screwing the pooch? Because I don't actually have the exit button. CMs? Oh, are CMs required for the Return to achievements. Ore mining, I've got to do more of. Woodland management, I've got to do more of. I've got to do the cave mission. I've got to do just any old Living World Season 1 thing. That's interesting. Complete any Icebreed Saga strike mission. We can do those. Loot 3 hidden chests in Dark Rime Delta. Oh, that's the dungeon. Okay, so I just got to do it once more to get these. Oh, there you go. There's the exit. WP, how would you like the dungeons if the content was unskippable? That's a very complicated question, and it's tempting to give you an offhanded answer. I think it all depends on the delivery. Do I believe in... What are you asking me? Do I believe in trash mob sequences? Yes, I do. But equally, do I believe that there's a finesse and a joy to skipping with, like, stealth interactions and stuff like that? Yes, I do. It's probably a situation like no updraft Gorseval. I like it, but I think it should be a small proportion of the elite groups doing it. Generally speaking, everyone else should be doing full clears. That's how I feel. I feel like it should be a risk and it should be a challenge to skip, and it should involve a lot of finesse and execution. It should be possible. If it's too much, then it's bad. If it's impossible, then it's not fun either. But yeah, I like the idea of elite players being able to put it off. And again, it's like the no updraft Gorseval situation. The problem with no updraft Gorseval, though, as we've seen, is they didn't really maintain the balance very well. I mean, one of the biggest problems with Guild Wars, it's so sad. Look, they need to sort out the fucking balance and the power creep. You know, a fundamental of this game, and having no leveling curve and no gear treadmill, is so that the stuff remains valid. Come on, we want it to remain valid year on year. And look at what's happened to the dungeons. And look at what's happened to most of the raids. It's just crazy, man. It's unreal. Meanwhile, fucking Final Fantasy sitting there casually pulling it off in a gear treadmill game. Because it has Echo, because it has min-eye level options. I mean, it devastates me. It fucking devastates me. Oh. Who knows? Maybe if they get rid of the idea of elite specs altogether. Look at this, by the way. 16k burn damage I'm doing there. This build is only a hybrid Condi build. I got a 16k tick there. It really pulls things off. Hey, Einolf, thank you so much for those gifted subs. Oh my lord, you're doing what Bankrotus did. Oh my god, in fact, Einolf, you're in the exact same camp as Bankrotus. You heard my whole chat about that a second ago, right? If you want to do that, please be confident and comfortable doing that. Thank you very much. That's really incredible of you. You guys who are watching, you might like to just have a look. You might have got a lucky sub. That will disable ads, give you emotes, fun stuff. I'm quite glad you did that there, because that sort of broke me out of rant mode for a second here. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to get a can of Coke. All right, I'm back. And yeah, it's sugar-free, caffeine-free, calorie-free. But it makes me happy. You hate 14 trash mobs. It's just so boring just to just put everything between bosses at once and kill them. Well, I think that 14 doesn't do it that well. I hear, to tell you guys the truth, I don't know whether you guys agree with this, but I hear one of the things Retail WoW is really good at is dungeon content. The interplay between healing and holding aggro and DPSing as you move and stuff apparently is all really sophisticated and really good. It's one of the things, and 14 is not lauded as a great 5-man game. It's not even a 5-man, it's 4-man, isn't it? But Retail WoW apparently is very good. And that sounds very Guild Wars 1-y to me. What Retail WoW manages to pull off on that. So I don't think it's and Guild Wars' combat's so good. Guild Wars' combat slaughters all these games. Come on, it's not a contest, guys. It's not a fucking contest. Guild Wars combat is epic. The balance is fucked it. But the combat itself is so good. And Guild Wars 1 had great content at that scale too. I mean, it was 8-man, but generally speaking, all of PvE was about that kind of thing. Yeah, but WoW healing is just UI whack-a-mole. Well, look, I think all the games can learn from all the games. Maybe you're right about that. What are we trying to cash in here? Grubs, blossoms, or mushrooms? I'll get a mushroom. Maybe WoW has really good like aggro management at the 5-man scale, but really poor healing. Power creep in Guild Wars 2 has done as much to harm old content as gear scaling in other games. Heck, let's not say we didn't have gear scaling when when Ascended later came to the game. Oh, I agree. I really do agree. It's not about Ascended at all. It's just about balance. It's just about like barrier access and boon access and role consolidation. That's all it is. A little bit of it is players understanding the game better and how to build strong comps now, but most of it is shit like... And it's like new tools and stuff, you know? It's like... Back when we were in dungeons... I mean, if you guys want the real Guild Wars dungeon experience, there's a video series I have on my channel. Nobody ever watches it. Maybe go to YouTube now as I'm speaking, open a tab for it, and pause it, and watch it at your leisure later, right? I have a series of Ascalon Catacomb guides that I recorded with Magical Mike 2 at launch. We were in Ascalon Catacombs, which is level 30 for story mode, 35 for explorable. We were there as level 35 players in like blue and green gear. And it was launch. And we were learning, we were progging Ascalon Catacombs. We progged it, I filmed it, and then I did video guides on how we beat it. If you want to see Guild Wars dungeons as like in their purest original like balanced intent, when they felt the closest to Guild Wars 1's Domain of Anguish and all that kind of shit, like I genuinely mean progging the different encounters there, like the burrows and how do you split the players in the Hodgins room to get to all the burrows and stuff. Watch those videos. That is a game that could come back and could exist and could have been supported, but balance and power creep issues and scaling issues eliminated it. But you can see something there. The only dungeon that was really well insulated against all that stuff was Ore, obviously. But even Ore ended up filled with weird, almost difficult to believe gimmicks and strange tricks about manipulating terrain and portaling people through shit. Oh, and we got another sub there. It's Einalf giving a single sub there, a community sub gift. What exactly is a community sub? Well, thank you. Holy shit, you've gifted 100 now. Are you sure? Are you happy to do that? My god, man. Thank you for that. Are we close to my goal? We are close. We're 3 away. What do? Do I move the goal up again? Do I keep moving the goalpost on you guys? I mean, that's the idea, isn't it? WP, what are your thoughts on Facebook Meta? I think the name sounds weird, but we'll get used to it in time. I think a rebrand is probably really important for them. Facebook does not sound good to people at this point. Sticks on people's tongues. The Meta Quest, I think, sounds fine as far as a VR headset's concerned. And the fact that they removed the required Facebook thing is brilliant for the industry. The VR industry needed that. I don't know whether their ultimate ambition will come to anything, but it helps the VR games industry in the meantime, so... Yeah, I'm generally happy about everything that came out of that. The thing that turned you off to dungeons initially was the fact that you had to use poorly explained gimmicks to beat them. Sometimes you just want to push your buttons. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with that for sure. I agree with that. I think there's a lot of really... You know, I never quite finalized my thought about this in that Super Q&A video. You guys know I mentioned, I said, wow, imagine if you went into End of... Just picture this, guys. Anyone who didn't watch that video. Picture this. You've just started End of Dragons, you open the world map, and what do you see there? You see a dungeon icon in Xingji. and you see a dungeon icon, a classic dungeon icon in Echovowed. You see one in the Jade Sea and one at Kaineng, and you're like, whoa, that's cool. And you know that the story's going to take you there. It's going to feel like this. It's going to feel like Forging Steel. It's just going to be 5-man, not 10-man. How cool would that be? Right, now here's the bit that I never said. Here's a cool thing that ArenaNet could do. Have you guys thought about this? Let's assume there's going to be a Living World season after End of Dragons is out. And let's assume that it's got at least 3 episodes in it. Do you know what they could do with those dungeons? Put an explorable path in. So each patch puts an explorable path in. So slowly, and that's the hardcore. You know, the story mode is supposed to be a little bit. This never really manifested because again of scaling and balance and stuff. Story mode is what came out normally, and it's easy and fun, and it's just you just want to press your buttons and that's it. But then there's hardcore 5-man being supported with that. But then the problem is then they've got fractals, and it's like, what are you doing with fractals? Are you moving away from fractals? Are you moving away from raids into strikes and fractals into dungeons? I don't know. They just got to pick a lane and go with it. I think the right lane to pick is the dungeon lane, frankly, but if fractals are what they want. Fractals offer some other value, which are like in terms of infrastructure and variety and all that kind of stuff. I kind of like the idea. I think it is possible to have dungeons and fractals in the game, but what it is, okay, now I think this is quite elegant, is fractals are the place that dungeons go to die. Well, let's not phrase it that way. They're where you retire to. So it's like after a certain point, old dungeon path, just like Season 1. You know Season 1 had dungeons. Season 1 had the Molten Furnace, and it had the Aetherblade hideout. And later they got retired into the fractals, right? So, similar thing. Fractal versions of old dungeons comes out. Like, once End of Dragons is over, and we're now in Cogs of War, or whatever. I need a new joke expansion placeholder. What's a new thing? But, you know, once we're in Utopia or Zoteka, all of the End of Dragons dungeons get folded into fractals. And fractals are still your daily place. You go there, you do it for the currencies. But outside of that, you're going to be going to the new dungeons. And that way, all the systems still work and all still have value. Retire the dungeons. But again, I don't know whether they even have... I don't know if they're even thinking about this stuff. What I'm talking about is for a Guild Wars that goes on forever. A Guild Wars that is like this beautiful, well-constructed thing that has all of its fundamentals in place. That's what I'm talking about. My assumption is what they're talking about is, oh fuck, we've got so much content to make and fucking thing's got to be out in February. Go, 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 go. That's what I think they're probably talking about. Guild Wars 2 Days of Glory, aka Dog. That's really good, Shatter. WP, they could have opened up Doomlore Shrine in the saga. The Necro Boss could have been the precursor to the Harbinger. Oh, you've just made me think as well. All this fucking talk we're doing about dungeons. I mean, what is the Darkrai Delves? I mean, that's even 5-man. What is the Darkrai Delves? It's not even a strike, is it? I mean, what is the Darkrai Delves? It's a story instance? But it's basically a dungeon, right? It's soloable, not required 5-man. But it's a dungeon. And it's like, wow. And you're right, they could have done Doomlore. Icebreed Saga could have done all that stuff. Do you have a guide for a Berserker Warrior build? No, I don't. And in fact, that's the one... There are 2 classes that I've got to figure out how I want to play them. I want a really fun Berserker build for open world, and just nothing has clicked for me yet. It's just something about Warrior that's just not doing it, guys. I don't know what it is either. And it's making me very sad. And it's putting me off doing my next round of favorite builds. I want to do 9 videos for you. I want to do each class. But I can't figure out Berserker. What weapons do I have equipped at the moment? I love all these questions about what the fuck footage you guys are looking at. Does that mean I have actual new people watching me? The community is growing. That makes me so happy. I'm playing Dagger Warhorn. Just don't do warrior. Tell people to play guard. Yeah, I've got a celestial firebrand that fucking destroys. So I've got a brilliant open world guardian set up. You're a warrior main, and it's just like that. Not a particularly fun class. The thing is, I think you know, has anyone ever played Borderlands 2? Have you got? He's called the Berserker in that, right? Have you guys ever played the Berserker in that? There are some build paths you can do in Borderlands 2 that are really fucking fun for the Berserker. And they're like the extension paths where you just keep it goes longer and longer and longer, and you keep bouncing the duration. And there's like a ton of those ideas with the rage skills in Guild Wars 2, but the balance is just shy of it being a really fun playstyle. It just quite misses out. I don't know, there's something about the adrenaline system that's fucking lame or something. I don't know what it is. Open World Spellbreaker is good. Yeah, I've already done a video on Spellbreaker though. I did that in early POF, and I mean, I could redo it, I suppose. Could update it ever so slightly. It has been about 2 years now. I don't know. Let's play Warrior next. Let's do that. Let's play Warrior. And do you know what I'm going to do as well? I'm going to clean this inventory before I character swap. Knocked. Did you hear that? I'm going to clean the inventory as I leave. Are you proud of me? I hope he's still listening. Maybe we get some wood down here. Shit. You've had a blast last week with a burst spammer berserker. You generate a shit ton of rage and spam axe and greatsword. Are you sure? Well, look, go in game. Tell me what. If anyone wants to sponsor a berserker build, go in game, right click the tab, click copy template, and paste it into Twitch chat. Do you understand? Go on your warrior, press H, copy template from whatever template it is, copy build template, and paste it into Twitch chat. And I'll have a look at what you've got. You'll have to type to me the weapons, by the way. The only reason Gunzerker works is because there's a trait that enables you to recharge the skill while it's in use, which doesn't happen at all in Guild Wars 2. Do you think that's what it is? Maybe, yeah. Cool. Borderlands 2 is great fun. I played Gunzerker, and he was so bugged at the end. There was a fucking crazy build you could play where you had there was a sniper rifle, right? When you fire it, it splits into like 4 projectiles where it lands. So what you do is on Gunzerker, you'd dual wield. It was like a machine gun sniper rifle that goes, you know, explodes like these little cluster bombs essentially. But what you do is you'd play it on a Gunzerker, and you'd have the sniper in your offhand. So when it did the maths for what damage those projectiles were doing, it would take, instead of the sniper rifle on that class, it would take your dual wield. It would take your other weapon. So in your other weapon, you'd have like the highest damage thing you could imagine, like a rocket launcher with like a fucking 10-second reload speed or whatever. And basically what it would allow you to do is rapid fire these rockets and trigger 4 of them at a time. And you just like machine gun bosses and shit with like the most ludicrous nukes you could imagine. Oh, it was so good. It was basically a bug. But it was brilliant. What a build. That's it. Pimpernel and Ahab. Fucking hell. Oh, I like Twitch chat sometimes. Well done, Cutgrass. I haven't read those words for a long time. My last Borderlands playthrough was probably like 4 years ago. But yeah, that's the combo. Pimpernel and Ahab. You're a huge Borderlands nerd. I consider myself a fan of it, but details like that have definitely slipped. You must be a real fan of it to remember that. If I gave a random gimmicky, like, other class build, would you be able to answer that as well? Okay, I see some warrior builds in chat, so I'll keep an eye on those. and we'll try it out because I do want to warrior build. The other class that I'm still a bit iffy on is I think it's thief. I think it's thief that I'm iffy on. I don't know what the fuck I want to do on thief. Because I already did pistol spam last generation. Realistically, I want a daredevil build. If I could get a Condi daredevil build that's fun in the open world, I'd be in love. I would really love that. Like throwing daggers and shit. But I can already tell just immediately it's not going to be the best way of playing it. I know in one of your recent videos mentioned that Twitch being a good place for Let's Plays, but they don't have the same amount of research. I feel like your combined knowledge of Twitch chat replaces that. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you are right, yeah. For the people who can stomach it, you know, because there is something kind of boring about watching a VOD like this and just listening. Especially for me, I don't even put chat on screen anymore. Do you know what I would love? All right, if anyone knows this, and I'm talking to Wooden Potatoes 2 people because there's no way anyone live is going to know this. What I would love is a tool, which means I can take my mouse cursor. You guys can't see it, it's under a cluster of shit, right? I can take my mouse cursor, I can move it off screen, and when I mouse over Twitch chat, a message someone's put in Twitch chat, I would love that whatever I'm moused over to automatically get overlaid on the stream. Now, why would I love that? Because what that would mean is I can do gameplay coverage that doesn't have constant chat spamming all over the place. But when I specifically want to respond to someone in a Q&A section or there's some good advice or whatever, I can, it's as simple as mousing over the message, and now I've like presented it to the world, and now it's on screen as I read it and stuff. Basically, what that would mean is on the fly, I can make videos of the exact quality that the Q&A series is at, but without all the hassle of screenshotting and editing and cropping and all that kind of shit. I would love that, you know, so it detects me mousing over on the other screen and puts it on. But I mean, that would be such a specialized tool. I doubt one exists, and I don't even know how you'd create a setup like that, but that would be really fucking good. That would be so powerful. There are stream tools to select comments. Well, maybe there are actually. Maybe it's not that alien and weird. Anyway, haven't played in 2 years. Has the game optimization improved? Also, Final Fantasy content when? Final Fantasy returns tomorrow. Shadowbringers Part 2 tomorrow. I expect to be live around the same time, but you might want to follow just in case I'm not. As for this game's optimization, there is a native beta for DirectX 12 going on now, as you can see here, and I'm on it. And you'll see here I'm in Zerg content with a lot of movement, and I'm streaming, and I'm hitting 50 frames. I do have a optimization video that I did a couple of months ago, right before the DirectX beta. That's that Coke, that is. I'm just a brisk burp suddenly. So that you might like to look at, because I do have some very, very, very important advice there for getting the game to run smoothly. Sorry, DirectX 11. Yeah, not DirectX 12, DirectX 11. I don't know what's going on in terms of like homebrew projects or whatever at the moment. I don't know what the Guild Wars dev scene's working on. I haven't been in their Discord for a while. I'm not sure if DirectX 12 proxy is coming back or what. I think it's all kind of on hold at the moment because ArenaNet's doing their own beta. The optimization video is really helpful. Thank you. Hey, I'm glad to hear that. You suddenly want a Dark Souls style invasion system where you can hunt down a random PvE player and fight them. Deadeye would be so fun in a game mode where you can stalk another player. What you want is world versus world to be different. And what you just described there is what I wanted world versus world to be as well. The perfect world versus world to me looks a lot more like the RuneScape Wilderness than it looks like World of Warcraft Battlegrounds. I don't give a fuck about the Zerg combat. I really don't. I want it to be like in an immersive world where you go out and you go on adventures and you have objectives that you're dealing with, and it just so happens that there's other players around that you might bump into and have conflict over. That's what I want. I want like the mercenary camps to mean more. I want gathering to mean more. I want random little mobs and veterans in the areas to mean more. I want camp content to be more enriched than just flipping it. And, you know, the keeps and the towers, they're not the be-all and end-all to me. They're a layer above. My perfect world versus world, they are not the be-all and end-all. But the game's just boiled down and down and down into Zergs clashing and PPT. That's what it's turned into. And it's very sad to me. And the worst thing about World vs. World now is it's got like this incumbent audience that loves what it is. And I believe they have, what do you call it? Is it Stockholm Syndrome? You come to love the prison you're in or whatever. And they just won't countenance any change, you know, not really. Like, it's like the Jade Sea, the turtle thing. Already, I was looking at comments of the video I made earlier today. You know, ArenaNet's interested in putting the turtle into World vs. World. And already people in the comments are saying, no, I don't want that. And it's like, they're going to say no to everything. They're going to say no. They're going to, with the same breath, they'll say, oh, we don't get any content. And they'll also say, oh, all the content is fucking with the thing I love. I honestly would hate to be at ArenaNet trying to figure out what the fuck to do with World vs. World. PvE in World vs. World is bad. Just play PvE. You should just play TPvP. You should just play Heart of the Mists. It's World vs. World. It's not PvP. It's World vs. World. It's PvPvE. It's always been the hybrid of the two. Don't tell me it's a pure PvP game type. It's not. That might be how you treat it. That might be what you've come to love. But that's not what it was made for. And that's not what it has to be. Look, I'm not saying I'm entirely right and you're entirely wrong, but equally, it's not the reverse. It's definitely not the reverse. There are no Zerg fights in World vs. World? What are you talking about? I never said that. That's all World vs. World is nowadays. Oh, there are no Zerg fights in PvP? Well, even that's kind of debatable. What was the party size when it originally came out? Wasn't it 12v12? Didn't they have 12v12 hot join maps and so on? And yeah, fine. You've got Zerg combat in World vs. World. That doesn't affect anything else that we're talking about, does it? So there's Zerg content in World. There's Zerg PvP in World vs. World. Therefore, there can't be any PvE. Hello? They're not mutually exclusive. Pinged you grabbing comments for the stream on Discord. Really? Are you serious, Kelly Jack? I'm quite interested in that. Sorry, I didn't harpoon. And I've lost my cursor. Alright, we're shooting. We didn't get it too late. God, the hallucination. You're still waiting for a GVG, Guild Wars on GVG system? I don't know. Too many game types is not a good idea. They only have a limited player base, guys. If you're waiting for that, they've never had it given any indication they're interested in doing it. The closest they did, if you guys remember, you might want to look at this on my channel, but there's a data mined World vs. World game type map, which was 2 keeps floating in the sky across from each other. Do you guys remember that? We can only speculate as to what the game type was, but it basically looks like Guild Wars 2's GVG, except it looks like in a World vs. World style setting. But that was years ago, and it was obviously something that never made it out of development. No, not the Fortune's Veil. That was more like a... that's PvE, PvX. But that was... Fortune's Veil is kind of like a World vs. World raid. One server's defending the raid. The other 2 servers are racing each other to get through the raid. It's really beautiful. The Fortune's Veil thing is fucking cool. I mean, it's really cool, the Fortune's Veil thing. But again, they never put it in. I can only imagine they didn't because they don't want to split the player base. You know, I love the idea of World vs. World, like, skirmishes ending with a run on the Fortune's Veil. It could have worked that way, you know, now the skirmishes are in the game. So what would that be? Once every How long's a skirmish? I wanted to say 2 hours, but I realised I don't actually know. Is it 2 hours? How long's a skirmish in World vs. World? Anyway, I like the idea that at the end, there's a big grab bag of extra points, and you can... Everybody participates in the Fortunes Fail right then. And then you could have it all... It would all work into one coherent system. You could fold it all together. You could bring the Fortunes Fail into Guild Wars 2. But just more pipe dreams. More pipe dreams. Okay, I just need some ore and some trees. I'm just gonna harvest them here. Do stay in the squad if you guys want, though, guys, because we'll do 3 strike missions if you guys want. So, do I swap to warrior now, or do I swap to warrior afterwards? I'm not too sure. There are too many pipe dreams. Yeah, there are. I mean, it's an inspiring game. All the ways and things they could do with it. The reality is that people who want PvE in World vs. World won't actually play World vs. World long term. Well, there's not exclusivity there, though, right? Obviously, if all you want is PvE, then World vs. World isn't the game type for you. But if you want a mix of experiences, which is the ambition and intent of the game type, then yeah, people absolutely can stick long term. I know what the reality is. You don't need to tell me what the reality and what's happened with World vs. World. I've followed the game type for fucking 8 years. I see what's in there. I see what people who are in there want. It's pretty obvious where the lines in the sand are as it stands. I'm just saying things didn't have to end up this way. And yeah, you're right. There isn't Zerg content in TPVP. Not really. Not unless you jump into the free-for-all arena and go mental. I'm just saying there was historical precedent for it as well. As much as I'm not talking about what is, I'm talking about what can be. So as much as I'm talking about what can be in World vs. World, the reason I pointed out the PvP thing is because I'm talking about what could have been with PvP. They could have put Zerg content into PvP and still kept it strictly as the PvP area of the game that they intended it to be, you know. They could have increased team sizes. Just as they could have emphasized things differently in World vs. World. Is that making sense to you? I feel the World vs. World is not allowing PvEers is a case of vocal minority. Well, I don't know. I've always kind of laughed at World vs. Worlders because by and large they're all terrible at the combat. Like if you're anywhere, if you're even in gold for PvP, you can slay people in World vs. World. And at the same time, they're all like really sneering and mean about PvEers. They all like huddle away in their discords or in map chat and say, PvEers, I'm so much better than them. Like that, it's really kind of like gross. And I've always kind of laughed at that whole mentality because it's like people thinking they're hot shit or like some stack above other members of the community. And not only is it just a disgusting thing to do, but they can't even back it up. So I've kind of always, and I think it is a thing. I think there is a bit of a culture for that, unfortunately. And I understand why it's there as well. It's because you don't, if you're in a squad and you've got like randoms following your tag or whatever and fucking things up for you, or taking slots, that's another big thing with World vs. World. Especially when it's most active, you know, you want quality players in there and you're jostling for those slots. It's just like when they tried Triple Trouble. It's just like when they tried to Quarter Rising on the PvE side. It leads to people, you know, discriminating. And I do think it's, in a lot of ways, I think structured PvP is much tougher on the actual gameplay, but it's actually much easier to get into because at least you can appear offline, turn your chat box off, and enter the matchmaker, and you're generally all right. You don't actively have tags hiding from you and people like, you know, I mean, I suppose you could turn chat off again, but I think World vs. World's a little bit scarier in some respects. World vs. World community being toxic to PvE is true. All I'm saying is I don't want World vs. World diluted by unnecessary PvE. I wish that World vs. World was easier for people to get into. Yeah, I mean, what you want, I think, is the World vs. World Battlegrounds. There's nothing wrong with what you want. I think people who want Zerg PvP and they want accessible, decent Zergs conflicting, that's a thing. And I understand why people want that to be in Guild Wars 2. And I understand why people enjoy that part of the meta. That's totally valid. There's nothing wrong with that. At the same time, I think there's a vision for a real... And this is actually more aligned with what the studio was actually going for. Real world versus world. World versus world. And then again. You know, where like... It's much more like the RuneScape Wilderness, as I explained. I think that's another thing. And my personal preference is to have that in Guild Wars somewhere. Because I think there's quite a lot of overlap between the kind of the battleground stuff and what Heart of the Mist is offering. If I could set everything up, I'd add a place for Zerg combat in Heart of the Mists, and I would completely change World versus World, or add to it, or shift it to make it more like that PvX experience. Is that fair? As long as Heart of the Mists ended up having your Zerg battles, would you be comfortable with that? Well, this is what's a pain for me, because sometimes I need to break off and you lose the Zerg and catching up is hella tedious. I mean, I really think World vs. World is very, very broken in a lot of ways. You disagree to an extent. In World vs. World, a player can follow a commander and be useful, but in PvP, each player has to think for themselves in addition to the micro combat. Oh, I'm not saying it's probably easier to be worse in PvP. PvP is a lot harder. But I'm saying you're not at the whims of the community, you know? Not so much. You only have to find 9 people, and the matchmaker can spin a game up. Now, PvP's been dead, so fucking dead for so long that sometimes late at night on EU or late at night on NA, you can't even get that. I don't know how it's been this year, but Jesus Christ. But nonetheless, usually 6 minutes, the matchmaker's done its job, you're in there. World versus World, you know, you're not there at the right time. There might not even be a tag, let alone tags that are hiding from you. And you want to wander out there alone as a noob, get fucking picked off by 3 people, camp and spawn. I mean, people say, oh, why do you play such cheesy, overpowered builds? But that's exactly why I do it, because it's just hell. It's so unfun. I'd rather play a build where I can 2v1 people, or 3v1 people sometimes, or escape at least. Hence why we play Trailblazer Mirage, everybody. PvP's really unpopular now. Well, I found it quite interesting. You know the Final Fantasy discussions we've been doing? I find it quite interesting. Outside of Guild Wars, they seem to have this great reputation for PvP. But as soon as you get in the game, every World versus World player is upset, and every PvP player is upset, and always talking about how dead their game modes are. So it's a bizarre. Have you guys seen this in like when there's discussion about what does Guild Wars 2 offer that these other games don't? It's like, oh yeah, they've got brilliant PvP, best in the industry. You go in there, there's fucking Tumbleweed rolling by. Tumbleweed rolling by as far as the matchmaker is concerned. Meanwhile, Heart of the Mist chat is filled with racists and, you know, whatever antagonizers they can have in map chat. Celestial's the new character, Trailblazer, so 2020. I tried Celestial when they did the patch with expertise, but I felt super squishy. I went straight back to Trailblazer. That was the last time I went in World vs. World. When did that patch come in? I haven't grinded any pips since, but I'm considering returning because of the diamond chests accessibility since the pip change. Are we done with this? What exactly am I looking to do here? We are done with it. Nice. Okay, so Dark... Well, let's do 3 strike missions, shall we? I'm happy to do 3 strike missions. Now, compositionally, what do we have? I'll fill in the slots. We could do 3 easy ones, so it really doesn't matter, guys. Let me just see what we've got. I'm guessing I would need to play a healer. Now, if I load in on Liss, I could just toggle on Tempest support. I'm going to throw up a ready check. If you guys feel ready to play this strike mission, say yes. You made 4 32-slot bags for your ults after watching my cleaning streams. Oh, nice, dude. Guild Wars 2 will make you depressed like no other MMO will except WoW. Well, World of Warcraft players have had enough time in the spotlight, in the limelight, haven't they? Guys, if you're not in my mega server, I'm not going to see the check mark. So can you right-click join on, and then we'll see. Heart of the Mist is not racist, but many play pretend politicians. He'll even part of it. You're even part of it time to time. Yeah, I know. It's just the only thing I ever view Heart of the Mist chat as is there's nothing said with sincerity there. They're just bored and trying to fuck about. That's all that chat is. And for its part, depending on the situation, it can be quite funny. Looks like I'll be playing Heal Tempest. Yeah, because I mean it's hard to tell what the FBs are doing. It's hard to tell what the Scourge is doing. But generally speaking, let's just set that up, shall we? Now, in theory, it's all done. I haven't done this for a while. But let's say this is a Magi set. And this is a Staff Heal. Yeah, I'm pretty good with that. Okay, so Deadeye's here. Everyone's readied up except for this Dragon Hunter. So I'll just wait a few minutes. And then I'll just take us in on the easy strikes. Nice and casual. And I'll keep talking to chat while we do it. Why not? And then we'll look at these warrior builds. I think WoW players get the crown of the most depressed MMO community now by default. Game is in the shitter if you don't play Classic. I heard people even were talking crap about Classic. Oh, he says, I am ready. Oh, did you get the bug? Okay. I'd like to join a strike mission. Let's see how we do in the Shiver Peaks Pass. What's the best way to get ascended? Says Oh Highs. Excuse me. If you own Bitterfrost Frontier, that's Living World Season 3, Episode 3. That's this one. Crack in the Ice. You can get a lot of really good Ascended stuff there. Aside from that, I have a new player guide on my channel. Go to Wood and Potatoes on YouTube. Type new player guide, what to do at 80. And in that video, I give you a guide on how to get all your early Ascended gear. I talk about like where you can get rings cheap and easy. Where you can get your amulet cheap and easy, your accessories cheap and easy, weapons. I'll give you priority orders. I'll, for example, tell you that armor doesn't really matter statistically and is prohibitively expensive, so don't worry about it. Off topic, but have you watched Riot's show Arcane at all? I heard you reference lore before. I have watched it, yeah. Are the last 3 episodes out yet? I've watched the first 6. I think it's brilliant. I'm really into it. And I've got my theories. I think it's an origin story for Warwick, for example. A friend of mine introduced me to this theory on Discord. Yeah, I think it's very cool. Chat, did I miss the winner getting picked? Oh, yeah. Okay, we're doing a gem giveaway. Okay, so the command I do... What's it called? Okay, what the hell is the command? I can see the command to cancel it. Do I just do the same command again? It's not here. I might need to message Rocker about this because I don't know what I enter. And he might not even be there at the moment. I don't see him in chat. Let me ask. Alright, we'll have to wait for him to respond, guys. In the meantime, sorry everyone with the strike mission. Here we go. Just teleport pick. Oh, do you know what? This feels so good. The old PC was crashing constantly here. Oh, I could never play this with good graphics because it would crash constantly. Oh, I feel so good at the moment because I just know it's not going to. There was something brutal about this area. I don't know what it was, but something really, really tripped up the other PC. Okay, I'll do a ready check. When it ends, we'll go in. Sorry, by the way, guys, if you've dropped a message for me and I've missed it in chat, just post it again. I don't mind copy pasting. If I haven't responded to you, I've missed it, so you can just post it again. Obviously, it's going to be hard for me to talk while I'm... Do I have Strength of Stone? I do, good. Not Strength of Stone. What the fuck's the stability trait called? I just wanted to make sure I had stab, so I didn't have to jump over the thing. Okay, Gale Song, it's fine. They do not need me on healer. At no point have I had to heal. Basically just playing a shitty DPS here. I can't even vulnerability. See, this is the thing, the overabundance of vulnerability. I wish like I could be like, alright, well, I'm not going to do much damage, but I'm a support, so I'm going to be vulnerability here because of my air overload and my water too. I'm going to stun... Oh, I didn't need to. I'm going to get knocked back if I don't move away a bit. Yeah, if you stand right next to him there, that little knockback, you can avoid that by max meleeing right at that moment. Do I linger? I think I'm going to go in water just to try and keep Scholar up, maybe. Yeah. You should have been in Dagger Water, Warhorn to provide Might. I could have. Might's not low though, I'm at 25. Maybe the other subgroup's struggling a little bit. But I mean, that's hindsighting. I had no way of knowing that. I had no way of knowing how much heal pressure we needed to, really. Of course, now when I repost and WP possibly answers my post. Wait, what did I do? Alright. Good stuff, guys. That's 1 out of 3. Let's go back to the Eye of the North. Can you still unlock all the living world for free at the moment? I don't know which pieces you can do. Log in and check, I guess. Oh, there you go. Rocker's here. He says, sorry, I'm only semi here. I'm at work. I can't keep track of stuff. Oh, well, no worries, dude. No worries. Oh, did we just hit 700? Hey. We hit our goal. Nice, guys. 700. So what do I do now? Can't I put that on screen somehow? Yeah, there you go. Look. Ba-da-da-da. 700 out of 700s. I'm proud of you guys. That's badass. So I'll let us enjoy that before I move the goalpost and put it higher. I don't know. It'd be a brilliant time to do a 400 gem giveaway, wouldn't it, for that? Who was it that put us over there? Cheeky Rosa. Cheeky Rosa with the sub there, getting us to our goal. Thank you very much, Cheeky Rosa. Earlobe reveal. Look, I've told you guys, at 10,000, it will be face cam. We're almost 10% of the way there. Think about that. It's actually quite scary. Throw 10 years of anonymity streaming away. All right, what do we want to do next? I'll put us into... Oh, this is going to be a bit boring, isn't it? But fine for Rainer, I guess. All right, sorry, yeah, again, I'm missing all kinds of comments here. As the Berserker and Thief are holding back the new build video series, is there a chance that you could just give us the builds in a stream or as chat links for those who are super excited or looking forward to a build for a specific class? I mean, I suppose I could, but then people would miss it and stuff. I mean, look, if you catch me online and you say, WP, do you want this Ellie build, you know? It's easy enough for me to copy paste it. Should I swap? Because I think someone else was... Well, whatever. I don't really have a high DPS LE set up anyway. I'll just say. And this is nice and easy, and it allows me to keep talking to chat. Look, I do want to get that series out. I kind of want to get it done out before Christmas as well, so... Who knows? We'll go to Warrior in a second. This stream might end with me being really excited with Warrior in a second. If something clicks with me for Warrior, then that's 8 out of 9, and I'll be very passionate about pushing on. Harrier, Dagger, Warhorn. Yeah, it's a good idea. I have all my little templates set up with other concepts at the moment though, so I don't want to just throw one of them in the bin for a random strike mission here. Sorry, ready check, and then when it ends, we'll go in. Back when Guild Wars 2 launched, I expected World vs. World to be more different guilds holding different bases. The majority of big battles being base or castle sieges, and the guilds who didn't have something to go out and capture those enemy spots. But it's the exact opposite. Big blobs mostly avoiding each other and just flipping bases and castles. Repost because you missed a possible response because of ads. Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, that's a vision as well. I mean, if siege warfare and stuff. I think the ultimate version of World vs. World kind of caters to a medium degree all of these facets and all of these experiences, right? And it already does to a degree, you know, so... I mean, who doesn't hear about the setup for World vs. World and hear about the ultimate keep in the middle, stone mist castle, you know, and get excited about it? Maybe I should do that. Doesn't it take the special action away from other people if too many use it? So I shouldn't do it as a support, right? But then in practice and how it plays, it ends up just getting tedious. And if they're too turtly and too bunky, it's boring. They're too impenetrable. It's a really hard balance. I mean, like I said, I don't envy anyone that's job would be to be responsible for World vs. World. Ultimately, what you've got there is a very sizable community of people who just want an open, empty field to clash their Zerg against another Zerg on. Ultimately, that is what a good proportion of the most, you know, invested World vs. World is really kind of boil it down to. And yeah, I don't know whether the answer is to make World vs. World better for that or to just actually identify that as its own thing and actually make an area for it. Which they've obviously tried. First with the Obsidian Sanctum, then in Edge of the Mist. Hey, something actually to heal for a second. Nice. So I'm not going to use it this time. Don't other people... Doesn't he get robbed from me? No? Alright, fine. Oh! Check the stream VOD. The raffle has ended. And George won? Gorge won? Gorge, are you there in chat? Are you serious? So somebody already won? Who ended the raffle then? Did Rocker end the raffle? Three-way fights can be a lot of fun. Yeah, when you're not getting network or FPS lag. It ended automatically. Oh. It ended an hour and a half ago. Alright, well, usually the way I do this is if you guys are there, if you respond in chat, if you whisper me... does he know he won or not? That's what I'm trying to get at. Because if not, we'll just re-roll those. Rocker says the raffle ends on its own and you have to watch chat. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's a little bit trickier to do then. Alright, last one. We got a spot in the party, by the way. Does anybody want to join for this last strike mission? We're going to do the voice and the claw. Cold War is easier, but is unbelievably tedious and boring, so we're not doing it. Yeah, if Grudge is there, then he'll have it. If not, we'll give him some time. We'll re-roll it. Is there a good Scourge open world build, or should I stick to Reaper? Well, I mean, this is kind of the other thing. I sort of do have a Condi Scourge build that I want to show people that I think is interesting. The last time I did my open world build series, Scourge, what had they done? I think they had taken off, you know, it was the illusionary persona thing. Scourge shit wouldn't pulse on you. It would only pulse on the totem. And that really nuked it in PvE enjoyment. It like really nuked it. But that behavior has been reverted now. So I think it's alright. I think in general Reaper is like da bomb. So it's still my main recommendation. But I think there's a fun Scourge variant I can give you for sure, yeah. Yeah, don't get me wrong, Marauder Reaper is pretty fun. Even Zerk Reaper is fine, but yeah. Marauder's a lot of value. Oh shit. Oh, I should have ran Cleanse. Healing Rain will do it a bit. I'm going to spam all the shouts nice and quick here just to stack up protection uptime. Oh, that was a nice reflect there. Did you guys see that shit? That magnetic aura really landed. Is the boots bad healed Scourge still viable? That was fun in PvE a few years ago. You're talking about where he put some minions with Scourge stuff to empower them? I mean, yeah, it still works. I mean, minions are a one-way ticket to a free life for sure on Scourge. It's definitely still a good idea. Oh, my about face! Ah. Oh. Basically, I rebound it because every video I was making was starting with me about facing and it was ruining the shot sometimes. OBS is a little bit different. Am I on DirectX 11? I am, yes. What makes you ask? Oh, sorry, we got this massive ass goal on screen. Anyway, that's really cool, guys. Oh, we're at 701 now. Real Cursed. Thank you very much to Real Cursed. Welcome, welcome. I could set up another goal if you guys want. I don't really know. I'll look at the feature in a second. Try and heal that dead eye up a bit. We're not even going to see the last animation here. Oh, yes, we are. You got one slam out. One slam. I'm looking forward to these once they standardized all the rewards and stuff. All right, there you go. Well, that patch was easy. Well, we're not actually done. Okay, Darkrim Delves and a Living World Season 1 instance. So, Darkrim Delves is 5-man, right? It's not 10-man, so I can't have all of you. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to leave this group. And the first 4 people to join. What you guys do is just, if you look at Twitch chat, copy-paste this into the in-game chat box. /join list. Oh. There you go. Twitch thought I was trying to do a command. And, yeah, first come, first serve, I suppose. WP, do you really think Guild Wars would benefit by supporting some of their more niche communities? I've been playing 14 recently, and I was really impressed by the community support of performers and fashion people. Alright, we had too many invites. It broke. So do it again now, guys. Do it again. Because the party always breaks if you get too many invites too quickly. There you go. That's it. That's it. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, so this is definitely the scrying pool, right?
Join the Spud Club if you got an eye for far.
Hey, what the fuck am I doing wrong? How do you enter the Darkrim Delves? You got to restart the story in the journal. Oh, shit. I still don't have all the regular achievements for this patch. Purple star will appear beside me. Did I never do the patch, do the thing on Liss? Well, we could do it on Warrior anyway. Oh, it's starting to get dark. I've got to turn the lights on. What time is it? It's getting dark already? Jesus, it's only 4:30 and it's getting dark. You need to start the chapter. I did start the chapter. That's why there's dialogue going right now. You can't hear it, but I did start it. I guess I never did it on Liss. Does somebody else just want to open it? If somebody else can open it, maybe I can just accept and skip in. It might just be that Liss never beat this patch, guys, so I won't get a purple star. I'll have to figure out whatever character I did beat it on. Oh, here you go. Oh, no, that's Forging Steel, though. Oh, they're not going to make me do it again, are they? Anyone? Okay, I'm going to swap to another character. Who on earth did I beat this on? I really didn't do it on Liss. Whereabouts in the UK are you, north or south? It's been this dark this early in the north for a while. Yeah, I'm more south than I am north. So we do get a tiny bit more sunlight this time of year. You think I did it on a char? Alright, let's try it there. WP, how do your keybinds work? Mostly I use an MMO mouse, so most of the skills I activate are with my right hand. Okay, I have the north. To come back to the whole discussion of dungeons, one might say tombs are a very specific type of dungeon, and that someone who explores said type of dungeon could be considered a Tomb Raider, which raises the question, will we ever see Shadow of the Tomb Raider? I thoroughly enjoyed the other two. I really didn't like the game. It's funny, actually. I applied to be a Square Enix partner yesterday, the day before. I should have probably checked if he's played it. I don't think he played it. It wasn't this guy. Let me check my rev. I think I bet on my rev. I applied to be a Square Enix partner, and in the application they had, you know, what games do you play? Which of our games do you play, basically? And, you know, I assume most people go there just for Final Fantasy 14, but I was quite happy to be like, fuck, man. I mean, I've got Let's Plays of your other games, and I'm a huge Tomb Raider fan. I've covered all your recent Tomb Raider stuff too, except Shadow. But so I was quite happy to be able to add that in. But Shadow's just such a bad game. I mean, really. The LP I would make on that, if I would ever make one, would be a very different style of experience. It would be very casual commentary, and it would be talking about all the things that I feel it missed. And I'm sad for it. I really am sad for it. I'll tell you, one of my dream jobs... yeah, here you go. No, he didn't do it either. What? No, maybe he did. No, it doesn't say replay. It says play. Are you serious? I have to figure out which of my fucking 40 characters did this one patch. NG? NG might have done it. I've definitely been in Forging Steel a ton of times on my NG. If you get Square Enix partner, you won't be a Guild Wars 2 partner? What do you mean? I'm not under any kind of exclusivity. And they never mentioned any exclusivity either. Business isn't a marriage. Yeah. You know, the day that ArenaNet paid that fucking guy, what's his name? The World of Warcraft raid progger to cover End of Dragons. You know, they're paying outsiders more than their own partners to cover the content. So you know what that means? That means they're perfectly happy for their users to have variety audiences. They want you to have a variety audience. Oh. It's an alarm there. Sorry about that. They want you to have a variety audience. It's better for business. You know, who gives a fuck if Wood and Potatoes has got a Guild Wars 2 audience that's like this just circular thing? There you go. Finally, Necro, I guess. Jesus, I only did it on one guy. I've definitely done the Dark Rain Delves multiple times. Anyway, you know, it's better if it's like cross-pollinating, right? They want new users. They want World of Warcraft players to see Guild Wars. They're willing to pay a lot of money for that. So I would think they'd encourage. I mean, they can't obviously be seen to do that, but if anything, I would think they'd encourage it. That, you know, their partners actually spread out and aren't just like these insular little cells. Yeah, and Jebro's an Elder Scrolls Online partner. Yeah, he is. He's got it under his little stream. I don't really know what that means, but all right. Why are there only 3? Let's do that again. There you go, now there's 4. They should do Twitch drops already. Shady Carpet, we're looking to see if you want to ready up to play with us. Let's refresh that again. Plus it's more fun for streamers and viewers to go for a variety, I suppose so, yeah. And now no meta only. Boo-boo. Nope. Let's try again. There we go, we're in. Limit Max has a huge raid influence on the WoW side, though. Him shining a lot on Guild Wars 2 raiding scene could be beneficial. Yeah, absolutely. Why did you put the word though in there? I agree. I mean, his handling of the promotion was awful. It was one of the most unprofessional things you can imagine, and it reflected poorly on Guild Wars. But the concept makes sense. Out of touch with their own game if they pay him to cover it. He's a hardcore raider. What's he supposed to do in Guild Wars 2? Well, maybe that's a little bit blind, yeah. Or maybe that speaks to their ambition to have decent strikes in End of Dragons. Right, so I probably need to use Light of Deldrimor or something, right? What is it, 2 to melt? Can I use my greatsword in Shroud with all the Shroud traits? You just open the chest? Is it that there's only 3 in the whole instance and I need to find them all, or are they just fairly regular? This is such a great mission, by the way. This is really cool. Again, if End of Dragons has stuff like this, so good. This is so good. I'm telling you guys, the Icebrood Saga, it gets a bad rep, but it actually is full of, it's packed with really decent shit in it. That if these are things that Elder Dragons, the ArenaNet continues into End of Dragons. There's 15 chests. Oh, okay, so I don't have to go searching super. Yeah, and the story's a shame, but the rest is pretty pog. Yeah, exactly, exactly. And it just wasn't good as an expansion replacement, but the rest of it's actually fantastic. You said it a million times, you'll say it again. Icebrood Saga is great, except Champions. Oopsie. Oh, am I lagging? No, it was just a lot of delay. Is there a chest hiding over there? I didn't move close enough, I suppose. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier on the stream. I don't know whether I missed it. Oh, by the way, sub, Arium. Thank you to Arium for the sub there. Much appreciated. Welcome, welcome. Right, well, one chest right there. And Champions has good elements, just a shit situation. Yeah, I completely believe DRMs are a good format for the game. I completely believe DRMs are pretty good. Just some tweaks, just some little improvements. And the key thing that's wrong with DRMs, the only thing that's bad is they're not in new environments. Is it? Well, are you guys following me or am I following you? What are we doing here? I'm going up there, am I? If DRMs were set in new places of the world to explore, if it was like Farron of the First City or like this area, DRMs are really good. And that's a very dungeon-like content system as well, by the way. The problem is they called them dragon response missions, so it would need a rebrand if we're moving away from the dragon story, but you know, let's not worry about that too much. And let's be clear, guys, they have at no point said anything about DRMs in End of Dragons. They've not said it ever. They've said strikes. Strikes are the thing that's going forwards. DRMs, they haven't given us shit. The DRM is essentially just a story instance. What's innovative about them is their structure and pacing for dialogue with combat. Yeah, you're right. And also their structure as far as scaling up to have more players. And their structure in terms of having control over, you know, how challenging you want the thing to be. I'm going to go over to those guys over there. Because of, you know, the sort of moats and stuff. It's basically just story instances done well. It's the next iteration of story instances. So in theory, there could be a shit ton of DRMs in End of Dragons. They're just not called DRMs because they've dropped that. That's just what story instances look like now. Story instances just look like DRMs. And co-op gameplay is therefore a bit more meaningful and so on. And, oh, it could be good. Oh. Do you know what? This is the kind of shit I think there should be blog posts about at this point. That's what kind of scares me about End of Dragons. All these topics we've been talking about on the stream today. This is where I feel like they could do... If they actually are doing stuff like that, give me a blog post. Talk to me about meta event structure. How's it going a little bit closer to Heart of Thorns? You alluded that might be a thing on your mind, so let's hear it. What are the rewards looking like? You've told me that some Aurene-looking legendary weapons. What are you doing with collections? What do story instances look like? Anything on those strikes? I mean, just give me something. Do you know what I mean? That's blog post material. You don't have to do an ArenaNet guild chat on that. It's blog post material. But there aren't any. And I don't know. Am I being premature? Is that January, February? I mean, it's the times now, really, isn't it? Get them cracking out. You would think fundamental shit like that is in place at this point. The silence sort of makes me think, that's too spoilery, ho ho ho. I mean, good point. I mean, it's not even spoilery, is it? Oh, we're still missing a gear. Fuck. Oh, it's over there. Am I really the only one that can interact here? I appreciate I'm the only one with a flame saw. When is the stream? The stream is 3 hours away. 3 hours, 20 minutes. And I will be here for the next 2 hours, 20 minutes. And I really wanted to just raid you directly into it, but I'm not going to be able to because I'm going to be offline. So, I mean, I can raid you directly into it anyway. Just for any latecomers, people coming over from the Siege Turtle video I put up. They are worried about any story spoilers, which is sad, but it makes me hopeful it's going to be really impactful. Yeah, I think so. They are really fanatical about story spoilers. It's weird almost. And I've sort of slowly watched that fanaticism come in. Over Living World Season 1, you started to see it pop up. Someone gave me an alternate idea for how you could do the Season 1 story in the comments the other day. It was so good. Basically what they said was... It was one of these like doomer comments about how like the writing team wasn't good enough back then and so on, and why Scarlet was bad. But what they proposed... Okay, the Starburst is back there. Why? Were they in a conversation and I missed it? I think I might have fucked this up. Let's go back. I love this, by the way. This is exactly how it looked in Guild Wars 1. Except just way better. Just the whole vibe and aesthetic here and the performance in here is amazing. I'll tell you what, if you had a bunch of content like this in the game, people running around with 153 frames or whatever, and this was the main thing people put you onto, not world bosses, Guild Wars would lose its reputation as a poorly optimized game real quick. Another argument for dungeons. Anyway, yeah, back to the Season 1 writing thing. They proposed an idea where it's like... Scarlet wasn't a grand reveal. Scarlet was introduced pretty plainly. and you kind of watch her progress as like the A plot, and the B plots are a bunch of other weird mystery shit, like the Tower of Nightmares, and I can't remember exactly how they structured their comment, but they made it sound really cool. And they landed that frenemy thing really well. So yeah, I don't know. By the way, back to Arcane. Oh, no, never mind. I can't remember what the response was. Okay, we need another cog. We need another cog to pull the elevator up. Oh, wait, sorry. Or did it just say get on the elevator? Wait, I didn't read that. Does it just want me to hit it? It's too rickety to lift more than Bangar and Almora. Hey, everybody off the elevator, it says. Oh, that's cool. Look at this shit. That's some quality right there. I see. That's the co-op thing. So yeah, all of us need to get off. Oh, that's fantastic. Don't forget 3 chests. Yeah, that's what we're doing it for. We've already got 2. Can we just appreciate that Warring Cry was released over 10 years ago and we still don't know what the hell happened with Avinia? Oh, did you write a message about this on the video? Because I read someone talking about Avinia. Here's the thing. I deliberately left Avinia out of that Mysteries video because I think there's a dev comment that hand waves it. I don't remember anymore. It's been 10 years. I don't remember. But something in me, I'm pretty sure, because I used to love that Avinia mystery. I used to talk about that Avinia mystery all the time. Basically, one of the original main characters from Guild Wars Prophecies, guys, and founder of the Shining Blade. Basically, the Shining Blade had 3 leaders, and by the end of the story, 2 of them are fucking dead. 1 of them survives, and she's a fun character, the last survivor of 3. And they set up this mystery almost where she like disappeared during a patch. It's like, what happened? She disappeared in Ascalon. It was really fascinating. I loved the whole thing. But I swear to God, I think there was a quote somewhere, a dev comment hand waved the whole thing and just said, no, we don't care about this. It's not a mystery. Oh wow, do we not have control over that? So I resisted putting it in the video, and I don't talk about it anymore, because I swear I do remember at some point. I think I got a comment at some point through the years of someone saying, actually, WP, blah, 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 Avinia isn't a mystery. And I think it was a credible actually, so I sort of ignore it now. Sorry to say. Okay, so I got a cog, but... Well, we're going higher up, aren't we? Get on, get on, get on. Bye-bye. Alright, there you go. This is funny. Oh, there's a little jump. The way they've done the streams and betas gives me hope about how they've been developing the expansion from a project management perspective. The fact we already have things such as somewhat playable elite specs, traversable environments, means that they are focusing on releasing a series of minimum viable products instead of crunching like crazy right before release. I think that all sounds reasonable, but I also have no reason to believe that they didn't do that with POF and Heart of Thorns, which did have crunch and obviously were constrained in certain places, you know, missing Desolation Act and a lot of missing story beats in Heart of Thorns. So yeah, I don't know whether I can honestly say I'm in the same camp as you, but I get where you're coming from. Keep in mind we're very close to release. Yeah, I think that's what's on my mind a lot as well. We are really close to it, guys. I think you have to prepare. I mean, look, the Echoval Forest stream, look, I don't know what's about to happen tonight with the Jade Sea. I don't know what's about to happen. I'm going to get home and I'm going to watch this VOD and we'll see. But I assume it's going to look very empty again. And you might get all doomery about that, but the thing is, I think Xingji actually was a really fun stream in that it showed some of those events and they were really cool. Like the event where they were climbing around with the boxes and the mount can pull the wagon, and the more boxes you stack, the slower you move and all that shit. That to me, that's not just minimum viable product. That's actually that's some new interesting ideas going on with events there, and the density felt pretty good. I was quite keen and quite thrilled there. So you never know. Maybe they really are just hiding a ton of content on these other maps, as they've explained. So don't be too put off if the Jade Sea feels quite empty in this VOD. Again, I don't know what's going to happen tonight. Maybe they will have re-enabled a bunch more events because it's just for some extra weird reason that it's really easy to spoil you in the Echoval Forest. I don't know. Okay, logged on to Guild Wars 2, safe from being kicked from Spud for 2 months. I mean, really, that is all you have to do, for sure. 2 months is the threshold that I'm at the moment, though. Next time the guild caps, or when I say, hey guys, you want to... And again, I'll just remind you guys, if you want an invite, if you want a big guild, if you want a fun community and an active community with End of Dragons, now is the time to join Spud. You just have to send me a mail stating whether you're EU or NA so I can put you in the right branch. But if you do that and then you just log off for like 3 months, then you'll probably get kicked again. But yeah, whenever we run out of space for new users, I kick people. The most inactive people get kicked first. All I want is like active players that use guild chat. That's it. The rest of it doesn't really matter. I mean, obviously, the more that come to guild missions and stuff, the better. We do run EU missions at the moment. In the Spud Discord, you'll see that. They have this whole new feature. Oh, there was a break bar, right? Oh, it's too late. They have this whole new feature in Discord about like events and shit. They also have like new animations and stuff you can put on with the banner, but it requires people to be boosting. And I was saying to the GMs the other night, I was saying, you know, I feel bad. I don't want to be like, hey guys, go to my Patreon, sub on Twitch, pin me on Pinterest, boost my Discord. I don't want to like add that, you know. This is a badass scene. Let's watch this shit.
The only one you care about is Bangar Ruinbringer.
Everything I've done is for the preservation of the Charred.
You'll be the end of the Char.
No reasoning with a Gladium who betrays her own kind. She can't be saved. Make it quick.
Is that the smartest move? She's a hero to a lot of Char.
Another son you've lost.
Ah, yeah, get that jab in. And he'll get his jab in.
You're more like your sire than I thought.
Don't tell me the Final Fantasy cutscenes are more high quality than this. Don't tell me. I mean, it's just there's a fuck ton more of them, but don't tell me.
Get rid of the body.
It's good shit, guys. Don't forget that there's good shit.
I must fight, so that all may be free.
Oh, some must fight so that all may be free. Yeah, but we have less than 10 in 9 years. Yeah, all right. I know. I know. It's not just that, though. I mean, I still think the trailer from this was just unbelievably cool. All right, speaking of which, okay, so here's what I'm going to do here. We're going to do this warrior build craft. Let me do something here. There we go. We finished the whole patch. What are they giving me now? Glittering. I might actually need these. Oh, no. I already have these. More Mystic Coins, I guess. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to add a file. I'm going to go to Resources Drive. Guild Wars, Content, Icebrood Saga. Reveal. Okay.
Peggy 12.
All right, you guys enjoy this real quick because I'm going to put the kettle on. And when we get back, if there's any messages in chat that you've wanted a response on, just copy paste them. I'll come back. We'll do another gem giveaway soon. We're going to get on Warrior. We're going to look at some of this other stuff. But I mean, look at how good this trailer was. I still think this is fantastic. This is actually a better trailer than any of the End of Dragons trailers. This is better than any of the End of Dragons trailers. This is so fucking good.
You do not fear death. You fear something far worse. You fear outliving the ones you swore to protect. You fear the day your children no longer feel the chill of the frost or the warmth of the flame. It is this fear that is your enemy, not I. The prison in which all races of Tyria suffer.
Oh, you guys remember all those crate in this story? Yeah.
But you need not fear me, champion. For I can set you free. Join me, and you shall have the strength to protect your people in the trials to come. Stand against me, and you stand alone.
If we were going to get an expansion anyway, why not go to a Jormag expansion? You saw no reason to rush to Cantha. It's because they don't care about the Elder Dragon story anymore. That's why they wanted to rush to Cantha. There was no need, but they don't want to tell that story anymore. That's the crime of Dragonstorm. It's nothing else. Anyway, unless they really believe that Cantha nostalgia is what's most important, but I don't know whether that's true. For them to be in that position where they believe Cantha is nostalgia and Guild Wars 1 veteran pandering is the only way to sell an X-Back, for them to have believed that is such a devastating reflection on how little confidence they have in their own game. I don't even want to believe it. I mean, really. Anyway, yeah, I'm just pouring this coffee. Give me 1 second here, guys. Alright, I'm back. Hello. Sorry about that, everyone. Put the heating on as well. It got very dark and very cold in the brief last few minutes. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's figure out this sub thing, shall we? Alright, so, incredibly, we actually did beat our sub goal. So, let me see what happens. I don't know what happens here. End goal? You've ended your goal! Oh, it doesn't even play an animation. It just goes away. Okay, so I can do a goal for followers or subs? I guess we'll just do another sub one. And we'll make the next goal. I guess 800, right? This is crazy. Do you think we'll actually get there? Because it's gonna we're gonna slide. Surely we'll slide down. We'll see what happens. All right, boom. So that's our new goal. V-Draw, thank you very much. No, 1K is crazy. I'm not gonna get to 1K. We'll say, can we get another 97? I don't know. That seems just nuts. And Turtle Jesus, thank you, thank you. Aruzia, thank you. Welcome, guys. I actually cleaned up a lot of stuff about subbing on the channel here. You'll skip ads. I have a proper badge system now. That's the potatoes you can see next to people's names. You'll earn more potatoes for like the predictions and stuff we do. Alright, I'm going to run a prediction. Here we go. You can bet some potatoes on this. Will I find the perfect... The good... Will I click with Warrior? Yes or no? Alright, so I'm going to check out some community builds here. And we're going to see. So you've got 30 minutes to guess here. Yes or no, bet your potatoes. By the end of this little session here, by the end of this bit of the stream, will I have found my warrior build? Okay? So you've got 30 minutes. You can put your little potatoes in. We can have some fun with it. I don't know if I want to know how you look like. It would ruin the mysterious image that got built up over the years. I mean, that's true. I mean, but it's also like, I've been thinking a lot lately about fate. I'm not joking. I've been thinking a lot about it lately. Like, streams like this, that it would just be better. It's just easier content, and it's... I don't know. It's more entertaining. I watch people with face cams. And I really do believe it's a quality bump up. Like Valen in chat, I don't know if he's still here. I said to him about 2 years ago. I don't know if he remembers this. But that dude, I don't know what his schedule's like anymore, but he used to stream constantly. And I said to him, if you just had a face cam on through all of that, you would instantly be the most popular Guild Wars 2 content creator straight away. Just because I think having that like connection means a lot. I think it really, really helps. And I don't know, I've always said I like to make content that I like to watch. And in that case, isn't it sort of, I mean, 10 years anonymous, it's not bad, is it? It's not bad. So I don't know. But then again, I was on a the memes subreddit the other day, and there was a thread on there that had bubbled to the top of r/all, and the thread was YouTubers that you've had to unsubscribe from, YouTubers that you can't stand to watch anymore. And everyone was like giving examples of YouTubers they don't enjoy and have like jumped the shark or whatever, or their stuff's changed too much. And a lot of the responses in that thread were people saying, "Oh, this guy used to be good, but once he Jesus."
His army grows as more
I was wondering what was going on there. But once they got face cam, it all went downhill. Oh, once they got face cam, it all blah 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 blah. And so I read that thread and I thought, oh, maybe I'll be anonymous forever. It'll be 2040 and I'll be here covering Guild Wars 2 anonymously. Everyone else has quit at that point. I'm all about Guild Wars though, guys. I think the people who don't care about one will be fine with one. It's only really a benefit for those who do want it. Yeah, exactly, yeah. But I think it's a big benefit. I don't know, in my own viewing habits, I think it is. All right, okay, Warrior. So if you guys don't know, watching the stream, you can get potatoes, which you can spend on fun little things like highlighting messages so I don't actually miss them in chat. You know, turn on emote only mode, stuff like that. Anyway, you can earn you can gamble them to like get a shit ton at once. The current gamble, I mean, I don't know what predictions to do for Guild Wars, so we'll just try this. So it's going to be on this Warrior thing. So the community builds, can you guys repost them? Oh, are they even still watching? Whoever that was, if you guys want me to try a warrior build, here's what we're looking for. Berserker, open world. Those are the two criteria. And I'll try and I'll see what fits well. In your message, you can tell me weapons and what you imagine the flow to be. So you just come in game, you press H, you right click the template and you go copy builds and throw it at me. And I just want to find something that clicks. Because I don't even know if I want it to be greatsword. I don't know. It's something about adrenaline. It's something about adrenaline that's just not gelling with me. I want it fast, but do I really want Signet of Fury? WP in Aerodrome, I respect that. Why? What are you going to evaluate it against? Which content are you testing it in? I want it to be like something fun, that flows well, feels, you know, comfortable, high quality of life, in open world, in story instances, and so on. That's the idea. Hey, goddammit, Leary, thank you so much for that. Just gifted 5 subs. Have a look, guys, in chat. You might have got lucky.
Join the Spud Club if you got an eye for.
Do you want my Berserker? I mean, I'll take whatever. Well, hold on. What gear do I actually have on this guy? I have a Berserker set. I have a Marauder set. Now, yeah, I could go onto my Renegade and my Rev and pull some Condi gear off, some heavy armor Condi gear. Because I'm pretty sure I'm only interested in power Rev variants anyway at this point. Berserker doesn't flow well. I mean, that's a thing, yeah. I think it's got poor flow, doesn't it, really? I want to build the max's Berserk duration. Yeah, I've played with these concepts. Let's go to the bank. It's quite nice knowing I only need to pull a couple of bits of Viper. Which would be this set. Just find a nice clean empty area like here. Oh, whatever. Chest piece obviously doesn't matter, does it? Okay, there's a sponsored idea from the river. I'm gonna put these in a notepad. Any build templates I see in chat here, I'm gonna put in a notepad. Now I don't have legendary heavy armor, so you're saying Celestial there. I'd have to pull off of my Guardian, which is tedious as well, but you play a Celestial. Axe, Torch, Longbow. Celestial Berserker, really? Now, that is a weird choice. Let's customize that into Vipers. Well, I don't know what runes I want to do right now anyway. Let's put these in. I'm going to turn them all off for now. Oh, God. You can't default to unchecked? You're going to make me opt out instead of opt in? Please make me opt out. Sorry, please make me opt in. Alright. And then weapons. Alright, well that's generally a Condi baseline that we've got there going. And the gear doesn't have to be perfect, obviously. It just needs to get to a general area. Okay, so next, this is Valen's suggestion here. He likes Trailblazer with a little Vipers, Antitoxin runes, Mace Shield. Oh, dude, Condi Mace Berserker. Fuck yeah. Oh, I would love... if that's actually a fun build to play, I will love that. Because do you know what I really miss from early Heart of Thorns days? Fucking PvPing on a Mace Condi Zerker. Oh, yeah. Hydro energy. Oh, I can tell I'm probably not going to dig the shield too much, but the rest of it looks alright. Kuma build? What does Kuma mean? Alright, here we got another one. Assassin, Berserker, Axe GS. Anyone else want to sponsor a build? That's 3 I've got. Any other ideas? North Stars, thank you for the sub. Jade C Hype, hell yeah, man. Welcome, welcome. Can I just say thank you again to Goddammit Leary? Oh, and Bankrote is cheered. Yeah, what does Kuma mean? Pog-O? Warrior Perplexity? Yeah, man. The fucking Warrior Perplexity bullshit. Oh, okay. So you shield 4 through the leap finisher, through the fire field, the torch 5 fire field. I see it. I think I'd rather sword offhand, just for a bit more of a ranged engage. I feel like that'd be a bit more flow as you're like moving from target to target to target, just to double tap the sword 4. And you also get like the adrenaline on the double tap 5, bit more flow on that as well. The 5 is like a complete like pace break thing, and I don't know whether I'd like it too much. But I get the argument about the field. Is it exploding the fire auras as well? So now that you mention it, I miss Hambo. My body is ready to bring that meta build back. Good luck with that. I remember in Heart of Thorns Press, does anyone remember this? I remember Hugh Norfolk PvPing. Who was the other dev? But they were both Hambos, but it was a warrior Hambo versus a dragon hunter Hambo. I remember that. The sword off and some 1v1 shit? No, it's for the range. It's for the range and the adrenaline. And yeah, it has a little bit of block potential. Shield is some 1v1 shit. Don't tell me that shield is less 1v1 shit than fucking sword offhand. No way. Alright, let's play these. Let's play these. Okay, I've got 3 suggestions. I'm going to go down the list. So, first, someone sponsoring a Celestial Axe Longbow. Sorry. Axe Torch Longbow. Okay, so let's just assign these first. Axe, Torch, Longbow. And he wants me on Celestial, so I'll just go Celestial where I can. And his build. Okay, we're in tactics, strength, and art. What? This isn't Berserker! It's a Berserker build, bro! We gotta be a Berserker! Oh. Hey, don't be mean, guys. Come on, at least he's putting his build forwards. Put your fucking build forward. It's unfortunately not fit for purpose, though. I mean, it sort of is. I mean, maybe if it's amazing. But I kind of do want to play I do want to play Berserker. So, yeah, alright, next. Danger Mammal says Kondi Kuma. Okay, hold on. I'll add your Kondi Kuma down below. Alright, next. So, we'll do the Valen concept then. He's second on the list. This is a Kondi concept. Paste. And what was he saying? He wanted Torch off with what was he complimenting Torch with? Mace. Wait, but what set was it? And then he wanted Shield. I mean, I'll indulge. No, it was Mace Shield, wasn't it? And it was Sword Torch. I'm pretty sure it was this set. Fucking Bolt. I'm gonna hide Bolt. Bolt is so loud and obnoxious. What's the distinction between where you put the mace and where you put the sword? I get that you can torch 5, sword 2, and then some other shit, I suppose. And he's saying Trailblazer, which I can respect. A little bit of Vipers, Antitoxin, Runes. Alright. So I'm going to make this side the Trailblazers. I'm going to keep the Vipers armor. I'm going to Trailblazer everywhere else. And then as far as the runes are concerned, this is going to be really tedious to put them all on. Oh my god, antitoxins at the top, so this actually isn't too bad. Antitoxin in PvE? Are you fucking serious? Am I reading that wrong? Antitoxin. What kind of PvE are you playing that you want antitoxin runes? I mean, I'll go for it. Well, this is a World versus World build. I see antitoxin, I think World versus World. Valen's stuck in the Nightmare Court patches of Season 1. You never know, man. You never know when those Condi bombs will come back. There's some Slothazor shit out there. I do appreciate that you've probably got, like, no cleanse on this build otherwise. Oh, is this from his all game mode series? You have to understand the rotation order to get the big burst. Well, if you want to list the skills out, I can get the... You've got one cleanse. Why? But... Okay. Alright, well, let's see what we got. So we're in defense and we're all top. So Shield Master, a bit of might generation. Actually, Shield Master in open world PvE gets a big thumbs up from me. I like reflecting in PvE. If you're going to make shield fun, you've done it the right way. Defy Pain. Sort of right. Does the reduced recharge hit my primal burst? And last stand. Okay, how many stances have we got? We have Endure Pain, so it's a longer Endure Pain because of the GM trait. And obviously the passive balance stance, which again is quite nice for PvE. And we're just really sturdy. Warrior Sprint is nice for PvE. Weapon swap. Okay, so we double Condi cleanse every time we weapon swap because of the antitoxin rune. So you, to be honest, you are getting value. Burst skills recharge faster. Oh, sorry, restore a portion of adrenaline spent. This is pretty crucial for spamming the mace. Skull cracks out. Skull grinders, sorry. Okay, increased duration. The Condi trait. Oh, and we are King of Fires, so we blow them up. So probably it's like Sword 5, Torch 5, Sword 2, Shield 4. So you're getting 2 explosions. What's the ICD? Wait, is it 15-second ICD on the detonation? Or is it 15-second ICD on the fire aura? I assume it's on the fire aura. Well, hold on. Gain a fire aura when you critically hit. So you might want to engage with something else for the free fire aura and then start using the other stuff. We also have Sundering Leap as another leap. Thinking of stringing it along in one rotation is kind of lame to me, but the idea that they're all little toys we can fuck about with, like, that's one thing I really like about some of the rev setups I've had. Okay, let's test this out. Let's go on a walk through Heart of Thorns, fighting as we go, and we'll see how we feel. I do have sigils to figure out as well. Okay, here's a rotation. Torch 5, Sword 2, Torch 4, Sundering Leap. Oh, okay, I see Sundering Leap. Swap into a Shield 4 or a Bull's Charge. I guess you're recommending Bull's Charge instead of Endure Pain in PvE. Headbutt, go Zerk mode. Basically, what you want is as much King of Fire's explosions as possible, right? You really want to play with that fire field. You know, you could do those flamethrower items as well. Man, if only you could keybind it comfortably. Well, okay, let me just spam and get my head straight with some of the stuff first of all. Hold on. Holy shit, there's a Zerg. Wow. Wait, that's not a bot Zerg, is it? Because I do know bots like to farm here. What was the recommendations here? I'll tell you one thing, by the way. I don't think I want to do energy, and I don't think I want to do hydromancy. I mean, maybe... Hydro's for the adrenaline on swap. I don't understand. Hydromancy's for adrenaline on swap. You want to hit 5 targets with it, each giving you a bit of adrenaline. Interesting. I was just thinking when I was reading hydromancy there, I was thinking fucking snowballs, because I'd rather splash out blind in PvE than I'd rather splash out a little bit of chill in PvE. And that has procs on it as well. But okay, so hold on. I'll just follow it to the letter for now. Doom and Geo on the mace shield. Hydro and energy on sword torch. Hydro. Energy. Doom. And I like the Condi range that's obviously going to come out. Geomancy. Okay. A lot of these traits are so passive feeling. There's not even that much to like lean into except King of Fires, right? So yeah, I'm not gonna commit that whole concept to memory there. Felt sturdy enough there. Wow, what is this frame rate? I guess it's because the Zerg. Not even that much better, really, is it? Right, let's see. We would obviously be mounting. And here you thought bauble farming was just for sub. Yeah, that whole group there, by the way. They're there again. I mean, is that bots or is that... What? Are people just grinding masteries there? I always struggle with how slow final thrust feels. So I should probably be headbutting a little bit quicker. Where's the 25 vuln from? The mushrooms given 25 vuln? It's a Stonehead bauble farm. I don't understand. What do you mean bauble? You're not using scrolling comment? No, I am. I haven't booted that version of the client at the moment. Well, I guess. Well, well, hold on. Let's see. We could Sundering Leap on this one. Oh man, the window, the fire field expires real quick, right? You don't have much. You don't have much choice with that window. 5 seconds. Felt so short. I guess technically no, I'm not using it anymore because. What's the power strike on this? It's quite big, actually. Because I haven't updated it, and I don't actually know how broken it is. Oh, he's in the fucking dust. Nice headbutt, bro. Sorry, well, how do we blow these up? Berserker skills detonate the aura. So I want to be shattering blowing in there, don't I? I need to weave Berserker skills with leap fields, essentially, leap finishers. It has to be finisher, Berserker skill, finisher, Berserker skill, finisher, Berserker skill. Go to the Itzel. Oh, I'm not going to be able to actually 1v1 anything. And Sundering Leap is quite beautiful because it's both. So Sundering Leap cannot fail. It will both proc the previous one and provide a new one. Or at least that's my understanding. Hopefully it doesn't just blow up its own. It might just blow up its own, actually. Sundering Leap is either excellent or a trap. Are we talking turtle? I hate the idea of another mount. We can talk about the turtle if you like. You really hate the idea of another one. I think that based on the PC Gamer article, they've carved out a pretty interesting niche for it. This isn't working. I need more mob density. I'm going to the ultimate place when it comes to mob density. The Scourge Way waypoint. You will never want for things to kill at the Scourge Way. Look at all this shit. I refuse to weapon swap to the shield and actually use the 5. As valuable as it is right now, I have a point to prove. Oh, that guy's a fucking champion too. Oh, Headbutt's gonna double proc its shit as well. Oh, you wanker! Dude, that blowout was very cool. Oh, he doesn't even have a break bar. I like the resustain. Motherfucker. Shit. Or I thought I did. Mind you, that's a fight against a champion, which I don't necessarily need the builds to be calibrated for. Yeah, and the Hydromancy did feel pretty good. Overall, that might have looked poor to some of you guys, but I actually think, being completely unfamiliar with the shit, it's fucking ground targeted. Of course it is. How much does Skull Grinder cleave? Hydromancy felt good there as well. Oh, dude, come on. Do I not have skill retargeting on? He should have turned mid-arc there and retargeted onto that. Okay, so I think... Yeah, I do think King of Fires landed there. It looked like it was at the start of the headbutt. Oh, I want more fire fields. Dude, the fucking gazelle. Oh, you can burst a lot of burn. Blind feels kind of lame. Immediately looking for a resistance button. Hold on, how much of this is Hydromancy though, and how much is just adrenal? Because you get adrenaline on swap, right? That's, but it's not so much. It's 5. Versatile Rage is 5, and how much is it per tick of hitting someone? Is it 1? So you can potentially double it if you've got 5 targets around you. It's 8 from a swap and burst mastery. Oh, because you've obviously refunded. Shit, wrong weapon set. But I do like the durability. I like the weapons. I feel like the fire field is short enough that I'm not actually I'm not hard up for another leap, so I am still kind of wondering about the shield. But I like a lot of it's regenerative resustain, so the block window is actually kind of alright. The one thing I really wish I had a little bit more of right now is quickness. So I'm wondering if I can sub one of the utility skills, but again, it's sort of a playstyle thing, I think. Let's go to the fire gin. We'll try 1, then 2. And so on. Thank you, Just Spiffin. Welcome, Just Spiffin. 11 months, dude. You're about to hit your year. I don't know if you ever really use chat. Hi, Costage as well, by the way. I haven't even said hello to you yet. I'd love to see the devs figure out how to create larger zones without impacting performance. So we get the originally envisaged Crystal Desert Zone, which combined both of these. Yeah. Oh, but as the unending ocean instead. Well, I mean, I saw someone on Reddit the other day kind of suggested verticality as the way they can go, you know. Imagine if there's a map this tall and this wide, but now it's also very high. And maybe you can essentially have like these huge, huge, huge maps. It's weird because I always remember the ruined city of Arras story mode as being a map bigger than any of the others in terms of just pure travel distance. But I wonder what the issues actually were, you know. Let's try and hit a Hydra as well while we're at it. What stun breaks do I have on this? Headbutt, but if that's down, because I want to open with it. Endure pain. Oh, I really like the flow. I really like the flow of Skull Grinder, Weapon Swap, Flame Flurry, or whatever the fuck it's called. Flame Flurry? What is it called? Oh, it's turned to Berserk now. I like that. There was a headbutt stun break. Completely valid. Oh, dude. Fucking ping pong, man. Oh, do you know what? If I Sundering leaped a little bit differently there, I think I could have just Skull Grinder, Skull Grinder, Skull Grinder, Skull Grinder. I feel, is it not overkill though? Surely just Burst Mastery and a Weapon Swap is enough to get your burst back. Do we really need the Geomancy and the Hydromancy? Also, I appreciate you're not doing double Geomancy, which would be the idea, but Fast Hands is faster than the Sigils, so you actually lose a bit of value. Or potentially will. Use the heal skill more proactively. Double Skull Grinder give you massive value. So you're saying that heal, that... You're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, so you can Skull Grinder, Weapon Swap. Flurry. See, here I don't want a headbutt, just for a little... Okay. I love these, by the way. This skill was one reference. Hello, Lonix Joseph. Welcome to the stream, man. I think Antitoxin is overkill, but I do like Cleanse on Swap. Yeah, the adrenaline it's on block or double tap, isn't it? 6 adrenaline if not attacked. Or end early for 3. Okay. It's good pressure. That flowed pretty well there. Five, 2, headbutt. Probably unnecessary, actually. Alright, let's see how we sustain with 2 of them. That was nice. The resustain, the instant cleanse and resustain out of that. I almost don't want to throw both of them on that guy because it will break his break board way too quickly. Oh, dude, it's definitely good pressure. Break that bar as well. They didn't really do any damage either. Okay, let's take on these 2. I'm not even in Berserk yet. Okay. Yeah, nice line cleave there. Yeah, it feels good. It feels good. It feels like it's got just... I missed that final thrust. It feels like it's got just enough. Like there was a full kill with no Berserk. And you kind of want that, you know? Let's try and get 3 here. And let's open with a fight. We don't even have the fire field, right? So you guys can't come up, right? Even there, they're splashing a lot of pressure at me there. Are you going to come? And I'm actually shrugging it off fairly well. Here I prefer to use the swords. Endure pain there. Because it will actually cleave the whole group. God, the fucking delay on the heal skill. I pressed it really early, but obviously I was channeling the sword burst the whole time, so... I just about sustained through it. And it's obviously shoddy play. Yeah, it's good. It's a good, immediately a good, very, very good middle of the road strong build. When I mean all-rounder strong build. I have the auto proc endure pain as well. Yeah, that's probably why those opening scenarios felt pretty good. Oh, that's lame. Well, mind you, 5-second ICD. I do like weakness in PvE. But I mean, how much are we already applying? The third on the auto chain actually won't be applying that much. Where's Skull Grinder? I'm sure Skull Grinder does weakness, doesn't it? Decapitate, Arc Divider, Rupturing Smash, Scorch Earth, Skull Grinder. Oh no, it doesn't do weakness. Which is the line that has weakness and a little bit of bleed on every CC? But yeah, Blinding Cripple. Oh, it's strength, and we can't quite squeeze that in. Yeah, I think without fast hands, this would feel a lot worse. And without burst mastery, this would feel a lot worse. Warrior's sprint could be removed, to be honest. But I mean, what are you even gonna do it with? I'm just thinking I'd put fireworks runes on over antitoxin, to be honest. And Vengeful Return's actually quite cool in PvE. We're not on any ranged ability weapons anyway. More health, 100% rally chance. This guy's fucking me up. I like it. I like sturdy. I like CC oriented. Feels good. I think I would make some changes. I'm not going to do them all on stream here because it's just going to take way too long of playing around. But thank you for that. Let's load in this other one as well because I don't want to forget about it. And I don't want to bore people out of the stream as well with too much buildcraft. So let's just use this template, which I haven't used for ages. So there's a Kondi Kuma build somebody's given. Let's have a quick peek at this. They gave absolutely no information about it. So discipline, strength this time. Berserker, King of Fires, Hate the Soul, Last Blaze. I definitely agree with Smash Brawler over that, by the way. Oh, there you go, Body Blow. So the difference here is there's no defense. Also, he wants me on a longbow. And he wants me with standards. Sorry, is this just a raid build? Who the fuck is running around with banners in open world? Is that fun? Who gets bored of buildcraft? Well, you never know. I mean, I'm not having discussion anymore, you know. Chat slowed down a lot, and I feel like it's because I'm focusing too much on the game. Some kind of Kondi banner slave? It's for his rock dog, guys. The banners buff the rock dog. And what you don't understand is he's a thief as well. So he's got his he's a thief as well. He's a char as well. So he's got his char buddies and his rock dog. And he summons the chef's familiar. Oh shit! Of course we've changed our utilities. He's on Defiant stance. Instantly being Defiant stance instead of the hill ruins the play style. On my mark. Let's fuck that guy up. Yeah, I don't think I'm too into this one. This seems to have been linked as a joke anyway. You still hope to visit Dwayne's Eternal Paradise realm one day if it's truly its canonical name? Fighting angels would be fun. You want to do some Shadowbringer stuff, do you? You can give me an epic Thief Kondi build. An open world Thief Kondi build. Well, hold on. We got one more. We got a serious attempt from someone. They're going for a power variation. They want us to look at Axe, Greatsword, Full Berserker, One Assassin's Trinket. Which is kind of the other way. Immediately, I think the Kondi Mace prospects sound like way more fun to me. Peak Performance, Great Fortitudes, Berserker's Power, Axe Mastery. You're on standards as well. What are you doing? You don't even have one equipped. What's going on, man? You meant Destruction of the Empowered, didn't you? Yeah. Or Brawler's Recovery. Warrior Sprint, Smash Brawler, Blood Reaction, and Bloody Raw. Gain toughness in Berserk mode. Stab and Might. I love King of Fires, but I wonder for a PvE build if I'd actually rather Eternal Champion. 300 toughness. I wouldn't fucking sniff at that. Also, it kind of liberates me in terms of how I'm fucking about with fire auras. Which you could say makes it more brain dead, obviously, and less fun. But it is 3 stacks of burn. It is a fucking big hit. Every time you explode them out. Okay, so what we do is he's saying Axe, Great Swords. I mean, this is basically... Oh, shit. This is my Berserker Eagle set, right? This is Axe, Great Sword. I think if I take Valen's concept, find a way to squeeze a little bit of quickness in there. See, I love Arc Divider as well. That's the thing. I do like me some Arc Divider. Instantly feel a lot squishier, though. Thing is, Trailblazer, those Kondi, like, defense sets are just so premium. See, and I don't like... The thing with Axe is I don't like Decapitate, really. I want to like Decapitate. I even dodged the big wave there a little bit. Yeah, Celerity Sigil for sure. Celerity Sigil, and I'm thinking maybe I can put Frenzy on one of the utilities. And just with those two, I think you're probably pretty close. Can swap the runes as well to Fireworks. Would have concentration on there and boon duration on there. Just a little bit. Give you the Warrior's Sprint. The Greatsword auto attack chain really brings it down. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It feels like you've got to go really all in to get the big dick damage. The other thing that might be interesting on the Trailblazers setup is put in a... If it was Eternal Champions and not King of Fighters... Alright, hear me out. This is going to sound really weird. You could go Offhand Axe on that other set, and that's just more quickness generation. And it's pretty good damage. I mean... Let's just see. Let's just try. Well, hold on. Let me try and... I mean, look, to the person who submitted this, thank you very much. I'm very familiar with trying Berserker, Power Berserker with GS and axes. You know, it definitely, it does well, and it spikes and it minces shit up real quick. I like your setup here as well with the shouts, by the way. Shake it off even in PvE just because of its value as 2 quick and easy stun breaks. Come on, die, please. I'm trying to save the next one for this guy. Oh, we get the nice max range rush there. I was actually trying to do that back towards the camera here. Scared of the fucking thing running out. Yeah, I mean, it's alright. It's alright. Just for some reason, I don't find it that fun a lot of the time. I think what's excited me about the Condi variant at the moment is how quickly it kills. But let's see, it might just die without King of Fires, so let me just try here. It's a pretty wacky thing you're looking at. I do see that. We're Trailblazers, not Vipers. That actually kills Axe Offhand a lot more, of course. What am I missing here? Geomancy Sigil? This isn't because I think it's going to be amazing, but it's more like playstyle and quickness access. Oh, well, hold on. Actually, instead of well, hold on. Instead of Doom, I'm going to run Celerity. And then I'm thinking, for me right now, my understanding and enjoyment, Sundering Leap is a little bit hard to squeeze in. Having another stun break, instant 10 might, 7.5 seconds of quickness, pretty nice. And if we swap the antitoxin for Fireworks, yeah, it's going to be pretty annoying in certain places. Alright. I got too much adrenaline now. But we animate quicker now, you know. I haven't even frenzied. Yeah, it feels good. I think I prefer the feel of it. Weirdly enough, now I want Sundering Leap back because I feel like I can squeeze it in. Also, the Axe Offhand, the 5, because it's a channel, it kind of bridges that gap a little bit, flow-wise. This gap here, where it's like, what am I doing? Great adrenaline here as well. Oh, that's nice adrenaline. That gets us back into Berserk real comfortably. Yeah, so this clicks a little bit quicker with me. Am I feeling the loss of King of Fires? Not too much. No, not really. So here, do I... No, I probably should have max 5 for that. That's probably a bit... Oh, we were slightly shy of the adrenaline there. Wait, but why? What did I do different that time? Also, the more quickness for the auto chains can actually build that weakness a bit more. And there's big damage coefficients on that as well. Let's try and fight 2 at once. Oh, excuse me. Diviner gear, all quickness specs, rune of durability. Core warrior with health regen makes you a beast. Sorry, what did durability runes do again? I'm fucking looking at chat here while trying to fight some Jin. What's the range on this 9? Oh, it's 600. Oh, he's not going to make it, probably. I'll go for 3 if I can. Walking in the fire trails, pretty scary. I'm going to quickness there because I really just want to get this done so I can start breaking their break bars. I'm going to endure pain there. Yeah, the other one broke. The other one broke. But we survive. It's good. What's the Whirling Axe? I'm not even looking at the numbers. What's Whirling Axe ending up at when I'm... Oh, it's fuck all. It really is just an adrenaline engine. More than anything else. Oh, I shouldn't have healed there. But I mean, it's a sort of a valid one. Yeah, I like it. Might's very low. Maybe instead of fireworks, we go pack. I like pack way too much. Maybe somewhere around here is a sweet spot in the middle. Yeah, 2K. It feels good. That's all that matters. I'm doing something. I'm contributing when my other cooldowns don't feel valuable. Come on. I just waited for the full auto attack chain on that one there. Yeah, I quite like this. Let's go to the awakened area. Well, hold on. Maybe we can over aggro hit. I want a range thing. See here? I want to grab that guy quicker. I want to get moving. Right, let's try 3 here. Oh, fuck. We might wipe on this. I'm not careful about when I use Endure Pain. It's got to be now, I think. No, I think I'm dead. I accidentally hit that other guy. If I survive this, it's really a testament to the regen on this, on defense. Oh, I had to really try there. I think I have survived it. I'm never using Mace 2. There's definitely value I could have got out of it before all of that went to shit there. Yeah, it's alright. It's alright. Let's quickly go back to the Scourge Way. See how it is against that champion if he's still there. Rune of Strength. It would be alright. The Might would roll into Condi, even though it doesn't actually look like it's got any Condi stats. I mean, Fireworks doesn't look like it's got any Condi stats either. Probably be okay. There's probably some playing around you can do. Wild Trailblazer, because Viper's very YOLO. Trailblazer's giving you a lot more sustain. Well, what do you call it? Just tankiness, really. See, I'd rather this spider be dead after those. I don't want to double. I don't want to do the heal skill double thing on random trash like that. But I also don't want it to survive as long as it will otherwise. I mean, that was okay. Maybe the 2K a minute ago was a bit silly to look at because it was just a fucking flame Jin with his armor on. And they're so resistant with their armor on. This again, though, is like Sundering Leap instead of Shattering Blow. I can move, you know. Maybe what the answer is actually. Oh, is it Bull's Charge? It might be Bull's Charge. Because Bull's Charge is more CC, it's evade. And it gets me in on the next... Like there, I would have loved to have Bull's Charged on that guy. I suppose I could have Sharon blowed him as well. And I don't need the rage skills synergy anymore. What are we running here? Heat the Soul, Smash Brawler. Stab and Might on Stun Break. I always used to love Stomp as well, to be honest. Stomp's like one of the most fucking consolidated skills you can imagine in the game. Break, stun, blast, fucking launch. It's movement. It's like everything. Stomp is everything. Stomp is top 3 most fun skills in the game. The problem in PvE is if you stomp, if you're surrounded by a group of awakened, one of them CCs you, fears you or some shit, you want to stomp, you're just going to send them all flying. Like if I stomp into these mummies, and that's kind of fun, there's a novelty to that, don't get me wrong, but there's also kind of an irritation that's like, alright. Oh, that's lines up so well. Do you see that Skull Grinder? Skull Grinder, Axe 5, Skull Grinder. Like, right as the Axe 5, a Quickness Axe 5 ends, is exactly when your cooldown returns. I don't like the Sword Burst much. But, I mean, what else am I going to put there? And we get Savage Leap, which is at least something. See, there I would have liked... Well, I do have the adrenaline. Well, sort of. Just shy. Try Axe 5 into Torch 5 for the whirl. You mean Torch 5 into Axe... Okay, yeah, we can try that. Holy shit. That's not all the finishes, is it? That brief spike of 12 burn. It dropped quick, but that's what the finishes would look like. Right? That was actually quite a lot. Let's have a look again. 8, 5. What I'm getting from this is I want a lot more of that fire field. There should be a trait fire field. Here we can actually use Mace 2 as we close the gap. This is a nice sword cleave. Cleave again. I'm going to save the 5 this time for when my other swap's ready. And now we can just roll it. Oh, I still did it too early. Oh, I like... It's weird, man. I've always got something good to do. Bull's Rush definitely rounds it out. I feel a little bit light on pressure. But what's the answer to that? Fury? We get a little bit once we hit into Berserk. After that, it goes away. We don't have any other traits for it. This thing always weirds me out. The thing is, Pack is going to take away... What other condition damage runes? So you got out... Are you fucking serious? Well, I wanted enemies. I kind of want another, like, hybrid defensive Condi rune. I was thinking about Undead, because we do have toughness on on Trailblazers, so it kind of feels good to keep going with toughness. And then we've got all the toughness from the GM trait. So it's just like... just a lot of pressure shrugging. What's today's ArenaNet stream about again? Just Jade C or also the turtle? We don't know whether the turtle's going to be in there, but Jade C certainly is the priority. It's going to be a tour of the Jade C, yeah. 10% max health on Balthazar probably immediately, though, looks just better to me. Aristocracy is interesting if you're running that weakness combo. Just a fuck ton of might on like Skull Grinder and Mace 3. Balls Rush, Headbutt, it's all might. Elementalist, good hybrid set. Just a really excellent hybrid set. But doesn't really have any quality of life on it. Crate's fun on Headbutt. But that's more of a PvP, like, Condi range thing. It's not really that great. Mirage has a shit ton of toughness on it. I didn't even realize. Convert 7% of your toughness into condition damage, but that's not... The conversion doesn't work on trait effects, I don't think. Is that the pressure I'm looking for as well? That's the question. I don't really think it is. I think Elementalist runes are probably the most pressure I can get. If it's not pack, it's Elementalist runes. So let's see. We're looking at 5 might, which is all completely valid. We're never overcapping. We're looking at good amounts of fury. Swiftness is... The swiftness kind of counts for, you know, you lose the 25% on fireworks, but you get the swiftness. And the vigor on fireworks, I don't really care too much about. We're not, like, dodging for damage or whatever. I think I'll just try swapping into pack. And okay, so just to see, because our baseline stats are quite interesting here. We're looking at we have baseline crit chance, crit damage at the moment. We have 150. If we put the trait on, it's 5% crit damage. It's fuck all. The torch trait is just godly good. And then it's Smash Brawler versus Last Blaze. But Last Blaze isn't very good, not really. Savage Instincts. No, I think we're pretty much there, really, right? I don't know what else I'd fuck with. Toughness feels... defense line feels really good. What's armored attack doing for me? 1,100... sorry. Yeah, 1,500. It's 200 power on a single trait. And I'm taking that instead of accidental invuln frames that you can't control too well. Vigor comes out of it as well. Random stun break maybe. 200 power. Oh, we obviously don't need Shield Master. Cull the Weak. It's not much of a difference really, is it? Add Might Sigils. Definitely instead of energy. We don't need energy. Let's go with a strength one. Let's go for the full ramp. Celerity and Geomancy I really like. And I quite like their Hydromancy. I think there's a good justification for that. Oh, come on. I weapon swapped. I was going for the world finishers again. But my weapon swap never landed. Holy fuck. Oh, I wish I had that trait now. Dude, that abomination is fucking deadly. Holy shit, what is all this Condi? Oh, where are my antitoxin runes? This is how his build crafts goes further and further from the base. Yeah, and then you find the point where it feels like shit, and then you start tweaking back. Yeah. Anyway, I said it wasn't. This wasn't going to be a big build craft thing. The occultist was giving me Condi aids. Was that what it was? Oh, a complete waste of a headbutt there. That's pretty dumb. Yeah, I really like the flow here. This feels good. Cooldown slightly long. Oh, did I miss it? No, I don't think I quite missed it. All right, okay. I think I'll leave that there. Okay, so the question was with the prediction, will something click? Well, I don't know. Not just yet. Will I click with Warrior? Do I like love it? Am I like, oh, I've got to show people this build? That's basically the bar I've got to get out. I've got to show people this build. It's really good. This is such a fun and great way to play PvE. Do I feel that way? Not really. I think it's still a sort of work in progress. A bit closer though, for sure. I just love Mace, man. I love Berserker Mace so much. But it's not Berserker. You got a nice build, but it's not Berserker. Yeah, Skull Grind is awesome. It's probably my favorite burst. Arc Divider, probably, actually. In the right circumstances, the right meta, the right time, Arc Divider is very fun. I clearly clicked with Mace. There's a lot of potatoes on the line here. Most people bet yes. So, I would poll, but everyone's just going to vote in their own interest. Alright, I clicked more than I was before the stream. So, I'm going to say yes. Alright, I'm going to say yes. Congratulations, guys. The answer is yes. WP isn't excited about yes. No, I'm more excited than I was before. At least I got something more of a concept now. I do feel like I have something more of a concept. I'll have to play for a bit. I think I've been shown that defense is stronger than I realized it was. I think I've been shown that Condis can burst enemies in PvE on Berserker faster than I thought they could. And I think there's a middle ground in there where we can get some good hybrid pressure out. I'm even thinking about maybe a bit of mixing some Celestial in or something. Since I'm now thinking about power pressure in terms of like Final Thrust is great power pressure. Skull Grind is great power pressure. The Mace Ort is power pressure. If you're doing an Axe Offhander, that's all crazy power pressure. So all of a sudden it's like, well, you know, you could maybe address the gear beyond Trailblazers, help with the quickness uptime without having to invest fully into a sigil or into frenzy on the bar. Keep the fury on longer, keep the might on longer, have a shit ton of expertise still. have a good amount of Condi damage. I don't know. I just love Celestials. Celestials so good in PvE now. About like 3 of the builds that I'm most interested in for PvE at the moment are Celly builds. You don't like Celestial without Might? So what Might sources do we have? Stun breaks. Unreliable. Enter Berserk. Enter Berserk doesn't even give Might. That's interesting. Weapon swap's got a bit. That's about it, really. No, and then my pack runes. I'll tell you what, these Awakened don't fuck around. You've got to get out of those fields, like, instantly. To be fair, by the way, this is an elite Mordant Crescent Arbiter. Jesus. This guy's the new Flame Djinn challenge. Get the fuck down. I got to keep him sunlocked. I'm fucked. I always get confused whether I actually whirl on that animation, reflect on that animation or not. Well, we survived. Yeah, but what would I give up for strength? I don't want to take the strength line. The whole flow of Mace breaks without discipline. And defense is basically the only reason this feels sturdy. So I feel really locked in. I don't want to not feel sturdy anymore. It's just not going to feel good. Oh my god, I got to get off of this warrior or the next several hours are just going to be me talking about this the whole time. Warrior breaks without discipline. Not in all scenarios, but in a lot of them, yeah, I agree. I agree. Double down on the Might Sigils. Yeah, I reckon we can get ourselves to about 15 to 20 range pretty comfortably. There are obviously foods which can push you a bit further as well. I don't really want to rely on foods. Wouldn't Might Makes Right make you sturdy too? In theory, yeah. But I don't think as much as defense does there. I think defense comes out on top. My primary PvE build, which is very strong, incredibly sturdy, and great opportunity for things to do, is a strength discipline tether breaker, PvE. And you can make some very quick little swaps, very easy swaps, to add as much pressure as you want or take it off. Like several of the Grandmasters are basically negotiable. So I kind of especially like the idea of not doing Might Makes Right again. Because it's like, okay, here's a Spellbreaker with Might Makes Right. Here's a Berserker with Might Makes Right. It's like, you know, I almost prefer the idea of, that immediately appealed to me, the idea that there wasn't strength on. I'll be honest, I always thought warriors were a boring archetype because of Guild Wars 2. I started playing other MMOs where the warrior classes were incredibly fun for some reason. And I realized it's just Guild Wars' warriors feel neutered. They don't feel impactful for some reason. Okay, I think they can in certain scenarios. Right, what time is it? What we got going on here? Right, it's 8 o'clock. It's 6 o'clock. So I have got another 40 minutes in which I can hang out with you guys. And we can play Guild Wars. I'm thinking I'm going to continue Season of the Dragon here. So hopefully we can get some sort of back and forth, some Q&A going. If you guys have got any questions, any conversations you want to have, let me know and we'll get chatting with them. I'll do some gems soon as well. Let's go back to an actual build. The ultimate build. Where are you, Celestial? Okay. So let's run on in. First of all, let's pick a patch, and I got to pick a kind of content to do in said patch. Jesus Christ, I always struggle with this. Side stories. It's basically just do all the story steps at this point. Course favorite. Do the jumping puzzle, do a race. Do events. Grothmar. I think that's fine for now. And we can watch... Oh, God. All these streams in goddamn Grothmar that I end up doing. Yeah, hopefully there's a tag or something that shows all the different metas that are up. Oh, we crashed. That's a DirectX 9 crash there. DirectX 9? Oh, my God. OBS is freaking out there, eh? There we go. Yeah, so hold on. Let me load this up here. DirectX 11 crash. WP, I have my bad build for Daredevil Condi that's unconventional. Oh, yeah, sure. Post it in. Post it in. I'm not really looking for bad builds, by the way. I'm looking for fun builds. Fun open world builds. How do you like the final cutscene you watched yesterday? Did it live up to how people hyped up? Final cutscene? Oh, in Shadowbringers. No, because I think it's one of those things where it's like, if someone says to you, oh, there's this thing, it's so shocking, blah, blah, blah. It has to actually be a surprise to you. It has to actually come out of nowhere. Oh my God, why is this so big? Let's turn that down a bit, shall we? It has to actually come out of nowhere. And I'd kind of been spoiled a bit on it, I think, in the past. So as it was unfolding, I sort of knew that her eyes were going to melt out. Sort of. I mean, not fully, but to a good degree. So all I can do is imagine how I would have felt if I hadn't seen a screenshot. And by the way, that's not Twitch chat that spoiled that for me. That was ages ago. It was basically like half a year ago I saw that, and I heard that that was at the start of Shadowbringers. Okay, I'm happy to do these events if other players are here. If not, I don't want to fuck around with them. Oh no, there are other people. Okay, good. So do they know how to do it? Are they struggling? No, I think they're alright. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely... It's a good start, and I don't know. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer about something people clearly love. Let's drop this on the floor here. And next time, I'm just going to grab a torch, and I'm not going to light it. I'm going to just come over and see if someone else follows my lead and throws theirs somewhere near here. Oh, there you go. Perfect. Well done. Oh. No. I don't know how this works. Is it capacity? That's too far back, man. Oh, look. Oh, here you go. I got it. Oh, I'm gonna be the hero. Hold torch up. Okay, I like the lit the brazier. Right, let's run it again. Yeah, so I mean, it's good. It was scary and it was creepy and it was cool, and it's the sort of thing that I want ArenaNet to do more of. And it was a big introduction to Shadowbringers. It sort of shows that they're not going to pull any punches. So it was nice. I actually thought the coolest thing about the scene wasn't even the eyes melting or anything. It was the little kid still staring at the sky. The fact that the kid didn't even see or know what was going on. And then after you've done the quest, the kid's still just standing there. That was the haunting bit. That was the actual, like, quite artistic and interesting and sort of new part of the experience, I think. There we go. First checkpoint's done. So now we start throwing further up. And again, I'm just going to wait up a bit. I'm going to try and pass the flame along. No, Boots, I can't do the guild chat. I'm out tonight, so... Oh, Boots! Are you doing the guild chat? Boots, if you are going to host on your channel, I'll, Are they going to throw the fire? There we go. I'll raid you, dude, if you can bridge that gap. I have to leave an hour before it starts, so if you're going to stream... I'll raid you, and then you can pass everyone over to Guild Wars 2. That would be quite cool. To be honest, whenever things like this happen, it's actually the voice actor that goes under your skin. The visuals barely matter. Oh, really? When is the JT Guild chat? It's in about 2 hours. Less than 2 hours. 1 hour 45. I think if I'd grabbed that, it would have been a bit early. Obviously, I could have just contributed by throwing further up, but... Like the timey scene in some Guild Wars 2 episode hit you? Yeah, Daybreak. I think that often goes underappreciated and forgotten. I think there was a lot of really good work done there. Come on, don't be selfish. Just throw it. Or is it me being selfish? I don't know. Anyway, we're getting there. Right when you finish work and you're watching WP at work, so life is good. Yeah, that is a good setup right there. That's pretty nice. Jormag using the Freyr corpse as a meat puppet in the Icebrood Saga was probably one of the creepier things Guild Wars 2's ever done, and I actually loved it. Yeah, they did a lot of really decent creepy stuff in the Icebrood Saga. I will say that cutscene never quite resonated with me, really. I think it's because it felt kind of Joko-y. You know that really big Joko cutscene where he stands up and he's sort of pulling his body together and he's sort of jolting around and so on and like cracking his limbs into place? I feel like the Freyr thing was just, oh, we've perfected these kinds of animations, let's do some more sort of thing. I don't know, I feel like that sort of weighed on it a bit. Tommy almost suffocating is probably your favourite story moment just because of the VA. I mean, it was a good patch, man. As far as actual story is concerned, Daybreak's really good. It has all the Fariner stuff. It has that brilliant prison scene in it. It has the inside at Fariner as well with the lab and Timey going nuts. Suffocating. All right, here we go. 20 events. How many metas is that going to be? They did a pretty good job, I think. All those Season 4 ones were excellent. Like, you know what I did the other day that really demonstrated how well coded some of the stuff is in Guild Wars? I'll do it again on stream here for you guys. And it's a Season 4 thing. Am I supposed to slap that back while I'm in mid-air? Holy fuck, keep me away. Holy fuck. Oh, God. Must use heal buttons. Look how much we heal for in Celestial. It's fucking crazy. Don't even need the overload. I mean, other people could have enjoyed it. Oh, come on. N is not an easy special action to press. So open the wild plumes. I'll heat sink there. For my friends. You're out of stuff. Oh god, no, not the world versus world panel. No! What can I say? My keybinds are not optimally set up anymore. I've been playing too much Guild Wars 1 there. I was trying to aftershock with my... Oh, you fucker! Oh, shouldn't I be hitting the Devourer? There we go, got a target. What? Why didn't the ability blast? Oh my god, another Devourer? It's either you got to kill him or you've got to ignore him. I can't remember which. I'm just trying to share out some might before I move over on this. Look at all this fucking quickness. Look at this shit. Oh, so good. hold on. Sorry, guys. I can't quite look at chat during this, because if I look away, I'm going to immediately be in a ton of fire tornadoes and just melt down. And it looks like everyone else in the Zerg is pretty much struggling, so... Dude. I don't even see the one that's there. Yeah, everybody. Some water for you. Go as far as overloading. Ooh. We've right between them there. I don't even know if you guys can see this on stream. It must look so small. Alright, okay. He's gonna die. Yeah, come on, just die already. You have Q as your heal? Yeah, Q's a great bind. You always want to put Q on something awesome. I don't know what I have Q on at the moment myself. Oh, Q is F1 for me. Q is F1. E is F2, so they're always available. WP, is tomorrow's stream scheduled for roughly the same start time as today? Yes, it is. My anticipation, my kind of desire is to start streaming around that time. I'm going to try and push myself to an actual schedule. If you guys scroll down under the stream, you should see a schedule like this. It should just say Shadowbringers everywhere on it. We're on Jade C today. But that start time, that's now like a real start time. It's not even like a vague guess. I'm going to try and actually commit to a real one so that people know when they can come and stuff, and hopefully that will help out. But yeah, who knows how long that will last, but that's the idea. Do you think we'll see the Turtle Mount in World vs. World soon? I don't know. They might do a beta for it, but my guess is that the World vs. World players are going to resist it, and they're going to say no. See Wise Man, thanks very much for the gifted sub. Thank you. If you guys are all tabbed, have a look. You might have just got lucky. And a little bit closer to face cam at 10,000 we go. Boot says, yeah, I'll get set up now. Let me know when you want me to start. Well, you can start whenever, really, but wow, how is that 10 minutes? We spent ages there. Oh my god, we definitely want to tag this champion here. Next 10 to 20 minutes if you want to start. That would be pretty much perfect, I think. You can do it a little bit later than that if you want, but yeah. I'm mad at ArenaNet for picking such a perfect time for the stream. Perfect for everyone but me. Have you decided if you're going to go back for the last coil or continue Shadowbringers? Sorry if you've answered it already. I think I'm just going to continue Shadowbringers. I think people were really unexcited about doing the last coil, so I'll put it off. It might be that, like, day 12 of Shadowbringers, I sneak in the last coil episode. But at the start, I kind of want a bit of momentum to the series, you know? I've given people, like, a couple of days now to catch up on Shadowbringers Part 1. So they've had that time, and that's all well and good, and I hope that they've used it to watch the VOD or whatever. But now let's start flowing them out. Let's actually do a series. And I don't want to break it up with too much coils. If I was going to do coils, it would have been yesterday. But I had a lot of real life shit to sort out yesterday. And not to mention I was incredibly tired. It was one of those days where I woke up and it would have been like a midnight stream, which I know people would have resisted. So yeah, it was a no-go yesterday, so that's it. Didn't happen. You're still mad because the Jade isn't the kind of Jade, the kind of green you like. Oh, I do want to do this. Everybody, I want to do a poll, guys. I want to ask if you like the Jade or not. This is actually on theme for today's stream as well. We're all here in a waiting room waiting for the Jade C stream, right? Do you like what you see? Okay, well, let me phrase it this way. Do you have a problem with the Jade? The Guild Wars 2 Jade? That's my question. Do you have a problem? Oh, do you have a big problem? Do you have a big problem with the Guild Wars 2 Jade? All right? So there's a poll. I want to know if you have a big problem with the Guild Wars 2 Jade or not. Obviously, what big means in everyone's mind is going to be subjective, but basically I want to know, like, what side of the aisle you're on in terms of, fuck, man, we missed out on something really cool. I was excited to explore this region, and it looks crazy bad. Or you're like, I don't care. Or you're like, it actively looks good. Maybe I should have polled it and, you know, grade it 1 through 5. Oh, that's what I should have done. Yeah, so that's what I want to know, guys. If the Jade Sea releases and it looks like it did in that trailer, what are your thoughts on that? Can you put, if you're on Twitch, you can just enter your results into that little poll there. And we'll see what the results say. I thought you meant Jade color. Well, any part of it, you know, the color can be a part of that conversation if you want it to be. Depends. If it's its own thing, no. If it's retconned to be from Bubbles, yes. I mean, yeah, for now we don't know that, right? Also, you know what the question's got to be? Will there be Amfa? Will there be Outcasts and Oni in the Jade Sea on this stream tonight? Did I fuck that up? Fuck off. I did fine on that. 1, 1, 5, 2, 4, 4, 1, 3, 1, 2, 2, 4, 3, 4, 1, 2, 5, 1, 2, 2, 5, 4, 3, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 5, 1, 3, 1. How long is this gonna go? Oh, I fucked up. How long does it go on for? What the fuck? I guess we just got to maintain the heat level while we finish the event. This minigame drives me insane. It's just a matter of time before you ruin it. Yeah, it was pretty ASMR-y, wasn't it, Voltag? Excuse me. All right, what's the poll results? No. All right, 82% no. Oh, God. My video today is a bad video. I talked way too much about the... it was a whole video basically dedicated to my take on the whining, but I feel like I shouldn't have done that. I feel like I should have just looked at the shots in the trailer and said, hey guys, here's a thing that I can see and this is exciting to me. Which is usually what I do with those trailer analyses. I'm really unconfident. I'm lacking confidence in that video, more than most. I can just imagine someone going along and watching it and thinking, oh, WP hates Guild Wars, blah, 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 blah. You know, get this reputation that it's not a fun or exciting place to talk about Guild Wars because it's so doomery all the time. Which isn't the impression I want to give people. I mean, it's really not. Let's see if the archery shootout's out. I love that event. Archery shootout. Rifle range. You found the video fine? Your Twitch viewers are a fraction of your YouTube videos? Yeah, but I think it's still... it's a very small fraction, you're right, but it is a big enough fraction. I think it's representative of what the whole is. In fact, I think the people here at Twitch probably have the most open minds of all, really, at the moment, in terms of, like, a lot of them are probably watching my Final Fantasy stuff, and, like... So, I don't know, I think YouTube probably has some people just very casually interested in Guild Wars that are more likely to feel, like, more likely to be in that 80%, because they'll be like, no, it looks good. I assume that most people here at Twitch are very dedicated. That's my impression anyway. Generally. At least the people of... The thing is, you get an impression because of chat, don't you? I don't know what the lurkers really think. Let's hear the opinion from a first-time chatter. Anybody want to be brave? I'll tell you what, guys, by the way, on the note of being a lurker, just a little thing. I get nervous when I'm like a first-time chatter in someone's chat. I genuinely get nervous about the idea of typing. Like, it's just going to be one little message that maybe the streamer will react to, and it will fly by, and it'll be in one ear out the other or whatever. It doesn't matter. But I'm like, oh, I got to write it right or whatever. I really obsess over it. It's so sad. First-time chatter, what's up? Yeah, but you're not a first-time chatter, are you? Because Twitch will tell us if you're a first-time chatter. It will put the highlight background. Been watching it on YouTube since the Guild Wars 1 days, but you first chatted today. Oh, really? I love your name again. Mayonnaise is good for you. Wow, and you subbed on day 1, dude. That's very, very cool of you. There you go. Kabanov, 96. Ooh, look at Kabanov, 96. Born in 1996. What a zoomer. Typed first, didn't capitalize the F. No meaningful contribution. Disgusting. The ASMR was my first message, and you pronounced my name as Voltag. Well, how do you want me to say it? Voltag 3? Are you upset by that I didn't put the 3 on? How should I say it? Voltagg? Voltage? Oh, the 3 is an E. You're saying voltage. Oh. Yeah, sorry, I don't understand leet speak. 1337? I don't know. What's important about 1337? What's the calculator number that you turn upside down? It says boobies. What is it? 8,000, 80,000, 800,000. What is it? 808,135. I think. No. Not boobs. You can get the whole word boobies in there, guys. You can do the whole thing. Not boob, not boobs, boobies. That's the correct one. There you go. 5,537,000. Wait, no, it's 55,378,008. That's the number. That's Bobless. No, it's an I, not an L. 1337 equals yes, Shroom. Is Shroom being ironic? Excuse me. I always find Cossage quite interesting to look at. We'll be talking about some nonsense, and then Cossage will just come in with like some kind of lore observation. I like this percussive track in Guild Wars 2. They also used during the Demolition Derby in Grothmar. Became very familiar with it during Ara runs. Wait, when does it show in Ara? I don't remember in Ara. We got a commander or another meta going on? I can go to do the jumping puzzle now. Oh, what do you guys want to see? Race or jumping puzzle? Real quick, somebody pick one. Cossage drives the high-minded conversation. And I appreciate it, you know, as a high-minded individual myself. I love boobies. Yeah, but there's not that many characters on a calculator. You can't do I love boobies. It's too much. You're actually linked to Leet Speak back to Guild Wars 1 with the Survivor title. Oh yeah, because Survivor title was get 1,337,000 experience without dying, right? Which is Leet. That's one of the thresholds for the title. Race. Okay, so there's more people saying race, but the first person said JP. So I'm going to honor the first person and do the JP. Now we just need to remember the goddamn entrance. I think it's over here, right? You come back to your PC for the most highbrow conversation. Well, if you know any other swear words that I can type on my calculator from the year 1998, please let me know. Unfortunately, the Windows calculator doesn't preserve the old... Actually, does the Windows calculator? No. I think it just uses regular font. You used to love that number. It would spell eggshell. That's quite sweet, honestly. You got all these immature adolescents talking about breasts. And then there's just like this sweet kid in the corner saying, this one says eggs. Eggshells. You won't have a calculator in your pocket when you're older? Yeah, what a scam that turned out to be. I'll tell you what, there's a bigger story about that as well, that like is a serious thing that people need to catch up on. Just a world that we live in now where you can Google any skill, any question you might like to answer. Like, a lot of what we fundamentally view schooling for is just like that at another level. You won't always have a calculator in your pocket. You won't always have access to Google, so you do actually need to learn this thing. It's like, I don't know. I think that a lot of education institutions are being very slow on the uptake, that things are shifting beneath their feet quite fast. Right. It's really sad that you called someone a Zoomer in chat that could be 25. To be fair, I did that specifically as a joke. I did that specifically as a joke. It's because anyone younger than me is a Zoomer, and anyone older than me is a Boomer. Just like how anyone with more hours than me in Guild Wars is a no-life loser, and anyone with less is a noob. Do you understand? You have to be within my range of about 20 to 50 hours up or down in order to be able to have conversation with me about Guild Wars and have the luxury of being treated like a person. Aside from that, you know, you play too much of the game, or you play too little of the game, and that's okay. You'll come to the right opinion eventually. How many did you AFK? You asking me, or did someone put their number? What is everyone's age? Let's see in chat. I mean, in-game hours. /age. What's your /age in chat? How the fuck am I messing up this first jump, by the way? People putting their real life age in there. No, don't worry, guys. I understand the value of anonymity. Please don't attack me, Frog. Thank you. I feel like I'm always streaming this, JP. There's some content out there in Guild Wars that I just haven't produced since it first came out. I bet there's like a Corteria jumping puzzle out there that you have not seen me in since 2012. I couldn't tell you which one it is, but I bet one of them I haven't been in. Or, well, I probably have been there, but not on any kind of content. Man, that's a lot of hours, and that's quite a lot of older people as well in chat too. You know, I really shouldn't joke around like that there's little kids in chat and stuff, because the truth is, I can see from my... He put my thing out. I can see that there really aren't very many young people following this channel. Not really. We're all people that got into Guild Wars years ago and are still sort of along for the ride, I think. And through that, we've, you know, ended up connecting via YouTube or Twitch or whatever. I mean, can you imagine the clash of my audience, you guys, with if I actually started doing like Zoomer content, like if I became like a Fortnite streamer? Can you imagine the clash right there? I kind of want to do it because there's some art there. There's something chaotic about that. Oh, okay. Almost fell there. This is such a huge jump they ask you to do. By the way, I'm so glad I rebound backpedal. For a long time I didn't have it bound at all, but it's so useful for little moments like this. We're just going to drop down. You won't do it because you're too scared you may enjoy it? I'm really not, honestly. I won't do it because I have no interest in it as it currently stands, and because it would be a huge risk. Look, if you like Fortnite, you've got someone you're already watching playing Fortnite, let's be real. Of all the games people have asked me to play, hey WP, play Bloodborne. Play Dark Souls, WP. I had another Bloodborne comment like this morning. No, I don't think I've ever seen someone say to me, hey WP, play Fortnite. Never. I'm pretty sure I could scan hundreds of thousands of YouTube comments or and so run a search for the word Fortnite. I doubt it's ever appeared on my YouTube channel. Shall we check? Has anyone ever used the word Fortnite in a comment in the history of Wooden Potatoes, the channel? Ready? I'm going to try and spell it correctly. Fortnite. Oh, fuck off. Somebody already did it. Clayton King. Somebody 8 seconds ago. Hey, WP, you should play Fortnite. That dang boy 11 hours ago. Starting to get similar vibes from that weird Guild Wars 2 trailer with all the neon glowing Fortnite style stuff. And then he goes on. Zan, 2 months ago. Those dynamic events during Season 1 is something people praise Fortnite for doing now. Tony G, when I reviewed World of Warcraft 4 months ago, they came to the comments. They said, this is like that PUBG versus Fortnite video. I love PUBG. I prefer PUBG. That's a brilliant comment, isn't it, really? I'm reviewing Guild Wars 1 versus World of Warcraft Classic. And in his comment, he informs me that he likes PUBG. Yannick, on my video about the worst Guild Wars 2 decision, says... those old ideas about Guild Wars 2 constantly evolving and updating that broke the cycle of expansion sounds familiar. It sounds like what Fortnite is somewhat doing usefully these days, which goes against what a monstrous undertaking it is to actually execute a plan. What the fuck? Oh, we're talking about the frozen time skip thing on End of Dragons Daily. Someone in this comment chain's talking about... So, look, people have talked about... Oh, 9 months ago. I was expecting WP to switch to talking about Fortnite at any moment. There you go, Erin. Wherever you are, Erin. 9 months. That's how long it took for the conversation to become about Fortnite. Yeah, okay, there's a lot of messages about Fortnite. And they're all about the game as well. I thought they'd be about the time period. But I don't think there's anyone asking me to play it. I'm not going to read all of those. There's a lot. He's making his own review. Yeah, exactly, yeah. That sounded like a very innocent little comment to me. It's like they've never thought of the idea of a versus review between two games. So they're like, ooh. I got a couple of subs from that. I have no idea why. Thank you. Control Shift Go. Random FF. Welcome, welcome. You've pushed us towards our goal of... What are we going for now? 800? And eventually a face cam. By the way, WP, that reminds me. I started watching you more on Twitch with FF14. Mostly because I wanted to know the opinions of a Guild Wars 2 player on it. But it reminds me of all these ex-WoW players playing FF14 videos coming up of us late. What do you think if a huge wave of players moved to Guild Wars 2 instead of 14 would cause for the game? Okay, you're saying if a huge wave of players come to Guild Wars 2, if they'd picked Guild Wars 2 instead of FF14. Well, they never would have, first of all, because Guild Wars 2 doesn't have like the prog-based infrastructure, the raiding-oriented stuff, which is immediately understandable to WoW players, and like the gear grind and all that kind of stuff. So it just wouldn't happen. I think you probably already know that, though, don't you? But what would happen? Well, they'd immediately be disgruntled and leave. I mean, that's the honest truth. It wouldn't happen because ArenaNet doesn't have the content that appeals. It's not built. To a certain degree, it has in some ways, but it doesn't emphasize them. So I don't think it would be the mass. It's not an accident people picked FF14 instead of Guild Wars 2. The trajectory of the game, like a lot of people say, oh, FF14's getting all this undeserved enjoyment. You know, there are much better games. I saw on the MMO RPG subreddit, what, like a week ago or something? Some guy was furious about FF14 stuff, and he said, ESO's such a better game. Final Fantasy XIV's just got lucky with all these people coming from WoW, blah, blah, blah. They should have picked other games, but I don't know. Other MMOs are structured differently. I don't think it's an accident. It's not that Final Fantasy is the best game in the world, but it's just similar enough to WoW, and it's more consistent than WoW's been. So therefore, it's winning. I think ArenaNet's vision, or at least their initial vision, was never going to mean that that was a thing. So I don't really know when to boost here, by the way. Just gonna give it a shot. Well, this is funny having Boots in chat right now. I think the last thing I saw Boots streaming, he was trying this. Is that the last thing I saw him streaming? I'm gonna do terribly at these because I never get these off the bat. See, I always do shit like that. I always overshoot one of them. I was holding the drift button the whole time there. I let go for a brief moment. It's unpredictable. Until I get like properly into the rhythm of the roller beetle, it's just gone. This is gonna be good enough to get the thing though. You don't necessarily need gold. Normally I'd reset there, but I do like this course. I really hope End of Dragons has these, man. I know that it will be based on a mount that's from a season, from a different X-Pack. But if they can find it in themselves to do it. It's just, I guess the question is, what would you give up for this? You know, it's always a compromise. You want to save that boost for there. It's a little bit of a trap there. If you boost too early, you're fucked. Oh, you dick. I thought the archway was angling left. It was actually angling right. Oh, come on. I wonder how much the siege tower is going to feel like this. Come on. Oh, God. We really went through this ending bit like a snail, eh? Dun, dun, dun. This still always makes me think about Sanctum Sprint. More than anything else, Sanctum Sprint. And it's appropriate for races, for sure. Alright, good. Return to Grothmar Valley. So, story missions. Events. Okay, each of the metas. Win a game of hide and seek. I don't really remember where that's from. Isn't it? Speaking of the metas, though, we have Murukai up, so I should definitely go to that like right now. PvP racing with the siege turtle. Yeah, that's a fun. No, I missed it. Oh, this is why I hate this map so much. Oh. There should be a boss that spawns afterwards, right? Or the derby, maybe? Alright, what time is it? What time? Oh, shit. Whoa, time is moving fast. Okay, Boots, if you're going to go live, now's the time. Guys, I've got to be out of the house in 10 minutes. I got to go. Alright, thank you so much for the chat, guys. I'm sorry I didn't get to all the messages. One last one here. Okay, I guess Vanny's got a big message here. Sorry to ping you again, but your Fortnite comment thing also reminds me of the screenshot going around with different skins for the game that absolutely clash with art styles together. I think it goes to show how important artistic consistency can be for a game. Something I think 14 generally does fairly well, but we're all saying Guild Wars 2 has a bit too much shine and glitter issues. I agree completely. Alright guys, honestly, this has been really lovely. I wanted to pass you straight over to Guild Wars 2, but they're doing it an hour later than I anticipated. So, I'm going to raid you to Boots. You don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to do anything. You can just click the button, and he'll keep you company until the actual show itself. So, thank you, everyone. Thanks for the advice on the builds, the fun chat, the subscribers. I mean, honestly, we've had so many just from playing a little bit of Guild Wars here. I hope you guys had fun, and I'll see you on the next one very soon. So, here, I'm going to click raid now. How does this work? When I press enter, you can still hear me, right? Right there, yeah. So you guys can join the. You should see a button that you can click, and then I click another button and it goes through. We're actually going to learn how this works. Boots makes bad builds though. Yeah, I don't know what content it'll play. I don't know what it'll be doing. Hopefully some Cantha and End of Dragons related stuff. Hang out in the Great Collapse or something maybe. You don't need to click anything. Yeah, it's me. So anyway, that's it, guys. Thank you all. Have fun with the Guild Wars stuff. Have fun with the show. Feel free to drop me messages on Twitter or in Discord or in the YouTube comments while I'm out. So when I come home later, I've got lots of fun discussion and stuff as I sit down and watch the VOD. So fingers crossed it's good. And yeah, hopefully it'll be a fun one. Cheers, everybody. See you next time.